Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's Friday. It is Friday. See what we can do. Hopefully, recuperate some of that stuff from yesterday. Rough day yesterday. Great week until yesterday. Yeah. Boom. Run it. Come on, pounds. Man, look at that dollar. Come all the way back up like that. Anyway, we'll get back to what we were doing. Good morning, YouTube. We're just going over looking at some stuff in the group. Good morning, good morning. Watching the yen stuff right now. There's so many things that are very high and very low right now. That $0. Look at that. Look at where it went off of. A brick wall. It's crazy to see that. Could hold that over the weekend. Yeah, so got some possibilities on here. Good morning, good morning. Let's try this again today. Had a really good week until yesterday. Got stopped out a lot yesterday with that CPI mess. That was terrible. Gold, it's painful to watch that. It was long gold and then way down here got stopped out on that spike and now it's just gone to the upside. One thing that just didn't go well, again, you don't get it right all the time, that's for sure. One thing that did not go well was the Swiss this week. Tried to short Euro Swiss. Took some still in it, but that was majority of the problem. But the yen yesterday, this brutal trend in the yen, it didn't retrace. There was looking for a retracement that didn't happen. Just took a bunch of stops, so it sucked. But yeah, it was really that CPI, man. That was in a bunch of good positions that were actually correct, and got stopped out a lot. So whatever. Everybody left. Alrighty. Okay. Get back to this here. Back to what we're doing. Maybe we'll take a look. Yeah, I don't have the sounds on yet. I tried it. The chat bot won't work for some reason. I don't know why. I'm going to restart my computer and check it out over the weekend, but I tried to turn it on. It won't load. I don't know why. Like the actual program won't load. Yeah, start it and it just never comes up. I can see the processes running in the task manager, but it doesn't show up. I don't know what the deal is with it. Yeah, so we got a shift on the dollar all of a sudden. You know, that's happened. That is a thing. Of course, right at that thing. Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't want to be short dollar anymore. I didn't want to be short dollar before because of where it is. It's down so much, and of course, shift off the low, gone. Of course it is. You know, so maybe that's changing. Figure out what we're watching here. Kind of stuff, maybe. Curious what's going to happen here with the yen. For the rest of the day. What's going to happen there? So take a quick spin through, see what we got, see what happened yesterday. Basically, we had some brutal trend. Either this week was a weird one. We got nothing and then a ridiculous trend. on the yen and the Swiss. We were just talking about this on the other side. Almost nothing happened except the yen went extremely strong and the Swiss franc went extremely weak. And like that was it. Like that's what happened this week. That's what happened this week. Going back and looking at it, you can see how flat everything was. It was crazy. Yeah, so let's find some trades here today, really. At this point, dollar, dollar is coming up off the low. I wouldn't want to be short. I wouldn't want to be short down here. Yeah, it's not now. Not after that candle. So, yeah, just a weird week. Actually did really well this week until yesterday. Got stopped out a lot yesterday, honestly. And just, it is what it is. It was CPI. It went both ways. The whole market just knocked everything out on both sides and did nothing. It's terrible. Yeah, I killed it this week until that, really. But yeah, ended up taking some stops yesterday. It's all right. Trying to get some of it back here by the end of the day. Euro pound. Yeah, I mean, we just got some, sold off the higher high. Not a big surprise. Like euro dollar, like this kind of stuff is so high, like it's got a lot of room to come down. Like, look at where this is. Like, this isn't low, and I don't want to jump on a trend here and start buying this now. Like, after all of this, start buying it now. Dangerous. And it's Friday is the problem. There's no news today. There's no data release, no news. The dollar has just stopped all of a sudden out of nowhere. Right. It makes sense where. It makes sense where. Again, it's already moved. We missed the entry. It's already moved. And I'm going to wait for it to pull back a little bit. See how this candle closes and wait for it to pull back. Let's see what we got. What else? What else is happening? Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning from here. Yeah, so let's take a look and see what we got. I mean, it's still early. Still got time. What this is going to do. Just chewed up and stops yesterday. I'm annoyed with it. Got so much of it right and then got chewed up and stops in CPI. I'm just looking at this stuff now. I'm like, man, like, had it. Like, so much of it we're right about. And lost the positions because we got taken out of them. And now it's all gone. Like, it's moved way far and had it right. So looking at some of the stuff that was in. Other issue is the yen, though. Did take some stops on the yen. Tried to buy into the low yesterday and it went and broke the low overnight. So that all got stopped out. Whatever, that's part of it. I think it'll be good next week on the yen. Just keep flipping through here, try to figure out what to do. We're just already running. Like this Euro CAD, like this is already taken off. It's already down. Are you going to start selling into this now? And that's, it's something you got to ask yourself. Is it a good idea to start selling this after it's been down for however many hours in a row? 9 hours straight down. Coming back into density here. Is this a good idea? Is this a good risk of capital to sell this? It's hard to, it's a hard decision to make. Not for me. It may not be a good long though either. The market is full of that right now, where it's just not a good idea to jump on it and try to take it in the same direction that it's been moving. It's just there's so many things that are just too dangerous. It was that way yesterday. We had some big overextensions in the yen and the Swiss this week. And, next week is going to probably be some pretty serious retracements. Um, like euro yen, like this just didn't quit. It just went straight down. There was no pullback. There was no retracement, no consolidation, really nothing. Just straight to the ground. This Bank of Japan's jerking everybody around here the last week and a half or so. This move is just, price action is crazy. Like this, just straight down, straight up, straight down, straight up, straight down. Like that is, and it's just hard running on the yen. Crazy move. But right now, what do you do? I don't know. I don't know what I would do here. Probably nothing. I mean, you assume that it's going to go lower, but you don't want to sell into it because it's already down. We're just burned here, man. Like, I don't know. It'd be a weird day today. Euro Kiwi. We're back into demand here. It's not a short. However, it's extremely high relative to its current price action. It's up, on a higher high and finally sold off. So best case scenario is you get a range here. Like, you don't sell it here. So maybe it pops back up a little bit and does that kind of thing. It just doesn't look like much is going to happen. Depends on your strategy, or your time frame. Might just have to get out quicker is really what it is. Consumer sentiment. Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be what was it? 10 a.m. Yeah, we'll see. It's not something that generally moves the market, but we'll see. It's kind of funny. Consumer sentiment's kind of a joke right now. The consumers are not happy right now because of the prices. I'll tell you that. Going through the grocery store, the grocery store last night, and it was just like, I just can't believe the numbers that I'm seeing on some of this food. Like, it's absolutely like a problem right now. Like, things like eggs, like it's just, I never would have thought in my lifetime that I would have seen eggs be the prices that they are right now. It doesn't make sense. Like the food prices right now it's actually a problem. It's just continually getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. Every single time I go to the grocery store, it's worse. I'm just like, what is going on? Like, what is this? Like, there is a real problem here. And I don't know what we're going to do about it. Like, and it's not just here either. It's all around the world. Consumers aren't happy right now. I'll tell you that. Just for everything is expensive. It's another that actually saw an interesting video over the weekend about the used car market and just how people aren't buying used cars. The car, I think it was CarMax. They're the country's largest vendor of used cars, and their sales are down like 80 something percent. 80% their sales are down. So it tells you that there's been a halt. Like, nobody's buying cars right now. All of a sudden, over the last month or two, sales are down 80% all of a sudden. Like, that, something is happening. Like, this economy is grinding to a halt. And the prices are continuing to go up and continuing to go up. We had like all of this demand, and now there's like no demand and the prices are still high. So I don't know what's going to happen here. But yeah, food is just off topic. Food is just, it's actually a problem. Like, I don't know how some people are going to survive this. Like, I don't know how people, can't afford to live right now. Rent is too high. We're fortunate where we are, with that, but rent is crazy. Food is crazy. It's the indicator. It's a measurement tool. I'm looking at some supply and demand kind of levels. It's good, different calculations. This is, it's called custom. This is all stuff that's provided to the group. We don't go into all of it. Sometimes some of it is not, kind of a private. It's all, this is all group stuff, but yeah, just looking at things. I want to know where I am within our ranges. It's not Fibonacci. People always think it's Fibonacci. It has nothing to do with Fibonacci. Yeah, it's a range measurement tool. It sets up a trading plan for you, basically, places where you make decisions. It's mostly like very heavy algorithmic levels where decisions are made. It's algorithmic decision points is what it is. Looking at the market from the perspective of a programmer and a bot developer, where do market moving algorithms make decisions? That's literally what we do. That's actually the strategy. Is we try to reverse engineer those algorithmic decision points, figure that out, and make decisions at those same points. There are things that happen in the market that are just not common knowledge. It's just the truth. Everybody in the group will tell you. So we only make decisions at certain points, and try to do some price action too, but you don't need it. The reality is you don't need to see the candles. You can turn it off. It's just making a point. I'll take the same trade. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter whether, there are some good things that you can see from price action, but you don't need it. Trade price levels. I've talked about this before. Matter of fact, when I first started trading this strategy, I just put on a line chart. You don't need to see the candles. There are some things that you can see from the candles, like, where your rejection points are and stuff like that, but you can fully trade without even anything on the chart. You just need to know what the number is. You need to know where price is relative to its statistical range, because that's how algorithms trade. That's how treasury analysts trade. Bank traders, when their directives come down and they say, okay, we're going to buy the yen this week because we've got to pay back our $50 billion loan that we borrowed from the Bank of Japan. They're not looking at MACD. Trust me, they're not looking at moving averages. The only thing they care about is whether it's statistically a good buy or not. That's it. That's it. They don't even care about the chart at all. And that's a very important thing to understand. So right now we're looking for something. The dollar just did a thing. Put the candles back on. Yeah. Weird week. It's been weird. We either got nothing or everything. This yen stuff I don't know what's going on here. It's pulling back. I don't know if it's going to go break the low or not. I'm trying to figure out what to do with the yen. I think that the better opportunity right now is going to be probably on the yen. Swiss never came back. Took some stops on the tried to buy into the yen yesterday. Not buy the yen, but sell the yen, really. Like euro yen, pound yen. Some got stopped out, some didn't. I'm still in pound yen. There may be something here. It's Friday, and this is the problem. It's Friday. I'd like to see some kind of a pullback and then a continuation up to right there on that. I'm already in it. We're in from right there, but I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with this. I'm almost nervous to mess with it on a Friday because I've got to be flat on Friday at the end of the day. I don't want to take too much risk here, but we'll still trade it out. Here. Right here. We just want to know where our buyers and sellers are here. That's really all this is. Nothing crazy. Take a step back. Take a look at the 1 hours and see what levels we're looking at here today. What are we looking for? Like this. We'll just start with the. We'll just go run through it. We'll run through the market real quick. Why not? Bitcoin, good game. Probably be looking a little bit higher back in here for some density. Nothing to do, man. There's nothing to do on that. It's very high, and I wouldn't want to buy it here. Personally, I'm not going to buy it here going into Friday because I know that this really doesn't trade over the weekend anymore. Nobody cares about Bitcoin on the weekend like it used to be. It used to be really big on the weekends, and now it trades in line with the equities market. The market has changed. Large cap crypto trades in line with like the S&P 500, the NASDAQ. So I would be careful on a Friday here because what's likely to happen is this over the weekend, nothing. And then Monday will happen and it'll either do this or that on Monday. So you don't want to get caught in a range here on Bitcoin. There's really not much to say. Good game though. Good game. It's up this week. I could see it going higher, but I'm not going to buy it after breaking that high right there. We have a higher high now, and you're just asking for some kind of a pullback, and it would just be very careful with it. Personally, I'm not going to buy it. Doesn't mean you can't buy it and make some profit. I'm going to leave it alone. Dollar index coming back. Hold on a sec. Drawdowns come down a little bit. Euro Swiss maybe coming back a little bit. Dollar here, where the dollar is. Trade. Like I got a possible short here on Euro dollar, Aussie dollar on this pullback. Might want to watch the dollar right here. Is this going to hold here for the group side? Is that going to hold? The aggressive play here would be to sell into something that's weak against the dollar. Is that gonna hold? 1 second, guys. Yeah, this pops back up in the opening range like that and then pulls back to the bottom. Likely to hold. So that right now would be your entry. Literally now. On something, like Euro dollar short, Aussie dollar short. If that dollar is going to run up today, it's probably going to be from where it is right now. And if not, it's going much lower. So it's worth a shot. Everybody's listening. If you really want something here, but it's Friday. Remember that it's Friday. So, the idea would be, something like Aussie dollar. And the Aussie's a little stronger, but, maybe something like that. Kind of makes sense. Really probably pay more attention to the euro. Dollar yen maybe. Yeah, so so what's likely to happen today? How can we get some profit out of this market is really what we're trying to figure out. Euro pound probably going to be a little bit lower. I'm not willing to sell that there. I'll skip that for now. Just trying to take a look and see it. Is there anything that's just a good opportunity that we need to look at? Euro yen, there's a reasonable possibility that this pops back up, even though I do think it's going to end up lower. That doesn't mean it's going to happen today. As far down as this already is, we're just in the mess now. Yeah. I look at this and I immediately, there's no way that I'm selling it. Now, I don't know if it's going to go up, but I'm not selling something that's statistically at the low of the week. I already know what I'm doing with that. I know what I'm willing to do. If for some reason it were to break the low, I would try it again. I'm not a fan of this price action really. I'll wait on that. Euro CAD, whatever. Nothing there. So much crap in the market right now. It's just not a lot of good setups here. Euro Kiwi, this looks to me like it's going to be a range that hasn't developed yet. You know, like this is going to start be a short. Price action wise, it looks like a short. Are we within the range? Yeah, it's just, yeah. If this popped up a little bit more, I already know where I would be willing to short it. Right in there somewhere. If it were to spike up a little bit higher, I would probably try to run it back down to break the low. And it might not make it. Like it's already looking like it's trying to sell off the top of this, you know, kind of consolidation like this. We're in a range consolidation right now. We're just anticipating the rollover. If for some reason it spiked out of it, you know, I already know what I'm looking at there. I would be willing to probably short that to continue the rundown, if that makes sense. Euro Kiwi, we'll mark that one. We'll watch that. What else? Euro dollar too. If this dollar is going to hold, don't know yet. It's still early and we don't really have a lot of information. But if for some reason the dollar holds, euro dollar is probably the highest it's going to be for the rest of the day. So, you know, there's a very real chance that this stops all of a sudden and starts to do that because of what the dollar index is doing. And, you know, we'll have to watch that. We're going to watch that play out. And it's aggressive. Like you would have to take a shot at it now, basically, and have a stop. You know, if it runs back above the range, just take the stop, because it's either going to be down or not. Like, yeah. In fact, I'm going to do that. Give me 1 second. Dollar. You don't have a lot to lose here. Where it is, it's either going to be down or all. I'm already in it from yesterday. I'm already still short from yesterday. I'm going to add to it. Yeah, don't have much to lose. If it runs all the way back and breaks that high, then, you know, basically betting that the dollar is going to hold and run up, but we don't know yet. It's still very early, and realistically, like, I don't know. There's a real chance that the dollar picks back up. Is what's going on. I'm going to wait and see how this closes. I'm kind of anticipating that potentially pulling back up, but it's hard to know right now, honestly. The market is just not in a good spot right now. It's been a really bad week price action wise. Like this price action wise, this week has been tough. It's crazy because we did really well so far earlier in the week. Then yesterday, just a brutal trend. The yen, really trying to buy into the yen, got stopped out, but it was just rough price action. That CPI was terrible. Like, that was horrible. You know, this, you know, look at this, you know, just bang, 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 just took everybody. My mouse is not working on this mouse pad. Just knocked everything out, and then just nothing. Like, it's just horrible, honestly. Just wreckage. Just on, doesn't matter what side of it you're on. Didn't matter what side you were on yesterday. I mean, it was just, if you were in it, you probably got stopped out. And then it goes back into nothing. You know, it's just ridiculous. You know, look at what happened on the dollar. You know, pretty much everything against the dollar. Just market wide. Just really weird whipsaw. And then it's like everything just kind of came back. It's weird. Yeah, it's like, whoops. I guess Euro Kiwi kind of makes sense short. Aggressive. But you can already see it starting to reject here. And if you anticipate that that's going to be a rejection and run and break the low, it's a decent spot. So there's something there. Yeah, it's a maybe. Normally that's exactly what I would do. And just wait and see. Euro Aussie, kind of the same thing. This looks like it's on the way down. Now, how far down is the question? See what else. Why's leaving? What's the background color? Actually black, but weird tint to it. Probably OBS. I'll have to look at it. I don't know if there's a color correction on it. Saturation a little bit, maybe. Yeah, it's just like color bleed or something. Black. Let's see. Yeah, it's exactly wild shirts. It's either nothing 30 pips or 300 pips. That's kind of how it's been this week, honestly. Kind of watching this dollar here. We don't really have much information yet, to be honest. It's still very early, and we just got the open of a new 4-hour candle, Wall Street time. So this is one of those times where we kind of be careful. But there's likely to be a move, like right here. This is the one thing that that's what I'm saying. Like Euro Kiwi, taking that shot at a short. I already know where our projected low is going to be for the day. That's a thing. Euro Kiwi. Waiting for the dollar. Just kind of waiting for more information on the dollar as part of it, which is hard to trust. I mean by the background color, I don't know if it's because it's got a blue tint to it. I can't really see it. It may be the saturation's up, but it's black. My orange and blue candles. Go Gators. University of Florida. Pound yen. Super tempting, honestly, because of how crazy this has been structurally. It makes sense. Do I trade US 30? Yes. Pretty much every day. NASDAQ, US 30, and S&P generally is a basket, depending on what's going on. Depending on whether tech or like maybe sometimes Boeing's having a bad day and it can heavily affect the Dow. You need to know what's going on with the components of the Dow to know where to weight your decisions. If you only trade US 30, you should probably look at each component and keep track of what's going on. But yeah, I normally trade the indices. The big three is a basket. Sometimes I used to trade the Russell too, but I haven't messed with it much anymore. If you look at where pound yen is, this is the thing. I trade everything, anything that moves. I don't care what it is. I trade setups and not instruments. Whatever it is, if the setup is there, I trade the setup. But yeah, we generally trade Forex in the morning because that's when currency is moving, and then as the day goes on, we'll switch over to indices because that's where the volume is. And there are certain times of the day where things happen in the U.S. equities market. So that's what we start to watch that as the day goes on. Pound dollar. God, man, it's just a whack Friday. We're right in the middle of all this stuff. Trying to figure out what to do with the dollar. Aussie's garbage. I think this is going to be interesting next week. You know, all this yen stuff. I don't know if we're going to get a consolidation here or a retracement. You know, I don't know what, you know, how, if this is going to chill and start to come back up or what toward the end of the day. I could definitely see some kind of a range that hasn't developed here potentially starting. We'll go through and do our YouTube analysis and we'll get back to group stuff. But there's, I don't know what to do with this dot. It's whack. Turns out there's nothing happening. Kind of, it's already playing out to be a dead London. You know, we'll go back and look in a second and see, put the things into perspective and actually see what's actually happened. I don't know why people are leaving, but you're gonna miss everything. I'm gonna go watch Raja trade a fake account. Fun. Pound Aussie. See. Happened to Euro Kiwi. Still potential. Yeah, like see this kind of stuff. You know, we're just in a range and it's messy. Like we're still just locked into this range. Garbage. Did I have a mentor? No. I figured this all. That's the thing, is that looking back at it, no. I went through the hard knocks of figuring this out. I started programming, you know, how do I develop trading bots? How do I do this exactly? Like what is exactly going on? You know, I started developing, you know, bots from the beginning. And I went through learning, you know, how does the RSI formula actually work, and programming it from scratch in C# and all of that, and actually learning every single thing about it, like from a different perspective. Yeah. And it took me longer probably because of that. I'll be the first one to admit that you can learn a lot from people who have experience trading. You know, it probably took me longer to figure some things out because I figured it out myself, but I also developed a much stronger way of doing things that is not what everybody else does. I don't trade the same way that everybody else does. Never have, because I didn't learn from anyone else. I taught myself a very different way, and I think about the market a different way. So you know, it's a fair question. Gold, big higher high on gold. Went right off the hash too. Dadgummit. Wasn't watching it. I mean, had the entry. Range tool told us. Right there. Possible high of the day. Big higher high too. Way up on a peak high. Gold is crazy high right now. Good game, you know, good game, you know, but this is where, you know, that would have been where we should have tried it. I wasn't paying attention. It's part of the issue with coming back on YouTube, is it just, you know, takes focus away. I have to find a way to balance this. Yeah, gold is a reasonable, yeah. I mean, there's no other way to do it other than to short it. There's really nothing else to do with it. But it's Friday. You know, could it go higher? Potentially, yes. It was the first attempt. Yeah, for sure. We would try this two places, only two places, and that was one of them right there. You know, the G13 classified strategy there, and then somewhere in confluence near the top of the day and the top of the week. Projected high of the week and the day at the same time would be the second place. So, and we'll watch that. That may be, oh my God, sorry, yes. Knocking my microphone over. That may be something, honestly. That would be the first place to try it. You know, so like, where are we in the market? Like, it's, you know, one of the questions is the dollar going to hold? Maybe. Depends on how this candle closes. It's already trying to come back. You know, and that's the thing. We'll figure this out. But looking at where it is, you know, I'm not selling this now. I'm not selling the dollar down on a lower low like this, way down at the bottom. If you look at where the dollar is, like, there is a huge potential that this runs up quite a, like, you got to squeeze your chart down to see it, how low this is right now. Like, this has just been straight down all the way back into the previous consolidation, like back from, you know, a year ago almost. You know, it's not time to sell the dollar. Just got to figure out where, you know, the longs are. You know, where's the reversal point? And that's what we've been waiting for. I know I'm not selling it down here. Depends on your strategy and how long you're looking to hold your trade. You know, some people look at a 1 minute chart and take 2 pips. You know, it's not that kind of thing. You know, we're looking for low risk distance moves within a day trading context. Trying to catch the majority of the daily candle every day. You know, how do we capture the majority of the daily candle and take less risk to get the same gain? That's the thing. You know, it's, you know, whatever. You can send 100 lots for 1 pip, or you can send 1 lot for 100 pips and get the same gain. One of those traders was 100 times more efficient than the other and took 100 times less risk to get the same gain. 100 times. Like, that's the point. You're talking about like being 20, 30 times more efficient than other types of strategies and taking less risk, 20 to 30 times less risk to your account and get the same risk adjusted return. And that's, you know, the mindset really. I'm on dollar. So we got a possibility here that this dollar might hold. I want to see how this hourly candle is going to close, but the aggressive trade would be long dollar here, which would be things like short euro dollar, short Aussie dollar is a little bit strong, but as a basket, you know, it's a possibility. Pound dollar's on a higher high. Normally, you know, if it wasn't Friday, I would be firing away at all this stuff. I'd be like, oh, easy call. Bang, bang, bang. I just got to be careful here today because I got to be flat by the end of the day. But, you know, I'm already in it. You know, I've already took euro dollar short. If I'm an Aussie dollar real quick. Annoy me, sitting looking all the way over. Yeah, we'll see what we can do here. It's Friday. Try to keep it chill on a Friday, but come up with something. Yesterday was whack. Get some of it back today. Aussie dollar. Oh wait, I would only be looking to sell a higher high. On the 1 hour though, it doesn't look bad. Just something a little bit higher. You look at something other than a 1 hour candle. Yeah, price action wise, that looks whack. Yeah, you know, this is the kind of thing we'll see on the dollar. It depends on whether or not the dollar is going to hold, and that would be the thing. I'm not even going to bother. Skip that. for now. Yeah, we're in a weird spot here in the market, guys. Not even going to sit here and lie to you. We got a weird spot here. It's kind of in between waiting. We're just going to try to figure out what we're going to look at first, what we're going to wait for. Something like Euro Kiwi. It's a decent shot at it. If it would spike a little bit higher, I'd love it better, but this is the kind of thing that could easily reject and end up lower. You know, we could be in a range consolidation here, and it hasn't fully developed. It could be selling the top of the range right now, and if this slams down, comes back up and fails, it could easily take that second leg down. That would be well within range to do that. So the aggressive play, you know, would be something there. You know, would watch that Euro Kiwi. Back on the dollar, assuming we're going to go lower on it, but the first thing you do is you try it for a higher low because it's already down, but I guess not. You know, this is the thing, we don't have enough information. That's why I'm not going crazy with trades right now. It's not a good market's not in a good spot after all this. I mean, you know, and look at this, you know, what do you do with this euro dollar? You know, think about this. Like, what honestly is there to do with that? It's already way up, so it's a little bit dangerous to buy it. We're up on a big peak higher high, but it's flat short term. Kind of annoying, honestly. But yeah, what do you do? Euro pound ended up good from yesterday. That's got more to go. You know, it's just like, what do you do with this? There's really no good risk reward here either way. And there's so much of the market that's kind of like that. Who knows on the yen? Waiting for it to go lower. If it were to break the low, I'll try it again. You just, at this point, you have to assume that it's going low. It's just going to continue to go down. But it's already so low that it's dangerous to short it. I'm not going to sell it now. But if this were to, you know, something like this, euro yen, if this were to go break the low and come down, I'll give it a shot. You might get some good positions here toward the end of the day. If you can hold over the weekend, might get some really good positions. Do bots work? Yes. Absolutely. Anybody who tells you that bots don't work doesn't understand how the market is operated. So it's just somebody, they just don't understand. You know, if somebody says bots don't work, it's because they don't understand how the market works. The market is algorithmically driven. The entire market runs on bots, all of it. And yes, bots work. Is it easy to have a low risk, profitable automated trading system? No. Is it possible? Of course. It's what we do. Yep. Bots definitely work. But depends on, you know, I mean, you have to, I mean, you can't just say buy every time the moving average crosses. That's going to get you wrecked. That kind of stuff doesn't work. And if that, you know, and that's, you know, that kind of stuff doesn't work. Can I prove it? Yeah, I mean, I have my trading results. Yeah, it's all on my FX book. You don't have to believe it. Doesn't matter. My live account is proof. But yeah. You know, it depends on market conditions too. You know, it depends on market conditions. You know, it's depends on the strategy that you're running, depends on the market conditions. I mean, can it pass an FTMO challenge? Yes. Yes, it can. Um, is it, should you expect that it will do it every time in every market condition? It might take a little bit. I don't mess with FTMO because they've got a 30-day time limit. Why would you do that? There are other prop firms that are so much better. Like, look at the link in the description. There's no time limit. It's cheaper, better risk parameters, and there's no time limit to pass. Now, and that's the thing, is you got some factors. We won't get into all that, but you got some factors that matter as far as whether or not you should be running an algorithm on something like FTMO. There's a pressure to pass in 30 days with FTMO. If you remove that and you allow it to just take its time and a little bit less risk, you dramatically increase your probability of passing, like by infinity, basically. You remove that 30 day, you're not forced to say, oh my God, I have to make 0.5% today or I'm not going to pass. You can remove that with other prop firms. You remove that time limit and you get all the benefits and none of the detriment there. So that's the thing. That is the thing. You can ask people in the group, bot has passed a bunch of times. But it depends on the market conditions, really. If you run it on a different firm where you don't have a time limit, then that's a very different story. Very, very different story. So yeah, I mean, people on the other side, they know what's up. I need to get back to running that, actually. I'll start running it on YouTube. I'm just trying to, there's other, like I'm building something else, like I'm building a trade remote, that can trade with a PlayStation controller. It's the best risk manager there is. And I've been working on that the last couple of weeks, but I need to get back to the bot. It's part of the bot. That's part of it. It's a mobile app, basically. As you control MetaTrader with a game controller. Also voice control. Also, it's a risk manager, trade manager, all that stuff. So I've been working on that lately. I'm a programmer. I develop software. So yeah. But yeah, and it depends on the what prop firms do I recommend. There's only one, and there's a reason why. It's not because I'm affiliated with them. It's because I've been with them long enough to. There's no reason for me to choose anything else. The link's in the description. Funded Trading Plus. Only one answer. Only one answer. Oh yeah, that sucks, man. Yeah, and see, and not to hate on FTMO, but they have a time limit. There are better options out there, is what I'm saying. FTMO is an established track record, but so do others, and there's no time limit with Funded Trading Plus. They want good traders. It's not a money grab, where they want people to fail because they get those fees. They get your challenge fee if you fail, and you just keep trying and keep trying and keep trying. There's a better solution, man. I'm not going to sit here. It's not a commercial for Funded Trading Plus because it's not my company, but I know the guys. I talk to the guys who actually run it. They run a very good business. It is very well established. Look at Trustpilot. Do your own research. There's a Discord channel with just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of payouts. People posting their payouts. And people posting, it's every day. It's a legit prop firm. It's actually getting bigger, but there's no time limit. There's no 30 days to pass. You take as long as you want. That completely changes your risk management. It changes everything. Changes everything. It's as long as you don't do anything stupid, like, you know what I mean? There's no time limit. You're not forced to take a certain lot size because you have to pass. If you're a lower risk trader, there's no reason to waste your time with anything else, honestly. it's the truth. Check it out. There's 10% discount. You're not going to find a better discount than that. Our group has our own promo code. We've got our own discount. So yeah, you're not going to find anything better than that. So yeah, it's a 10% off. It's free 10%. So if you're buying $1,000 challenge, it's priced less than FTMO too, and it's like $50 off, something like that. So it's 10%. If you're interested in something like that, I would do your own research, check them out. I'm not wasting my time anywhere else because there's no time limit. There's no pressure. It's that, and that's the thing. There's no pressure because there's no time limit. I would be the first one to tell you if there was something I didn't like about it. I've been with them since like June, July. No reason. There's zero reason for me to go anywhere else. I'm not like, why? It's legit. They always pay. They pay out there's never been an issue there. They actually just paid out somebody like $173,000 at one time. They made a video about it. You can scale up to a $2.4 million account. FTMO won't do that. They have an awesome scaling plan. You can roll your profits in every time you double your account. I've already scaled mine. I've already doubled mine once. Every time you make 10% and they double your account. And then if you keep your profit in and don't make a withdrawal, you only need to make 5% to double your account. Every 5% you make, they will double your account up to $2.4 million. FTMO won't do that. There's no time limit. FTMO won't do that. The thing that you're trading is you have a 6% drawdown limit, a 6% max drawdown instead of 10%. But there's no time limit. You remove the time limit, you remove the pressure, and you can just take less risk and a little more time to get there. It depends on your trading style. The way that the risk parameters are set up, they actually want good traders, and it's not a money grab on fees. It's not challenge fees that they're trying to get. They actually want good traders. So and that's the thing. And again, FTMO is people do well with FTMO. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying depending on your strategy and what you're doing, like what you're looking for, why do you think about the psychology of removing the time limit. There's no 30-day you can take as long as you want. Take as long as you want to get 10%. Think about that, what that does to your trading psychology, how much different that is than saying, oh my God, I have to pass in 30 days. Think about it. And, and you can scale your account to $2.4 million. Think about that. There's a link in the description. You're not going to find a better discount than 10%. So check them out. Do your own research. Check it out. It's worth it. Trust me. If you're undercapitalized, you can get like a $12,000 account for like $100 with a 10% discount with no time limit to pass. I don't know. It's a waste to even consider anything else, in my opinion, but that's my opinion. Please do your own research. Check out Trustpilot. There's 1,000 reviews on Trustpilot. I think there's 3 negative reviews out of like 1,000 on Trustpilot, and it's probably because somebody blew up their account and was stupid. I've talked to them personally. Like they run a good business. They run a good business. They were interested in the trading bot. I can say that publicly, and that's all I'm going to say. They contacted me about the trading bot, and they're testing it. 100% true story. I can verify it. Good dudes. Yeah, they're cool dudes. Simon and yeah. I like Simon quite a bit. Yeah, check him out. I'm not wasting time with FTMO. Sitting here trying to say if I don't make a 0.5% for at least 20 trading days this month, I'm not going to pass. You can remove all of that BS, man. All of that mindset issue, you can remove it by removing the time limit. And the thing that you're trading is you do have a smaller drawdown limit. But that is nothing. That's nothing compared to removing the time limit. And if you want a bigger drawdown limit, and it's a single phase challenge. One phase, you don't have to do it twice. You have to do it once. And if you need the extra drawdown limit, if you need the 10%, they have a 2-phase challenge with a 10% max drawdown, but they have a single phase challenge. You only have to do it once, a single phase challenge with a 6% drawdown limit. And if you trade lower risk anywhere, you can manage your risk. If you're already a good trader, there's no reason to waste your time. Why would you need to do a 2-phase challenge? You just do it once. A single phase challenge with no time limit. Just think about that for a second. FTMO is a thing of the past because of the game has changed. The industry has changed with no time limit. And I think there's a couple more that are starting to do it, but FTP is the way to go. Trust me. Get the Discord. Look in the Discord. There's a public Discord. Go in there and check it out. There's some gangsters in there. I'm in there all the time. In the Discord chat. It's stupid, honestly, to mess with anything else. It's just my opinion. And there are other people in here, like Usman. He's passed 200K challenges in like the last couple of weeks with FTP. Killing it, murdering it. Dude, it's been in the group for a long time. Super good guy. Killing it. Yeah. But yeah, I wouldn't waste any time with anything else because the time limit is what it is. And it's not, again, it's not a commercial for them. It's because I've been with them for the last 6 months, and there's no reason to do anything else. Pound yen. Come on, baby. Come on, pound yen. Please come back. See what we got here. Flip over. Maybe let's start looking for some trades. I'm flipping through looking and waiting for stuff to kind of get to level. I've still got a mess on here from yesterday, but we'll flip through. PlayStation trading. But yeah, if you're interested in that, and again, it's not a commercial, do your own research. But if you're undercapitalized, I think they have a 12.5 account, a $12,500 account. That's like $100 or something like that. And if you use the promo code ALGO10, it's 10% off. So that'd be even less. So you're not going to find a better deal than that. All the other promo codes you're going to find are like 5%. I actually had negotiated that to 10% for our group. Come on, Swiss yen. Come on back, baby. But it's in the, check it out yourself. If you're undercapitalized and you want to attempt it with no time limit. Take your time, take less risk and more time to get to your goal. It's like not even the same game, man. It's so much easier. And it's not easy. I'm not saying trading's easy. I'm saying there's no pressure to pass. You just, whatever, if it takes you 40 days, then whatever. You're not going to lose because you took too long. And it's about the psychology. What it does to your psychology is it changes the game. It completely changes the game. When you don't say, okay, I have to make a 0.5% today, or I'm not going to pass, and I say, oh my God, I had a break-even day yesterday, so now I got to make, 0.6%. Now I got to make 1% today, or I'm not going to pass. That is gone. It's all gone because there's no time limit. Think about what it does to your psychology when you remove the time limit. It's a game changer. It's a game changer. Come on, man. Crap. Tested some stuff yesterday. Got some good stuff going on the risk manager too. have a risk analysis now. It goes and looks through all of your risk, all of your open positions, and tells you exactly what your risk of loss is by percentage in dollars. It's gonna be baller. Sweet. It's gonna be so good. What is this? Pound yen. I'm gonna move my stuff. I want to see this go back above the center. And then I'm probably going to move my stop to break even. I say that, but the second I do that, it'll pull back on me and then bounce. Still got some stuff from yesterday. What is this? $0. Got a mess from yesterday, man. I got stopped out during CPI on a bunch of crap. It was all low risk, but still. Sucks, man. I was so right about gold and all that. I had it all right and got stopped out. And then it ended up flying after I got stopped out on that big whipsaw. That's why I don't normally mess with the news stuff, but oil, yeah, good game on that. I'll take the loss on that. I was hedged on that, and my hedge hit profit, and I was trying to let it float back, but it just pumped again instead of coming down. So whatever, good game on oil. I have to take a small loss today. Yeah, it was weird. I had a really good week, and it ended up being whack yesterday. Hold on a second. See the chat. We'll go through here and try to find some stuff. So anyway, you know, again, I'm not trying to be a commercial for that, but think about what it does to remove the time limit. You know, make your own decision. NASDAQ. Dow. You know, still got that short from yesterday on the high. It hasn't been stopped out yet. It's like pips away from being stopped out. I'm just assuming that's going to be an L. Whatever on that. Is this a paid indicator? No. Well, I mean, not really. It's mine. It's a custom thing. Sorry, I didn't see that. It's custom. It's for the group. It's stuff that I provide to the group. I provide all my software, risk manager, the trading bot, all of that stuff. So, you know, I got to keep it fair. Got to keep it fair to the group members. But it's extremely affordable. It's $25 a month. I mean, that's like, you know, one less than 1 day's profit on ultra low risk. You know, the bot alone will easily clear that out if you run at low risk. It pays for itself. Forex simulator. I've actually considered that. I thought about that. You know, I know there are already some like that F4X or whatever it is. I forget what it's called. You know, I know there are already some. What I'm building is going to be something better than that. I'm already building something that's going to be really cool. This dollar yen. See, at this point, like I almost want to bet that the dollar is going to run up. You know, something like this. You know, I've already got a position on it, but you know, something like dollar yen that's down that far on a broken low. I think I bought into the low yesterday overnight. I had a pending order that got hit. You know, something like that. It's still early enough in the day. There's, you know, whatever, I'll take it. There's a reasonable chance that that pops back up. I'm just trying to get back some of this mess from, you know, got a little bit of a drawdown. I'm going to try to get it back to close to break even. Just go again at it next week. Had such a good week and then got stopped out a bunch of times yesterday in CPI. I had a bunch of stuff open that got hit. So whatever. Hold on 1 second. I'm kind of watching this here, guys. We'll flip through a little bit on YouTube and we'll get back to what we're doing. I'm honestly just kind of waiting for opportunities. I want to see what's going to happen there first. This is super interesting right here. So yeah, anyway. Yeah, I'm working on some stuff. You know, and the it all integrates with the bot. The bot is the most important thing because of what it is and how powerful it is. But you know, I'm taking a couple weeks to work on this. You know, the risk manager, the remote side of things. You know, this is a MetaTrader remote. You know, I'm using a PlayStation 5 controller. And again, this is all provided to the group. It calculates your lot size for you, and you can close all your trades and close partials and a bunch of stuff like that. You know, like if I want to change how much risk per trade, I want to make it $10 or whatever, just do that. Put it back to 5. Just taking small positions, but yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. Yeah. Awesome. Those custom partials. You can have multiple profit targets on it as well. It'll split your profit target into two pieces. If you want to have a 2-stage profit target, that's useful. I need to put the hedging. The auto hedge is going in this weekend. As soon as the market's closed down, I'm going to put some time in on it this weekend. Trying to finish the risk management panel, where it tells you exactly how much risk you have on each trade that's open. It tells you if it gets stopped out, exactly how many dollars you'll lose, how much percentage it'll be, and tells you what your total is. That's extremely useful. I'm looking forward to using that next week, actually. I've almost got that done. There's some cool stuff coming with it. And other than that, you can control MetaTrader with a controller. Sweet. Swiss yen is trying to go. All this yen stuff is a maybe. I'm watching the dollar. Are we going to be up or down on the dollar today? It's already down so far. Same with the yen. Like, this stuff has run such a brutal trend. Like all week, this has just been nothing but straight down. And, you know, it's already broken the low. It broke the swing low from before, so it's not a short anymore. Now, whether or not it's going to, you know, go a couple more pips, I don't know. We'll see. And it's Friday is part of the problem. Really would like to close this week out with something. It's got a mess on from yesterday. Swiss franc, good game. Swiss franc did 2 weeks worth of movement in about 2 days. I don't really know what to even say about that. Yeah, working on a bunch of cool stuff here though, man. We got some really cool software coming for sure. And again, all of this is available. It's in Discord. If anybody hasn't seen it yet, it's in the Discord. Test it out. I need some people to actually test Xbox. If you have like an Xbox controller, like Xbox One or S or whatever, test it out. Try to pair it to Bluetooth to your laptop or your PC, or either USB or Bluetooth. Try it out. The one thing I haven't tested yet is Xbox. I don't have one. Let's see if it should work. I've got the button mappings working. It should work. I just haven't tested it yet. I'd like to try that. I need to get one and try it. Oh yeah, this is already makes Magic Keys look stupid already. This is, I've been doing this for before Magic Keys though. I've just revived this project. Hold on one second. Voice is wrecked from talking 10 hours a day every day. But yeah, no, this, it's a risk manager. It's a risk manager, but it's, why pay $160 for a keypad when you can just, it's a mobile app as well. You can just push a button on your phone instead of buying a $160 keypad. It's just whatever. And you can use a game controller, and it's voice controlled, and it does more stuff already in 2 weeks worth of development than Magic Keys does. It's whatever. And as the stuff that's coming is just, it's more than that. Like it's more than just the risk manager. It's a bunch of things that are all getting rolled into one thing. You know, you can configure the bot from a mobile app, from a graphical and user interface. You know, a rich interface with drop down menus, and you can configure the EA from the app, and it pushes the settings to the bot. That's being fixed, right? That's being worked on. That will be here very soon. Be able to control the bot from an app remotely over the network. You don't even need to open MetaTrader. It can just run headless in the background. And that's the point, is it's meant to control clusters of MetaTraders. It's coming. But yeah. Yeah, that's coming. Bot control's coming. Turn the music down. Menu music. You can do it. There. So anyway, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff that's happening here. Let's get back to the trade manager. It's cool. It's a very cool piece of software already. Oil's tempting here to take a pullback short on a higher high in supply. It's tempting. Yeah, it's a tempting attempt. There. We don't need the Xbox controller. I don't know what you mean by that. I bet if you tried it, you might change your mind. But yeah, it's a mobile app as well. It's already available for Android in the Discord. You just push a button on your phone or on a tablet or on Windows. This is running on the Windows. This is the Windows build, but not sure, yeah. Better than a keypad, I'll tell you that. You don't even need to look and see what key you need to press. You just do it. Done. Garbage market today. There's not really much happening, to be honest. Man, super slow right now. You know, you just see everything's in a range. Like, not really much is left its opening range. I don't really know what to do, man, right now, but continue on. Really wait. There's some reasonable opportunity in some of the yen pairs and the dollar stuff, maybe, if the dollar will go. It's just slow, man. Slow London. To be this far into London session, we're already going into the lower volume time. See. Yeah, I bet if you tried this, you might change your mind, though. And do things, I mean, infinitely faster than a mouse and keyboard. All muscle memory, you don't even need to look away from it. Yeah, if I wanted to move my, you know, whatever, my target to just under there, I'd just do that. Done. That fast. Before I can even tell you what I wanted to do, it's already done. So if you're like scalping, like if you go down, especially if you're scalping, you can just enter and exit trades instantly without even looking at anything. Very useful, especially for just running through, setting positions. It's actually, it's fun. It's fun and it works. It's better than a mouse and keyboard. It's better than even pushing a button, which is crazy. Like, because you got to look and see, okay, what button do I push? That doesn't exist with a game controller. It's just muscle memory. You just do it. You don't even need to look. Crazy. Great. And there's the extended stuff. It does, you know, it's other, I mean, you're controlling MetaTrader with a controller. And when you see what's coming, you're gonna shut down the internet. Game changer. Well, I'm gonna break the internet, man. I'm telling you. in a couple weeks. It's such a big thing that I'm not even saying what it is. I'm just gonna do it. It's gonna come out. This will pull back. Okay, it's another yen pair, like Kiwi yen, like this kind of price action. If it would pull back a little bit more, there may be a trade there. Like oil. Oil is interesting where it is. See, the dollar's rejecting. Stupid, man. Oh, sorry, I missed the chat there. Hey, good morning, guys. Where is that? Stop loss and profit target? Yeah, I mean, you can definitely put stops and targets on it. Every single strategy has stops and targets. But yeah, you can. It depends on your strategy. You know, if it's a multi-entry strategy, sometimes it's better to let it run. But you can absolutely. Every single strategy has stops and targets, and you know, I just run it low risk. You know, lower risk, and just let it grind up. You know, just let it grind up some profits, and eventually, especially in a choppy, messy market. Like honestly, yesterday would have been a better day, other than the Swiss that ran crazy trends. I just let it run all the time. I'm going to go back to running it next week. I gotta put it back on. It's just something I've been kind of put on the back burner for the last couple of weeks because I've been building this thing, but it's all integrating into the same thing. But I need to get back to running the bot. We'll run it publicly on YouTube. We'll just start running it next week. I'll set up a challenge account or something and just run the bot on it. See what happens. It's a good time to start it, actually, after all these crazy trends. Good morning, Usman. Yeah. Man, Usman's been killing it lately, man. Killing it. Yeah, weird market here today. Pound Swiss might finally be coming back down. These Swiss pairs just completely blew everything out. It's wild moves this week on the Swiss. What trading concepts do I use? Traded standard deviation of statistical range. It's not what everybody else is doing. I look at the markets from the perspective of, you know, algorithmic development. You know, how are trading algorithms developed, and what levels do I need to be watching? That kind of thing. Where are market moving trading bots going to make decisions? That's it. That's part of it. And then, you know, there's some elements of supply and demand and, you know, all that stuff. You know, order blocks, you know, it's all the same. It's just a different name for supply and demand. You know, where's the money? You know, we're very big on manipulation trades. Where's the most likely point of manipulation? Where are people going to be baited into taking a trade and end up being in the wrong direction? Where is the contract settlement likely to be? You know, that kind of thing. And then other than that, watching statistical ranges. I think all markets trade within a statistical range at some standard deviation, you know, outside or inside. That's a lot of what the bot does too. It's just not what everybody else is doing. You know, this is what it is. You know, I just have a different way of looking at it. But mostly, where's the money? For one thing, where is the money and why? And also, you know, statistical ranges. It matters because that's what market moving algorithms do. That's what bank traders do. Yeah, it's how it's done. So, you know, it doesn't mean you're right every time either, but it means, you know, just make good decisions at good decision points. What you trade matters. What instrument are you risking your capital on? That is extremely important. You know, that matters too. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's not ICT concepts. I don't copy ICT. I never have, but he's right. He's right about a lot of things. I think I'm not going to get into it. I have my personal opinion on him, but yeah, I mean, it's I've been doing this for long enough that I've developed my own way of doing things, and um, he wasn't the first to do that either. I don't know why everybody gives him credit for doing things that have been around since the 1970s. Some of the stuff he talks about have been in trading books for over 100 years. And he says he invented it. I don't get it. It's just me personally. Yeah, whatever. I think everybody thinks he's trading Jesus, and I've never seen him take a live trade. I've taken more live trades today than he's ever taken in his entire career. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, and then we'll have a realistic discussion about ICT. If you Google stuff, if you Google him, you're not gonna like what you find. I'll tell you that. So yeah, it is what it is. I'm not saying that he's wrong about everything. We're not going to talk about ICT anymore. Why everybody wants to talk about ICT all the time. When he comes on YouTube and takes live trades, and I'll watch, I'll talk about him. Euro yen. Only thing I've ever seen out of ICT is photoshopped withdrawals that have been debunked multiple times, and faked MyFX book accounts. So whatever, and that's fine. But until that changes, he's not trading Jesus to me. So whatever. Just this isn't my first rodeo. I've been streaming trading since 2016. So I just have a different way of looking at it. And I've come a long way in my development too as a trader, for sure. But I also don't, fake $5 million account withdrawals and stuff like that, like ICT and Raja do. Look it up. Google those guys. You're gonna be shocked at what you find. So people just don't know. Like, people don't know about that stuff. People either don't hear about it, or they just forget about it. They put their blinders on. Say, "Ooh, not my hero. I don't want to think negatively about my hero." And they just pretend that it didn't happen. Ooh, come on, euro dollar. Come on, dollar, baby. Let's go. Dollar it's trying to hold the opening range. This euro dollar could be good. So yeah, not hating on anybody, but man, I think we got to put this ICT thing into perspective sometimes. Like, look it up. You should see that Reddit post about ICT, man. It's crazy. Actually, there's a really crazy Reddit post about ICT that just proves all of the fraud for years. For years, going back 10 years. Proof. Crazy. I don't know what's happening here. With that mess yesterday with the whipsaw. If it wasn't Friday, there's a lot of stuff I would probably be jumping in, honestly. Gotta neutralize this drawdown. Got ripped up in stops yesterday. Gotta get some of this back. I'm still in some of it, is what this is. Trying to figure out what to do with the yen. The dollar is maybe changing directions. Gonna try to stay on top of this and wait. I'm flipping through looking for things that might be at a spot. Kiwi dollars, maybe. Don't know what the yen's doing. Might get back to the charts here. I was looking to see if there's anything that needs to be taken. Yeah, it's yen, man. Yeah, I almost don't want to mess with it, with the yen stuff. I don't want to add to any of it. I'm going to wait and see what happens if it, like pound yen and CAD yen and all those, if they go and break the low again, then whatever. I've got the stops, and I'm just going to take the stops and try it again next week on that. And then there'll be some things that might go. Euro Swiss is trying. It has a lot to lose, but it's going to have to be next week. I'm not going to. Sucks, man. I was hoping it was going to retrace yesterday. Yeah, there's a decent possibility that some of these like CAD yen, and it all looks like it's going to go break the low again. I've got some pending orders much lower. It just looks like it's going to finish out, which is fine. I'll just take the stops. It's going to be what it is. Had a stellar week until yesterday. All right, so we'll skip that for now. Not really much to do. But until we get there, like I could set some pending orders and stuff like that. I'm sure there's some of that could be done. I'm looking to see if any of that needs to happen. It's just Friday. Still in Euro Swiss? Yeah, me too. Unfortunately. What a pain in the butt, man. I can't believe that didn't pull back. I'm still in it, but man. Yeah. And this did two weeks worth of movement in like one day. It's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. That kind of stuff just doesn't happen very often. It's just like, it's almost hard to hate it. It's like, man, it did like 2 weeks worth of movement in one day. Good game. What do you do? There's nothing you can do about that. It's trying to manage it basically at this point, trying to manage the fires. Just didn't think it was going to go that far. There's just extreme movement on that. And it blew through everything. It blew through all of those. Yeah. Blew through all of that to the left. Like right there where those wicks are, it just went right through it. The next level higher is going to be right there. That's way up. So I was just hoping there's going to be some kind of a pullback on the open of when that candle closed, that daily candle, hoping it was going to pull back a little bit, and it never did. So I don't know. We got some weird stuff going on here today. Gap down. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, I'll watch it. Honestly, next week, it'll probably be wrecked next week after running that far out of its range. But it'll be next week, unfortunately. It's trying to go. Like now that we're outside of the range, like I can move my stop to break even. That easily. We can do that. So stops to BE on that higher entry. I'll wait for it to pull back down a little bit. I'm not going to add to it, but hopefully it'll just come back a little bit. That was rough yesterday, man. Wait to see what's going to happen here. Was this euro dollar? If that closes outside the range, we can get a good close here on the dollar. Might be able to find some more trades. Yeah, that was whack, man. It was worth a shot though. I mean, that's, honestly, like, that stuff doesn't happen very often with Euro Swiss to run that far. It's just not normal. It ran like 2 weeks worth of movement in like 2 days. It was about 2 days. It did 2 weekly candles, statistically 2 weekly candles worth of movement in like 2 days. It's like, what is that? Like, that's just not normal. Tried to start scaling it. It started at a good spot too. Like normally that would have been, it was an easy call. It just didn't go. It just kept going and kept going and kept going. I don't know what's up with the Swiss, man. I know what's up, what happened to the Swiss. The Swiss Central Bank posted its largest loss in 115 years, and all of a sudden everybody starts selling the Swiss. So whatever. That kind of stuff isn't sustainable. We know it's not sustainable. I'm a day trader. Every once in a while I'll be in a position for a day or two, but my directives are to capture as much of the daily candle range as possible. Euro dollar, I'm going to move my stop to break even here. Both of them, just it'll auto move your stops. Yeah, but no, I trade within the daily context. I try to capture as much of the daily candle as I can, 50 to 100 pips. I'm looking for 50 pips minimum kind of move. I'm trying to capture as much as I can of that daily candle range, and then try to get out and then reposition. Try to hit a profit target, reposition, hit the target, reposition, hit the target, reposition as many times as I can get it. It really depends on the move and the structure. Where we are in the market cycle matters a lot, actually. Yeah, a little bit more on the dollar here. Yeah, we're doing a little bit heavy YouTube this week, but we're probably going to try to structure it during certain times of the day, because we still got to do group stuff too. But man, that euro dollar, that's actually, you see where that rejected there though, looks good. Watch that. If that will close strong outside, or weak really, but a big nasty weak candle, as that pulls back, that may be a continuation because of how low the dollar is. We're watching that. Oh, we'll watch that. The dollar is extremely low right now. So is some other stuff, but the yen is very high and the dollar is very low. Something like dollar yen could be a really crazy opportunity for next week. You know, if you're willing to hold over the weekend, low risk. Sometimes I will. The crazy thing is some of the best entries you're ever going to get are going to be at the end of the day on a Friday when nobody's trading. That as markets push into their extremes and close the week, the open of that next weekly candle is generally will go the other way. A lot of times, at least for the first day or so, you'll get a pullback on the open of that next weekly candle a lot of times when you close these big crazy candles on the weekly or to the downside. So it's crazy, like some of the best entries. That's why a lot of times Monday and Tuesday we're closing these 200-300 pips trades. It's like, just pulled 150 pips out of pound CAD because we took it on Friday. We took the extreme end of the move on Friday, and then when Monday comes, it pulls back, half of that weekly candle, and you close these massive trades on Monday and Tuesday because from the entries on Friday. And there's a lot of times like that. Oil is rejecting. Dadgummit. So yeah, that's part of it. Some of the better trades you're ever going to get are going to be at the end of the day on a Friday when nobody's in front of it. Everybody's done for the day and it says don't trade Fridays, but then you get some crazy entries sometimes. Yeah, the yen stuff may not go. Flipping through here, maybe we'll get back to the charts in a second. I'm just flipping through, seeing what else we need to do. Euro dollar looks good. Needs to go a little more. I'm going to try to get some of this back today, but right now the dollar is showing some signs of holding. So on pullbacks, might be okay. No go on euro yen. I'm not selling it. It's not a short, so it's just no trade. If it's not going to hold that and retrace at all, if there's going to be no retracement, then I'm just not going to mess with it. It's unfortunate. Euro Swiss, please come back, geez. So anyway, weird day yesterday. Great week until yesterday. That CPI mess, it took out a lot of stuff that I had open. It was a whole bunch of unnecessary losses is what it was. But that's part of the game. It could have gone my way too. It's just part of it. Try to keep the risk low and see what we can do here. That's rejecting. Is that pound kiwi? Maybe. Yeah, so maybe we're getting a shift on the dollar, and that's exactly what we were looking for. Shifting off the low. A lot of room on some of that as we get pullbacks. Might stack onto it a little bit. Oil is definitely rejecting. If oil would go a little bit higher, I would feel better about selling it. I want to be long from lower on oil, to be honest. I had it hedged in my hedge hit profit. I should have left it open. Yeah, it looks like it's going to pull back a little bit, but I actually could see oil going higher today on higher time frames, like the 1 hour. It looks like it's going to pull back and then go again. Skip that for now. So anyway, yeah, I got a mess on right now, but it might be in the green later. We'll see. Yeah, this stuff's gonna go. This pound yen's gonna get. Whether to just take the stop. Yeah. Second I close these, it'll come back and bounce. I'm gonna have to pay attention to it. If I have to take the stop on that, I will. I'm gonna wait on it first. Euro dollar, hopefully that'll go. Got plenty of room on euro dollar to come down. Yeah, we'll go back to the charts here. I was just flipping through looking to see if there's anything needs to be done. There's not a lot really at the moment. There's some potential bounces. CAD Swiss, this might bounce short term. There's some short term things that may happen. I'm trying to get something and let it run throughout the daily candle. We're just locked in all these ranges. There's so much ranging garbage going on. Need some volume, some kind of trending move. We didn't get anything really out of London. Not much. Come on, Euro Swiss. Let's die, please. Please come back. Crazy thing is, if you could hold this until next week, this could be a murderer trade, man. Crazy. Could be like a killer move. But on into next week, and we'll take another look at it on Monday. Oh, yen, that's going to get stopped out, whatever. Getting chewed up, man. Killing it all week until this mess. The yen won't come back, which is fine. It was worth a shot, but it's not coming back. Pound Swiss took itself out. That's good. No more risk there. It's about managing risk at this point. I'm just going to move my stops to break even on this pound yen. I'm not going to mess with it. Oh, I took those manually. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Whatever. I'm going to close those. It's going to get stopped out anyway. Just in case it doesn't. Move that into profit. Assume that's going to get stopped out in profit, which is fine. It was worth a shot. It didn't go. It just didn't go. I'll leave it open and let it get hit in profit. Just maybe some miracle will happen and it doesn't pull back, but it looks like it's going to come back. Not a lot to do here, really. See, something like this on the Dow, like you can take a risk on it. Hey, look, maybe that's going to come down. The dollar's showing strength. Maybe it doesn't break the high. You put a target like right here and just, whatever. Maybe. What's another $5 at this point? Euro dollar is good. In there. Let short go. How's that closed out? What the heck happened? We're at a short. Yeah, I want to stay short on that. We'll put a target. Well, we'll shoot for, you know, normally I would shoot for back in that, something like that. That about. Trade is disabled. Bruh. Talking about bruh. Why? That about. Interesting. They're not letting me take that. Figure that out. Heck. Is a trade disabled? Well, there that went. Why is that closed out? Weird. Interesting there. I don't know what happened there. Saying trade is disabled for euro dollar. Why won't it let me take the trade? Broker. 8 cap. It's not the prop firm, it's the broker. Why is that happening? I don't know. Interesting. Take a look at that. Let's go back and look at the charts here. We just, the dollar's running. So as the dollar pulls back, we'll get another shot at maybe trying to sell this on euro dollar. Figure that out too, actually. What the heck? Time wise. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know why it won't take that though. Interesting. Odd. Oh, wait a minute. Is it the wrong? Okay. Yeah. What the heck? Why is that even on there? It's the wrong instrument. Never mind. I was looking at the, I don't know what I'm talking about. The raw feed. I was going to say, I know I was in that. Why is that not there? And why won't it let me trade it? All right. Well, missed that. All right. Well, I was looking at the one that wasn't the raw feed. Anyway, I'm already in it, but I was going to try to stack onto that while that was there at the bottom of the range. What the heck? Why that got added? Need to take it out of my watch list. I've got basically it was a symbol in the watch list that isn't a tradable instrument. I was like, why the heck won't it let me take that? Dollar CAD. So this may be a thing. If it'll pull back a little bit, it looks like the dollar's starting to go. I'll kind of get back to the charts here in a minute. Yeah, I'm just going to be trying to break even here today on Friday, which is fine. We'll fight through it, manage our way through it. There goes euro dollar. So good shorts are good there. I'm actually going to move these targets lower just in case. Goal is to get to break even just in case it overshoots. I don't think it's going to go that far down today, but all right, so there we go. We got a good trade on there. At least there's that. Yeah, so that the dollar looked like it was going to hold as that pulled back. I was trying to sell it again. Should have been on the right. Wasn't on the right the right chart. Funny. Question is, how did that get added to my watch list? Possible bounce. I want to be long pound Aussie for next week. I think pound Aussie is going to be a great trade next week. Not necessarily yet. Let's see, back to this. Not to take a trade. No, that would have been already way up. That trade is good. Yeah, I was trying to enter it right there, right before it dropped, when it pulled back because of what the dollar index is doing. You can see something that's happening on the dollar. And I was trying to take euro dollar short because the dollar was likely to go up. It's crazy. It's like the only thing that's actually happening right now. Missed it. It's all right. It'll pull back. But good game. It's already up quite a bit. Yeah, that would have been a good good run. Yeah, definitely detecting some hostility there. Fine. All right, back to the charts. Yeah, I guess so. See what we can do here. That ended up being good. Euro pound right off the high. Man, that's euro yen. Like, I would be looking at this during the week and be like, this is starting to look really good. Be looking to somewhere near the low of the day. I just know that this level is lower on that. And there's so many things that could be good. Probably for next week, especially the stuff on the yen. It's gonna be great next week. I'm sure there'll be a massive retracement at some point. Going back through there, man. That's that euro dollar. The charts here. Let's take a look. A little bit more on euro yen. It's going to be an awesome entry. Flipping through here. At this point, we're waiting. Good game on the dollar. Got the dollar right. Just probably could have taken a little bit bigger position size. I'm going to watch that right now. I'm going to reject right here. And then when that pulls back, there may be something more there too. Yeah. Waiting. And we can do some macro analysis and see what's going on for next week. But right now, it's just a matter of, setting up levels. What are we looking at? Like right here on the dollar, we're in the shelf here. Above the shelf, there's going to be some settlement here. It's probably just going to slow down and reject a little bit right here. What prop firm? The only one that I would use personally, it's just my personal opinion. Do your own research. The only one that I would even mess with right now because of the rules, and it's because of the rule parameters, is Funded Trading Plus. It's the only one. There's a link in the description. I'm not wasting my time anywhere else because of the rule set. And it's only because of the rule set and because I've had a good experience for the last 6 months. Specifically the Experienced Trader program. It's a single phase challenge, 80-20 split. No time limit. There's no time limit. If you really, really need the extra little, drawdown limit and you want to do a 2-phase program, they've got that. And it's cheaper than FTMO. It's the same thing. Exactly the same thing, but it's cheaper. And there's no time limit. It's FTMO with no time limit. You remove that factor. So, and I wouldn't waste my time with. I would do the single phase. Depends on your risk. Do you really need an extra 2% daily drawdown limit? Think about it. Do you really need that? Are you willing to trade no time limit for an extra 2? Do you really need the 2%? And if you do, then do the 2-phase challenge, the advanced trader program. But this is the one. The experienced trader program is the one. It's an 80-20 profit split with no time limit. I mean, do your own research, but this is a legit, it's a real deal right here. But yeah, there's a 10%. Check it out. Link in the description. It's free. It's free 10% off. $119 for a $12,000 challenge. It's ridiculous. They have instant funding programs. Instant. You don't want to do a challenge. You just pay for your drawdown. You want a 10K account today. That's a live account. There you go. You can do that. Legit. This is the FTMO killer is what it is. This is the FTMO killer. There's nobody that can compete with this in the industry. And they're coming up fast. Like, they've been around for a while, but they're coming up like it's not a nobody anymore. But yeah, I wouldn't waste my time with anything else. And again, check Discord, do your own research. Look at Trustpilot. Yeah. Look at the Discord, all the payouts. I wouldn't waste my time with anything else. And there's a 10% off. Use it. 10%. Every percent matters. Good game dollar. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they can pay out everything. And there are other people, there are many other people who use this, like that firm. There are people here right now that use that firm. It's just, there's no time limit, and that's the only thing that needs to be said. But, again, it's not a commercial for them. But if you're looking to get funded, why waste your time with a 30-day pressure? Think about it. And it's a psychology thing. It changes the risk management. It changes your risk management, period. End of story. To not have the pressure of a time limit. Yeah, and it's a one phase 80-20 split. And you can, if you make 10%, you go to 90-10. So as soon as you make your 10%, you go to a 90-10 profit split with a single phase challenge with no time limit. Think about what I'm saying. Again, it's not a commercial for them, but why waste your time with FTMO? Just because the FTMO is popular doesn't mean it's the best. And that's the point. Yeah, this one's killing it, man. Killing it. Let's see. Yeah, they pay out multiple ways. You can get paid in crypto, paid with deal. Yeah, they've got multiple payment types, and they will work with you too. That's the cool thing. They've worked with me before on payment stuff. Let's say want to do half this way and half that way. They'll do that. Buttcorn might have Bart Simpson inbound here, so the dollar is gone. Well, a good game. I mean, caught some of it at least with the euro, but yeah, might get some relief here at least. And hit pound yen. Yeah, so at least there's that. The Dow starting to sell off a little bit. Yeah, good game dollar though. Caught the low on the dollar. Called it. So we got that. Yeah, the link's in the description for that. I should put the name in the description, but I'm going to do a review video on it, like actually go through all of the features and stuff. And, from my personal firsthand experience and being with them for a while and, what the experience has been like, especially for bots. They're very bot friendly. A lot of firms aren't. They're totally fine with you using algorithms. They don't want everybody using the same exact setups, but they're totally cool with it. You can trade during news if you want to do that. I don't recommend that, but they have none of the bad rules and all of the benefits of FTMO. Like, it's just the truth. They have none of the garbage rules. Come on down, Dow. Come on. It's going to save the day today. Port Dow. Let's go. Man, might be okay here. Yeah, it's just, we don't have to talk about that anymore. But yeah, if you're interested in it, if you're interested in that kind of thing, if you're undercapitalized, want to give it a shot for very, very little money. There's a single phase challenge with no time limit. There's no pressure. There's no time pressure to pass. It's ridiculous to do anything else, in my opinion. That's my honest opinion. Do your own research. And I would be the first one to tell you if there was something weird with it. But I've been with them long enough, and I've talked to them personally many times about many different things, and they're running a good business. I mean, I'll be the first one to tell you if that changes, but my experience has been great. I got dollar moon. This is why you don't short the bottom on the dollar. It's funny, we were talking about this morning with Aussie dollar. Dollar moon, here we go. Oil might be coming down off the high too. At a higher high on oil. It's not a long. Gold, same thing. I had a gold short. Probably got stopped out. Let's see. Anyway, back to trading here. We're watching. We'll get back to some group stuff in a minute. Spending a few minutes messing with the YouTubes, and then when something starts to make sense, we'll get into it. As we get closer to the equities market open, that's when we really want to start paying attention. This this kind of stuff may be a thing. If this will pull back and do that kind of thing, and then this too, if this will pull back a little bit, there's a lot of room to continue down. It's weird. It's Friday. There's not really any news. There's something, market sentiment, consumer sentiment. It's at 10. It's after equities open. So, yeah, and right here, you want to be aware of the range expansion here. Everybody's going to be trying to buy the breakout right here. There's going to be a whole bunch of buy side liquidity right here that's probably going to get wrecked. Be careful with that. The move has already happened. So, going to have a whole bunch of people. There's a whole bunch of buy side liquidity right here. A whole bunch of people trying to buy the breakout after it's already moved. And that's where there's likely will be some distribution and a pullback. Now the question is, how far does it pull back? Definitely getting a shift in the market here. This has gotten interesting all of a sudden. Indices, a lot of room for that to come down. So we'll watch that. We got a stronger dollar, which is great. Aussie dollar wrecked, of course. Euro dollar wrecked. Just got that right. Good game. Good game on the dollar. But we need more than that. At this point, going to be waiting for that to pull back. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you know, we already know algorithmically where our low of the day is. We already know that. So we have a huge advantage. Massive advantage. We got the cheat codes. It's just got to manage risk. A bit more on euro yen. Pretty close. Pretty close on euro yen. Any little drop would be good. Gonna get a bunch of good entries here, really. It's a shame that it's Friday, but that's pretty standard. Whole bunch of good entries come right on Friday. And then if you're willing to hold it over the weekend, Monday, Tuesday, you can close some big trades. Happens all the time, every week, just about. You know, like this isn't looking good on the Dow. Watching that right now. I'm gonna watch this indices here. For a pullback. If we got something like that, that would be reasonable to try. Something like that would be a good shot at it. Swiss yen. Yeah, we'll take a look. Oh, no. CHF. JPY. Backers. Yeah, I mean it's a yen pair. Here's the problem with this. What's starting to sell this now? Mr. Slithery the Snake, like we talk about in the group all the time. Swing low there. Got a broken low. Got a broken low. What's next in the sequence? Right. So, you know, it's not a short down here below the swing low. Just at its simplest form, we've got sell side liquidity down here below the low. Now everybody who's been long here and we're correcting the move, they all just got stopped out, and there's still, you know, there's a range here. There's an entire range of stop levels. You know, some people have them in different levels, whatever, you know, in here, depending on what they're trying to do with it. So it's not a good short down here. And again, statistically, we're extremely low on this. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. So this is absolutely ridiculous on the Swiss. This move is crazy that happened on Swiss yen. It's just not something that I'm willing to sell down here. Now, the issue is where do you make the decision? You know, could you maybe get a couple pips out of it? Maybe. It depends on how much risk you're willing to take. And as long as you got to stop, it's fine. I'm not willing to sell it here. I would actually be much more interested in buying it somewhere down here, somewhere lower. If it'll break this low, I would be interested in buying it. That's just me personally, just looking at just range strategy alone. You know, looking at structure, you know, we could go back out higher time frames, and we could go back. You got to go back to July, and then you have to ask yourself the logic question of is it logical that all of this money from July and August is still in the same configuration on the books that it was back in July or August? Nobody's taken profit. Nobody's moved that money. You know, had all these rate hikes and all this ridiculous market stuff going on over the last 6 months. So going back to July and August, you have to assume that all of this money is in the same configuration. This is why the logic of supply and demand breaks down once you go past a certain point in time. This is why if you're looking at weekly charts and stuff, looking at supply and demand, it doesn't even make sense. You're going to tell me that all of this, nobody's has moved this, then you're expecting that this is going to hold or whatever, some supply and demand level from 6 months ago. That doesn't make sense, and nobody wants to talk about that. You know, so that's the thing. You know, the flip side is humans make decisions based on that historical data. You know, they look at what it was in the past 6 months ago, where people bought. But so basically, you're assuming that whoever bought right here and held the market up hasn't taken any profit at all, none in the last 6 months through all of this stuff. None of that money's moved, and it's all still there. That's what you're assuming, right? If you're looking back this far on stuff like supply and demand, order blocks, you're looking at an order block, you know, who are from 6 months ago. Does that make sense? Honestly, think about it. Think about how markets work, how contracts are settled. You always have a buyer and a seller, and people take profit, right? People move stops. People, you know, it's really banks. You know, they take positions on something else. They may take off 20% of their position and put it into emerging markets or something in India or something. You know, you're assuming that going back this, and this is just the logic part of it. You know, if you're looking at this level or something down there, you're assuming that that money's still there. It's virtually impossible. You know, so here's the thing. You know, what do? You know, where are we? What do you have? What can you rely on? You know, and see, you know, going back, you know, we've got something there. You've got a level there, right? It seems to have bounced there because humans are making decisions there. What I'm not going to do is sell it down here. Now, the question is, how much screwing around are we going to get before it actually holds? I would watch to see if this is going to hold the low or not. When it stops breaking these lows, you know, and puts in something like an inside bar or something, maybe, then that may be a thing. If it'll stop breaking this lows and just kind of, or just hold in here like this, could easily see something like that. I mean, you got a dense consolidation right here. That would be a reasonable place to look for even a lower high for it to pull back up. You know, structurally, if this were to pull back up and do something like that, that would be completely normal. You know, that would be perfectly normal price action. What I'm not going to do is sell the low. I'm not selling after that crazy run this week. You know, one thing that I like to watch for is a break of the low, because, you know, once that breaks, that, you know, a lot of people are going to close shorts, and closing shorts is really buying back into the market, right? You're buying back lower. Everybody looks in this and says, oh my God, it's breaking the low, sell it. Well, you're becoming sell side liquidity that someone else is buying into, because for every transaction, there has to be an opposite transaction, right? A buyer and a seller. So, you know, what we're not going to do is sell the bottom. And it's just me personally. It's just looking at the higher time frame of it. I'm very interested in this in Swiss yen for sure, because of that crazy move that happened. You know, think about this. The same thing happened here. You know, the same thing happened. Right? Tuesday starts doing this. You know, on a, you know, basically it flushed out on a Tuesday. Monday it went down again. You know, this is already down enough that, you know, I think there's a reasonable possibility of something, you know, chills out and then you get something like that next week. That would be normal. That would just be completely normal. At minimum, some kind of a range, at very minimum, you know, be in some kind of a range consolidation on the low, you know, where it does something like this and eventually starts making higher lows and tries to run back up into the next level in the cycle, in the market cycle, the next move up. That kind of thing. That's what I'll be watching for. I'm definitely interested in this, and a lot of the yen pairs are going to look the same. This is the kind of stuff that we do on the other side a lot. We try to figure these things out. We set it up early in the week and try to figure out, what are we looking for? Where are we in structure? What's likely to happen? Where are we in the market cycle? But as far as right now, today, what I see here is just a range right now. We haven't gotten the retracement. We haven't gotten the retracement. I see a potential range here with sellers on the top and buyers on the bottom. And we're closer to the low than to the high of that range. Is a reasonable possibility that this holds and starts to pull back up. Yeah, definitely. I think the likely outcome, as long as this low holds, is that we're going to end up there. Somewhere up there. Like that. Now, I think that's the likely thing that's going to happen. That doesn't mean that it's the best entry necessarily right now. I might wait for pullbacks on it. That was a pullback that you could potentially take. It's a maybe. Something like that's a maybe. And there's a bunch of things that look like this right now. There's a bunch of yen pairs. They all pretty much look the same. It was just a brutal move on the yen. CAD yen's kind of the same situation. There are some things lower, but that means it's going to have to run even lower today. It's going to have to go down another 50 pips. And if it did, it'd just be looking to take it again. They'll try it at the next spot. Every time we get to a decision-making level, going to make a decision. It's just, I know statistically this is already so low that it's not something I'm willing to sell. But if for some reason it went lower, I'd be looking to buy it. That kind of thing. That's, how we objectively break down the market's part of it. It's just, if it for some reason it were to go lower, I know there's going to be some money down into here underneath this consolidation. There'll be some sell side liquidity there that will be prime buying for someone looking to get out of their shorts. Because when you're getting out of a short, you're buying back into the market, and you need someone willing to sell. You need some sucker willing to sell the bottom, right? If you're trying to close a short at the bottom, you need some sucker willing to sell it, willing to sell it lower so you can buy your position back. So I know that there'll be some of that happens down there, on a lot of these yen pairs, especially the yen, and some of the Swiss stuff is the same. The Swiss the other way. The Swiss franc went bonkers this week, just completely crazy. So there's a lot of room for that rubber band to snap back the other way. So we're watching that kind of stuff, watching them, paying attention to Swiss yen for sure. That's one that I've been watching since yesterday. It just went lower than I thought it was going to go. But the reality of just the structural move is probably don't want to sell the bottom. And that's, we talk about the funny analogy of Mr. Slithery the snake. Like you're reading a children's book to a child, to a 5-year-old. Say, Mr. Slithery the snake is slithering down the mountain. And he goes back up the mountain. Then Mr. Slithery the snake goes down the mountain a little more. And then he goes back up the mountain. Then Mr. Slithery the snake goes down even farther down the mountain. And you say, okay, you hand a 5-year-old a crayon. And you say, now draw a line. Say, where is Mr. Slithery the snake going to slither to next? Where is he going to go? And a 5-year-old, a crayon goes this way. Right? And it's just, it's a funny joke, but it's the logic of it doesn't, sometimes, you got to take a step back, stop looking at MACD and say, wait a minute, maybe it's not that complicated for the structural part of it, at least. It's like where's Mr. Slither the snake going to slither to next? Kind of making it, we use that joke all the time in the group, but there's a point, there's a point to it, looking on the highs here, just go back a little bit, the logic of, Mr. Slither the snake is going up the mountain, and he comes down the mountain, and he goes up the mountain, and then he comes down the mountain, and he goes way up the mountain. And if you hadn't seen this side of the chart yet, on a big higher high way up here. Mr. Slither the snake's way up the mountain. You hand a 5-year-old a crayon, say, now draw a line and tell me where Mr. Slither the snake's going to go next. And what does a 5-year-old do? You know, and that's the logic. You know, it's the logic of just putting it into perspective. You know, it's kind of a funny joke, but there's a point. You know, there's a point there. Is like, wait a minute. You know, do I really want to sell the low? You know, is it a good idea? Like, look at the chart. Look at the chart. Do you really want to sell the bottom? And then once you've established that, you know, you say, okay, now where's the entry? And then that's where things get a little more nuanced. You know, where is the entry? And, you know, you look within, you know, I'm not going to get into completely, you know, group strategy stuff, but there are ways to figure it out. You know, you think like an algorithm. Think like a liquidity provision algorithm. If you were skewing bids out in the market, where would you be looking? You know, to where would you be looking to take the other end of the move? If your directive is to buy the Swiss franc, because this week, you know, your job is to buy the Swiss franc. That's all you're going to do as a treasury analyst. Your job is to buy the Swiss franc. How do you do that? Do you think they're looking at moving averages? You think they're looking at a 1-minute chart? Mm-mm. Nope. So the question is, what do we do? Dollar. Not a long anymore for the same reason. You know, we're above the high in the buy side liquidity. You know, it's not a long anymore entry, at least on the dollar. So maybe on a pullback, we're figure out what to do with the equities market today. How are we going to close today is the question. Also doing a little more on YouTube than we normally do too, but you know, we're doing a good solid week of YouTube, and then we'll find a balance between the group stuff and YouTube. You know, you're going to see, you know, very different things most of the time. Ooh. But you know, some of the price action and structural discussion and stuff like that, you know, we can have on YouTube. No big deal. 1 second. Yen stuff. Euro yen. See where this is. And, you know, I just wish it wasn't Friday. Wish it wasn't Friday. It's a decent shot at it. Euro yen. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm actually in that. I thought I had a position. 1 second. Trying to get back to break even here for Friday. Let's see real quick. Euro yen. We're looking at NAS. We'll take a look at NAS. What? Never made a multi-million dollars trading with a track record like Roger Banks. Do you know anything about Roger Banks? Do you know that he's been busted multiple times faking his account? That account's not real. Know that? Could trade a fake $1 million account too, trading 100 lots at a time, taking $40,000 losses at a time when it's not real. Look it up. Prove me wrong. Got busted. What was I looking at? Euro yen. Already in it. Super tempting there. It's one of those where, you know, it's either going to hold or not. Whatever. I just want to make sure I've got something on it. Manager. All right, back to trading. Yeah, it's just you want to see something interesting about him. Yeah, look at that. What's the dude's name? Daniel, whatever. The dude with another one of those. Funny to watch the snake eat their own head. They're all attacking each other, calling each other out for being frauds. Daniel Savage or whatever his name is. That video he posted. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not gonna get into it. I don't care about other people. But yeah, just look it up. Just Google it. There's some interesting information out there. None of that's real. All fake. But he's got everybody fooled. He's got 2,000 people watching him trade a fake account, making money from commissions on getting people to go over to his broker, which is, I get it. I get it from a business perspective. Euro yen, that looks good right there. I'm going to pay close attention to that, see if that holds that low. Aussie dollar. But yeah, no, he's been busted too, just like ICT has a bunch of times. He got caught faking some $1 million withdrawal. Somebody called him out. I was like, wait a minute. Vantage doesn't have a $7 per lot commission. It's $6 per lot. Whoops. Busted. Fake account. $1. Euro pound. Euro yen. Definitely interested in that. Come on, man. Come on, yen. Quit screwing around. Pound yen looks like it's going to break the low. I think the euro is a little stronger. NAS. We'll take a look at NAS real quick. I'm going to try to... we're kind of in the dead spot for the day. Once things start to pick up a little bit, might flip over and... we're waiting for something to really kind of play out here. Waiting for something to happen right as this pulls back right here. This is worth a shot, guys. Honestly. Hold on one second. It would be this. Give it room, but you would be looking top of the opening range / somewhere like that. That's a reasonable chance at it. And, take the stop. If not, but where that's pulled back, center mass right there on that candle, this is an optimal entry type of place for that, for the other side. I'm just already in it. NAS, take a look at that. See. And looking better there. Yeah, so it's whatever. Everybody can draw their own conclusions on that stuff, but there's some things that are what they are. And they rely on just people not being able to figure it out, or not knowing, or not remembering. When new people come in, they don't know that. They don't know that, that's the whole thing's fake. Just a bunch of marketing is all it is. But whatever. I've been around since before them, so I was doing this before Raja even started trading. I was streaming trading on YouTube before Raja even started trading. So I'm just way ahead of that. That's why I don't fit in with those guys, because what I do is very different, and the way I see the market is very different. And whatever, to each their own, whatever. Everybody can do their own thing. It doesn't matter to me. But yeah, People don't realize some of that stuff sometimes. Euro Kiwi, $1. Do your own research. All I'm saying is do your own research. Pound Swiss, come on, baby. Oh yeah, NAS. We'll take a look at this. Let's just take a look at it. Let's back out and take a look and see what's going on. Then we could start with the daily, but we came up off the low is what it was. Mr. Slither the snake decided to stop going down the mountain. We're in a range is what it is. If Raja hadn't have been such an ass to me, it might have been a different situation. Yeah, there's history there. Like I've known those guys for years, and I used to go on there and trade with them with Ted and all them. I used to be on the stream sometimes, but I was already doing my own thing, and they had invited me to come on a couple times, and I was making Raja look bad, and he didn't like it, and he told people to stop going to my stream, and then he copied my idea and a whole bunch of stuff, and I was just like, man, screw these guys. NAS, right in the dead smack in the middle of a structural range here. If you look at it this way, forget what happened to the left. We've got kind of this structural range here. We're right smack in the middle, and here's the thing. If we're right in the middle of a range, there's no disproportionate risk reward. Like you have an equal opportunity to get stopped out both ways, right? If you go long or short. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's whatever. Looking at the chat. Yeah, it's whatever. Yeah, everybody can do their own thing. I do what I do, and everybody can do what they do. That's cool. But yeah, NASDAQ, you're right in the middle, and here's the thing, there's no disproportionate risk reward here, where it's hard to trade from the middle of a range, especially like a structural range, and you can see this broken down when you start to see the market this way. You can see range consolidation here, you see a range consolidation here, it stepped down into another range consolidation here. So it's hard to make a decision right here from the middle of the range. And that's the thing, and it depends on your strategy. It depends on your strategy, and here's the thing, we already came up quite a bit. So what has the higher probability is really, you have to assign a probability to it at this point. Where's the higher probability move for it to continue at this clear inflection point, or to reject and potentially pull back? And that's, it's something to think about. It's the daily chart, right? But, so we've kind of drawn a conclusion that there's a reasonable chance, there's a reasonable probability that this run has pulled it quite a bit, and it may be time to pull back a little bit. So having that bias, going down into a lower time frame, yeah, it's fine. You can go watch Raja. That's fine. It doesn't matter to me. Go there. We've already kind of established that we're at this inflection point, and there's a potential for this to pull back a little bit. Now we've got some weird price action here, but I see something different here. I see a potential like a diamond top kind of thing happening because of those spikes yesterday. Obviously we're bearish now, and we've already established that there's a potential for there to be some type of rejection here at this virtual inflection point. In a way, we're right smack in the middle of the macro range, and we've already run up for days, right? Weeks, actually. So looking at the 4 hour, we don't really get much information. We're bearish now. We've got about another hour left. We did just, a lot of rejections right there. So this is what we've got. We've established that we've got a range, potential range high here. What's below this low? Where's the point where your longs were correct and have not been stopped out? So right there, potentially liquidity below those lows. So we have our effective trading range here, right? And we're clearly at the top of it. Let's boil this down a little bit more. Whoops, do that. So, let's just skip all this crap that happened yesterday during CPI. That was whack. So what do we have here? We've already moved off the top of the range, and here's the thing: we're already running. We're already running down. So, and this is the thing: you were coming off the top of our effective trading range. We've established that we have some type of a range here that we could potentially be trading within, and we could refine it down a little bit. But we're already coming down off the high, so be like, all right, we have room to go down, right? And this is the thing: we have room to fall. Going down even farther. There's a point where you're jumping on the train when it's already started moving. You don't want to jump on the train too late, because this could easily pull back. I think what's likely here, just price action wise, is something like this, and we'll see if this starts to reject or not right here, and potentially take another step down into this mess from yesterday, where the longs correct and haven't been stopped out right there. So we know that there's a potential we can boil this down a little bit for that to go into there within our range. There's a possibility that this even holds and goes into a range. I would wait to see what's going to happen here. If it were to pull back up quite a bit, you could take a shot at it short. I would be looking for this to go lower personally, because there's a higher it's about, again, that disproportionate risk versus reward. There's a better reward to the downside there's more room for it to go lower, than to say, okay, this is going to moon from here after it just went up for weeks. You know what I mean? We're already showing some signs of rolling over. We've got a transitional period here where we've gone from an uptrend to a potential rollover. So, the way I would look at this is I would say, okay, it's not the best entry short, but it's probably going to end up lower. So would watch it carefully. You want to be careful selling into stuff like that. These buyers right in here, probably not the greatest idea. If for some reason this were to pull up and do something like that, I might give it a shot. Because of the timing, I would wait and see what's going to happen right before the market opens or right after. Probably wait for market open, but I would only trade it in one direction personally, but it's not the best entry. It's already kind of come down off the high. It's an interesting thing going on there. What I would do personally is wait. Either wait or take it short and take the stop. It depends on how badly you need to trade. Euro yen looking good there. Looking good. Finally. Coming back. We'll come back and look at that in a second. Good chance on that. There's a reasonable shot on that one. So yeah, anyway, that's how I would break that. One way I would break that down. Say, well, see what happens. It's only a short, but again, we've just broken the swing low right here, and there's going to be sell side liquidity there that you probably don't want to be a part of. You don't want to become liquidity for people to close the shorts, and then this pulls back up and then dumps later, which is possible, but there's not much to go on yet. Specifically for the indices, I would wait. And this is the thing, is I would wait and see like what it's doing right now. I want to see if this is going to hold and pull back up a little bit. If something like that were to happen, then I would try it short again. And if it runs up today, then leave it alone. It's not a long, the ultra aggressive play would be to buy this here and flip it short if it gets higher. That because of what this just did, I would rather be short, but it's not a good entry, if that makes sense. I would wait for just before the market opens. We'll have more information here. We'll see I want to know where this is before the market opens. And again, timing is extremely important in trading. Timing is everything. And right now we're in a dead spot. We're in that dead spot where people have already taken profit from London session, and it's just not the best time to be doing stuff right now. What it looks like is going to happen may not be what's actually going on. You know, we were just talking about this on the dollar, about not buying the dollar in liquidity above that shelf right there. You know, it could pull back and go into a range. Could be a range. This might be a range expansion to go break the low. I just not a fan of the dollar here. Thing has been super messy. Like, this was garbage. We were just in a mess all week, just flat chop all week long. And then boom, we got that weird CPI mess, and now we're just back into a range. It's not a good entry long here for sure, because it already moved. It's already moved, and we're in a point where, you know, again, this is the dollar index, and it's made up of other currencies, mostly the euro, 57% weighted in euros. So it's really the euro that affects that more, specifically the dollar index. But the euro has a very heavy effect on the dollar. Extremely important to understand that inverse correlation. It's one of the bigger things. Euro yen looks good. We'll wait and see if it breaks the low. That looks like crap. Euro CAD. God, that looks like it's going to reject. Again, it's just setting up a range here. Sellers on the top and buyers on the bottom. When you understand that, things change. So what do we do? That's the question. What do we do here? That's the hardest part sometimes. Pay very close attention to the yen stuff. Let's see. What's strong or weak right now? The euro is already down. What to do with this? You know, what do you trade against the yen? The yen is likely to pull back down some, lose strength as an index, the yen index itself, relative to other currencies, and that's important. Relative volatility is extremely important. It is. In figuring out what you're going to risk your capital on. Kiwi yen, yeah. That may be something too, because the yens or the Kiwi's already down. It's like, you know, what may get stronger here? You know, the euro is a good possibility. The Kiwi, because it's already down. You know, what may gain, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one today because it's Friday. Pound yen is still like not a short. I got stopped out of that, or I closed out at break even is what it was. Still considering, like, it's so tempting. So tempting to just put a piece on it, and if it gets hit, it gets hit. You can have a tight stop on something like that. Yeah. Yeah, you know, I don't like the price action there. But you know, maybe I'll put a pending order. If for some reason it tags back into it, then whatever, I'll just take a pending order. Whatever. Next. Whatever. Skip it. Weird day today. Bitcoin looks rough. That's very likely going to end up lower. Bitcoin does not look good right now. And that could be a sign of things to come with equities too. It generally, man, that gold short, man, had it right off the hash like a brick wall, man. You know, what do you do at this time of the day is kind of the question. It's we're in a dead spot during the day. People have taken profit from London, and it's not quite New York yet. So yeah, Kiwi, and let's take a look at that. That makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense because of where it is. Man, the moves on this week. Probably looking at some decent pullbacks here on into next week. So definitely watching the yen for sure. It's a weird market right now, honestly. You know, if you're trading like very short time frame scalps, you know, that's a different story. I get that. I get that. Which is kind of, you know, it's not a bad idea. This looks better too. Pound Aussie. That feels better. Decent where it is. It's reasonable. If that candle closed like that, you know, I could see that happening. You know, at this point, you're just flipping through, waiting, trying to figure out what's going on. As we get closer, yeah, there we go. Come on, Dow. There we go, baby. Oh my God, thank you. Short Dow from up here. Actually, up here yesterday. Could be the savior of the day if that'll just go. Coming back. Euro Swiss is coming back. Might be all right here. Take another flip through here. Why not? See what we got. So we are risk off here in equities. Dollar may continue stronger. That's a possibility. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Flip through. We'll start from the beginning actually in a second. I think we're really close on some of this stuff. And there goes Pound Aussie. Dadgummit. I'm already long on it, but you know, I'm not going to take another one when it's 4 or 5 pips away, but that's reasonable. Structurally, in structure, this is a very good trade, probably next week. And positioning on it today is not necessarily a terrible idea. Go through here. So maybe I want to like the yen. I just nervous about some of that. Depends on what it's against. So Aussie CAD, what's changed here? Nothing. Aussie Swiss, hopefully that'll come back from yesterday. I think little small pieces. And it was like, whatever, didn't go. Sold the high. And it went a little more because of the Swiss. When that comes back, that's probably going to be a good trade. Hopefully it'll come back enough today. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to, just in case I miss it, I'm going to put my targets to, whatever. Targets to break even, just to reduce exposure. That's close enough. And I need to figure out how to do this with the analog sticks. Be able to move targets after they're set. That's, God, gangster. Probably figure that out this weekend. But yeah. Next, nothing there. Aussie Kiwi, not a good pair to trade, really. Can be really messy. But it's been, actually, the New Zealand dollar and the Australian dollar have been splitting ways lately. A lot. I've noticed that. Pound Aussie looks good here. CAD Swiss, you know, or just range. There's so much rangy mess here. Swiss yen, I'm just already in it. Kind of waiting for some stuff to play out. Really wish I could. Got some really good positions. I wish I could hold over the weekend. CAD yen, I'm not sure about this. The CAD's just blah. I figured that's going to go. I've got a pending order lower. If it would just go lower, I'll try it first just to see if it bounces today. But if not, I'll be looking for lower on that, honestly, anyway, which is fine. Euro Swiss, come on, baby, come on down. Huge possibility of a big retracement back down. Big move back down. One of those things where, yeah, I don't know. I'll wait on it. If for some reason it pulls back up there, put a pending order a little bit. We'll put a pending order up here. Put a target right in there. Close enough. Next. If for some reason it bounces up, I'll take the short on a lower high in supply up there, but not yet. I'm assuming that's going to get stopped out at break even. Let's see. Euro yen. Again, I want to like it. There's a very good chance that it bounces. However, the yen has been ridiculous lately, and we'll see if it holds inside the opening range. That's a maybe. It's a maybe. It's one of the few things I would be willing to even give it a shot at right now is euro yen, because of the price action. It's got really good price action right now for reversal. Euro dollar, good game. Short already. Hopefully it'll continue lower. One was from yesterday. One was the retracement right here from earlier. Hopefully it'll keep going. Doesn't look good. We're going to need more strength out of the dollar. It's just not really a good entry anymore, and that's the thing. Pound Aussie, come on, hold that center level. Looks good. Pound CAD's it's in too much of a consolidation really to make a decision on it. There's probably not much room for it to go up before it runs into like heavy traffic, so probably skip that. Anything on the Swiss is probably going to be a big short, but it's not a good entry right now. The entry was earlier. The dollar, and I missed gold. I'm kind of bummed about missing gold. It was perfect entry. Missed it. If I would have been watching it, I would have taken it. Higher high that hit the hash mark. It's easy call short, and I mean to the pip. It would have been a perfect entry, and I was just screwing around. Pound yen, we'll see. Maybe. I don't trust it really. Pound yen's not really the best thing to trade anyway, but it's not great right now. Stuff coming back. Come on, Dow. There we go. Dow's coming back. US dollar. Nervous about the dollar here. Let's watch the dollar actually. We got a thing happening on the dollar here that we're watching. We're hitting the that level. Curious to see what's going to happen here. New algorithmic level we've been watching. Curious where that is. Could be a potential rejection here on the dollar. Like dollar CAD could be a short-term pullback. Now it may pull back and make a higher low. You know, the aggressive trade right here would be to scalp this short, you know, with a very tight stop and look for, you know, somewhere like maybe bottom of the range like that. Whatever. The chance that it holds. Look at it later. Yeah, and again, it's like an aggressive type of play that holds the top of the range. Dollar yen, already in it. Come on, dollar. I want the dollar to go up. I hope it does. Honestly, hope the dollar runs because I'm more long dollar than anything. Huge possibility on dollar yen. I made a big move too to break the low. starting to scale into it. Just a lot of potential for this to go like much higher. Dollar CAD. Yeah, we'll take a look at that on the 4 hour. Yeah, we'll look at that right now. Oil. Gold. Bummed to miss that. Wish I would have missed that. Missed it. Stops to break even on the Dow. Just like that. Next. Buckhorn doesn't look good. I'm looking at dollar CAD. Where is it? Dollar CAD. I'll flip over to the 4 hour. Oof. Yeah. 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 And and that's the thing, is the pullback scalp just to the center. Yeah, that looks great actually. If that will close and that next candle will pull back just a little bit, it's going to be long. That looks good. That looks good. Yeah, that would be a great close there for sure. Yeah. Yep. How much time is it? We still got it, like an hour and a half to close. Yeah, so that looks good. Not necessarily the best long, and that's what I mean. I want to be long dollar. I hope the dollar runs, honestly. If that candle closes like that and pulls back just a little on the next one, that's what we're going to be watching right there. Just curious about that level that's right there on the dollar. But yeah, that looks good. And that would be the thing. If we can just get that pullback right there, just back to the center and then gone, for the rest of the day, that would be awesome. I think the dollar has a lot to gain. The dollar index, it does. And dollar CAD would obviously benefit from that. Taking a risk on the top of the range scalp back to the center. A lot of faith in that, obviously. Look at the 1 hours. It's euro yen. It's just crazy low. It's dumb low down there. It's just like in low risk. Just let it ride and see what happens. Look at it Monday, Tuesday. What's the worst that could happen from here, kind of thing. It's already dead. Oil, come on back down. Had a hedge on oil. The long took profit, and I'm kind of floating, waiting for it to come back. Shouldn't have closed the hedge, but which is fine. One Dow. Target. Just in case it does something crazy today. Markets have been doing crazy stuff. Just in case it goes like ridiculous. Potential for that. Yeah. Gonna go. I hope the dollar runs up. Yeah, that looks good on dollar yen. Dollar Swiss, dollar CAD's gonna get stopped out, which is fine. It's just a scalp low time frame thing because of where it is. Ow. Should probably stop just a hair higher right there. Just in case it rejects and pulls back a little bit inside the range. But the next 4 hour candle, yeah, honestly, I hope the dollar goes. I hope it runs hard, because some of that will be good. Dow too, Dow short, and it could be just risk off. Equities down is what it is. I would rather be long dollar CAD, but from lower. Come on, dollar yen. Back to the 1 hour. Yeah, so this is the thing here. How far is that going today? Obviously right in there is going to be a thing. Man, it's probably going to bounce on the hash. I don't know. We'll see how we close this week out. Stops to break even anyway. If it were to pull back up, might try it again. There could be a bounce here. I could see that happening. But we're getting more information now. That's a good thing. We're getting more information. At least there's that. 1.35. Yeah, it's gonna have to go quite a bit higher. Yeah, yep. On the dollar index. Yeah, it's extremely low, man. In structure, like on the macro, it is crazy low. Like there's a lot of room for retracement over the next few weeks to months even. We've been down for months on the dollar, and where it's getting to right now is at a crazy level. Yeah, good game there. Come on, I want the dollar to go up actually. That looks good on dollar CAD. If that would pull back just a little bit, pull back to the center, and then up for the next 2 weeks. Come on. What I want to say, pound dollar, meh. I'm gonna start being more selective too about just kind of run and gun right now, but next week we'll go back to being much more conservative about and waiting for the right thing to happen. And it's just fun to kind of go through and take stuff. Low risk, you don't have to worry about that. Ends maybe. Watching that level though on the dollar. What's that? Euro Swiss. And I wish that thing would go, man. Say that. I wish I could do it. Doesn't need to be there. That was in case it pulled back earlier. That can go now. That low. What else? Let me check these messages. Make sure. Hey, somebody was trying to get in this morning. Full screen if you're there. Full screen graphics. Check your Patreon if you're there. Check your messages. Yeah, see that rejection right there. I'm watching that level. An interesting level there. Dollar rejection. Dollar CAD's going to. Come on, Pound Aussie. Pound Aussie's very low. Very low at the bottom of a range. Huge opportunity for that to bounce. Just equal lows across the board going back all the way to September, and we're on the low now. Look at the 4 hour on Pound Aussie. Putting in 2 hammers in a row, looking right on the low of a range. Just looks great for next week. Looks really good for next week. Hopefully we can get a move there. Just, if you're into swing trading, you might want to watch Pound Aussie. I'm just looking for day trades, but I'm going to be watching that one every day. That's a good one. Euro dollar. Huge potential on that, man. Just looking to get back into the money. Back into the wicks down here. Where your longs were correct and hadn't been stopped out yet. These guys were right down here in the up move, and they haven't been taken back out yet. It'll happen. That pulls back. What at you? Euro dollar is it's a great short. Honestly, you should probably, wish I could leave that on. That might run for a long time. A minute. Euro dollar's in a crazy spot right now. Come on, Pound Aussie. Let's get this back to break even. Make this not so bad. Some of these yen pairs are going to get stopped out, whatever. CAD yen again. I'll try it next week with the yen. I'll take Yeah, you can take trades at the same time. Yeah, it manages its own trades, or it can manage all of the trades. There's two different configurations for the risk for the money management part. It can manage only its own trades on an individual strategy basis, or it can manage the entire account. Like, because I trade a hybrid approach a lot. Like, I'll let it take trades as well, and I'll also take manual trades to kind of nudge it along, just you know, to distribute the strategy risk. And you can manage it. It'll either close, whatever you can say, close out when you get to 0.5%. When your total open exposure gets to 0.5%, close everything, or only close the bot trades. Yeah, you can do that. It has that ability. It's really segmented down pretty well. Like, every individual strategy can manage its own positions, or you can manage all. You can look for a certain target. Like, say, look, when I hit $100 target, just close out automatically. Just take them all down. There's a lot of value in doing that. Just trying to hit a target and then reposition, go to the next target. Reposition, just get a first down over and over and over and over and over. Just keep moving the chains by X amount of dollars or X percent. Yeah, it absolutely does that. So yeah, you can take only the bot trades, and you can keep your manual positions open, or it can automatically close all of them at a certain percentage or dollar amount currency target. Yep, you can do that. And it's individual. Maybe we'll go over some of that at some point, and just while the market's moving, want to try to catch some trades. The other side, we're kind of, yeah, the dollar yen looks good. Like I said, we're doing a little more YouTube than normal here, but we're going to kind of go back to focusing on the group stuff. But we'll still stream. Going to try to find a balance between the public and private stuff, because, still got to do the other stuff too. Right now I'm just kind of flipping through, testing this new software. Kind of hang out on YouTube a little bit, and we'll still do some of it. We'll still, but probably only at certain times. That's what it is. And the group stuff is 24 hours a day. It's always there. Stream is always on, and pop in at different times. God, Aussie yen. Man, that would go lower. Be looking at it now. Aussie yen again. Some of these yen pairs I think are going to set up for some really good entries, but for next week, it'll be next week. Unfortunately, it just doesn't look like it's going to go today. Kind of thing I would normally start scaling into. Got a lot of programming to do this weekend too. Got some good stuff coming this weekend. The auto hedge is coming. I'm going to work on that first. Working on the risk analysis panel, where it looks at all of your open trades and figures out how much, total loss or risk or reward. If everything hit target, how much would it be? If everything hit stops, how much would it be? And you can easily manage multiple positions. It's something that MetaTrader doesn't do. You can easily manage multiple positions that way. You can say you can have 10 different positions, and that your total risk is, 0.68%. It calculates the dollar amount and points from if every stop got hit, and it tells you exactly what your risk is. Which is something that MetaTrader doesn't do. And it's working now. Just got to update that and make it look a little better, and then update it. Kiwi Swiss, normally I'd be looking at that too at the bottom of the range. Or a scalp, whatever. Top of the range. $5. Whatever. Buying the bottom of the range there. CAD. There we go. Come on down, dollar CAD. watching that level. They're in profit. And it would be looking to close it when it gets back to the center. Just, if you were scalping this, just kind of demoing, if you were scalping this, we'll go into a 1 minute chart and you can get ready to, like say you want to close all the trades, say I'm going to close all trades on this chart, not all, but on this chart. You could wait, and when it hits target, you just click the button. It's a good game there. Like you can also move stops to break even like that, and put a stop to break even, and then get ready to close it. Close partial too. Probably just a micro. No, it's not. So we can test. So it's 6/10. We could test closing a partial. Like you say right now, it's in profit. So I'm going to bring up my partial close menu. I'm going to close half of it. Bloop, just like that. Already done. Partial close. So there's that. And it leaves some more open. Okay, so it got stopped out at break even. Closed partial, and some got stopped out at break even. But it works. It works, and that's the important thing. Good game. Scalper's best friend right there. Without even looking at anything. You don't even have to look. Speaking of that, got fingerprints. These blue blocker glasses. God, it's so weird wearing glasses. I don't wear glasses. Bonkers. Kiwi dollar. That looks like super interesting there too. Normally I would, whatever, put a stop there. Be looking for the top of the range, maybe the center or top of the range probably. Normally I would be looking at this and just taking a small position. Not the greatest entry, but back at the bottom of the range like that, I know that there's a chance that that could end up higher. If for some reason the dollar pulls back here, and could be a range expansion, it's possible. Where the dollar is, you see it, it's interesting where that's rejecting. Just kind of spread the risk out and look at it later. Dollar yen's actually okay. I'm going to leave that on. That doesn't look bad at all. Oh, I really missed that one. I wish I would have taken that. Killing it on, man. Dow's murdered it. I might be able to square something up here. Might make a risk management decision here. Let me look and see where Euro, because the Dow is probably going to bounce here. It may go quite a bit lower than this today, but I know that there's a potential for that to bounce there. Let me look at Euro Swiss real quick. It's my biggest losing position. And since I'm in risk management mode here, I'm in damage control mode here. I've got to get flat. So I don't know if this is going to go or not today, probably. But I've got a $25 gain, and I could offset one of these losing positions. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to close the Dow. I'm going to just make the risk management decision, and I can probably find something else as the day goes on. This was a huge win on the Dow. We're about, oh, come on. We're about to get close to a point that it could bounce. I think it's going to end up lower, but we're about to the point where it could bounce. I'm going to close this trade on the Dow, and I'm also going to remove some of the risk. So I'm going to take the $25 gain, and I'm going to close one of these negative positions on, I'll close $2 in oil. That'll offset those two positions. So now not really much changes as far as my drawdown is, but I've reduced the exposure. So I've reduced the amount of exposure I have to the market. So just in case this bounces back up I won't go into a worse drawdown. So what I did is I just closed the Dow and I squared it up with another position that was negative. It's position management stuff that matters. So what I'm doing is, because I have to be flat by the end of the day, I'm going to reduce my exposure. And a lot of what we do on the group side is the magical management stuff. There are a lot of money management tricks that you can do to turn a losing position into a winning position. That's really where the good stuff is. But I'm just explaining what I'm doing there. Why? I don't care if this goes farther or whatever. Could it go more? Sure. But what I'm doing is I'm reducing my exposure, and for the reason is because I've got to be flat by the end of the day, and I don't want to, what if it does bounce? It's a what if. What if the equities market bounces here and runs back up for the rest of the day? It's possible. This is one of those decision-making points where you would take profit on the short. I'm just going to close out and reduce my exposure so my drawdown won't get any worse. And I pulled down some of the risk on that Euro Swiss, which is what I need to do. If it wasn't Friday, I would just wait. I would let it go. Because honestly, that was a really, really good position. That was a really good position on the Dow. It was a great trade. And I would let that go. I would let that ride because it has a lot of potential to come down. But I need to get rid of some of the risk. Maybe we'll go look at some charts here. I'm going to see if anything else needs to happen. Kiwi looks like it's going to bounce. Garbage. Let that get stopped out. Swiss, whatever. Pound Aussie looks great. Honestly, that's a really, really good looking. Right at the bottom of the range. I wish I could hold that. Hopefully it runs up today. Euro dollar. Make a decision on this. I'm going to guess that that's going to go lower. Could probably take a partial, close half of it. Take a partial on it just to realize some profit. And if it runs back up, at least it won't be that big of a deal. Let's see if there's whatever. So there's that. Close 50% of the exposure. So there's that. I think it's really useful for that. It's your net size and not just a single position. It'll calculate how much lot size you have open and close half of it. I'm going to get the auto hedge working this weekend, where you can just click a button. It'll automatically hedge your exposure in place. You can wait if you're not sure about market conditions, or if you're way in profit, you can just hedge it instead and leave that buffer open in positive equity, and then take a swing at something big. And you have a buffer to take that swing, and you won't be anywhere, it protects against daily drawdown. Have some very useful things that'll be working on Monday. The yen, man, this yen stuff is just, oh, come on, Swiss, come on back down. Look at where the dollar rejected. Let that take itself out at break even. The name of the game is to reduce exposure and get back to break even here on a Friday. And we'll also try to find some trades while we're doing it. This is still okay. I don't know, we'll see. Gonna manipulate this back to zero somehow and see what the damage is after yesterday. Getting stopped. I had an awesome week, and then yesterday happened. CPI happened. Stopped out a little bit, which is fine. Back to trading. We got our 8 a.m. candle coming here, so probably going to be some volume on the open. Here come the dogs. How does the center line of the range work? That is G13 classified. That's an important level. It's not as important as some of the others, but yeah, it's a formula. There's a dynamic range that's measured, and then it sets up a potential range based on the current price action that's already happened from London session forward. I'm not going to get into the actual way that all works, but it's not what everybody thinks, really. It's not what you think it is. But no, it's not pivots or anything like that. It depends. And how you play the strategy is what changes. It depends, honestly. It's all group stuff. Actually, somebody was already kind of upset with me for giving too much away on YouTube. So we're going to kind of pull that back a little bit. Still watch it. If you pay attention closely, you might learn some things that you've never seen before. Important things, very important things. Pound CAD, pound Swiss. P, man, that was a great run down there in equities. Probably got lowered. It's probably got more. It's where it is. I'm not willing to. It's time to take profit. We'll put it that way. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I just didn't know what you're using. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it on the other side. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say yeah. It's yeah. I'll answer whatever questions you have on the other side. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, see, that's the thing about YouTube. I gotta know who everybody is now. I'm used to everybody's Zoom names, but yeah, we can talk about that. If you're interested in that, Brandon, and again, I'm not big on marketing, but if you're interested in that, there's a link in the description. Patreon. It's incredibly affordable on purpose. I make it intentionally accessible to everyone, and the goal is to under promise and over deliver. I try to, offer a lot of value for that amount. You're not going to find a better value for that amount of money. Not going to sit here and market. Plus all the software and the trading bot alone. I mean, I could easily sell that bot for $1,000 a piece. Easily. All the other stuff that's for sale for crazy dollar amounts. This blows all that out of the water. It's not even close. Not even close. And that's 100%. I stand by that. I look at some of these things sometimes, and people are charging $500-$600 for a bot, and it's just like, what? Like, it's basic compared to what I'm doing. And it's I'm very confident about that. But yeah, it's I'm not big on marketing. I'll tell you when something's good, and I'll tell you when something's not good. But the goal, as far as the other side, is like try to offer people a lot, and the people who are willing to check it out, they understand. It depends on what you're looking for. We trade every day, same thing, but there's strategy, and we break the markets down all day long, all the way on into equities close. London has been rough lately. London session has been very low volatility, and it can be really frustrating. But overall, everything's been pretty good. But there's the software and all the range tools, everything, every single thing that I'm working on is available to group. If it's something you're interested in, check out the description. Patreon will get you there. And everything is included, all of it. Euro Kiwi. But right now we got to find some trades. It's a little bit. This 8 a.m. open can be a volatile hour. This is when things start to pick back up. This is when things start to pick back up. So, yeah. So it's one of those things. A lot of people just aren't aware of, the capabilities of the bot and how powerful it is. But I know it can be confusing because there's so much, like there's just so many things, and I get that, and that's part of what I'm working on, is making that easier, and that's why I'm integrating the app into it, integrating the bot into the app, so you can manage it in a graphical interface. Like, everybody's familiar with using an app, to configure the trading bot. It'd be so much easier, and it's halfway done. It's already there. I've got to kind of port over the configuration, because there's already a configuration file, right? There's already a configuration file set up for the bot where you can just do it from a configuration file in a text, like a text file, and just change the configuration live, hot swap the configs. But being able to do that from the app is going to be so much better. So it'll be a very powerful trading bot with an interface that you can control from a tablet or an app, and just change it on the fly and configure it, whatever strategies you want, without having to even open MetaTrader. That we're like a week away from that. That doesn't exist. Like, nobody has that. And the bot is good too. It's better than good. It's just, you got to run at lower risk, because when you get these crazy trend, it depends on the strategy too. If you're running a trending strategy along with a mean reversion strategy, along with a range expansion strategy, along with a low time frame scalping strategy, and you run them all together, it has like 19 different strategies. You can run them all in combination with each other. That is where it's the best thing to do, but you're going to do better with it if you're willing to test it in the tester and try to figure out how it works. I'm working on finding, there's so many different ways to configure it, that if you're willing to actually play with it a little bit, you're going to find a lot of, it can do whatever you want. It's like a Swiss Army knife. It can do whatever you want it to do. You can, whatever. If you want to only take a reversal strategy at a half a standard deviation out of the opening range between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., you can do that kind of thing. If you want to, take a moving average cross, you can do that. You want to, buy when there's a valley in the RSI data below 30, you can do that. I don't generally use those types of strategies, but it's actually not, you can do that with, with an algorithmic strategy. It'll manage the money for you too. If you want a delta neutral grid hedging strategy, where it's basically like kind of a 100% win rate strategy, but you got to be, it's more for a larger balance. You can do that kind of stuff. There's some really crazy stuff. Smart grid's really good. Fully automated supply and demand, a multi-time frame, fully automated supply and demand, where there can be confluence between, you can say, I want to watch the 4 hour, the 1 hour, and the 5 minute. And when you're in supply, or when you're in demand on all three of those time frames at the same time, take along. And when it gets up to the next supply level, automatically flip it from long to short. It can do all of that. It's a fully automated supply and demand bot. Find it. Multi-time frame, fully automated supply and demand, and that's only one of the 19 strategies. It's only one. Go ahead and find that. And that's the thing is, if you're willing to, depends on what your risk parameters are too. If you're willing to let it breathe a little bit, you can get some really crazy numbers out of it. I prefer to run at low risk. But it can, depends on your strategy. There's a lot of things that it can do. Candlestick patterns, there's tons of candlestick patterns. You want to have it buy when there's a morning star candlestick pattern and you're also below your projected low of the day. They can do that. You want to have it grid that strategy every time there's two hammers in a row. You know, okay, say there's two hammers in a row, whatever. Every time you can set a grid based on that entry signal, and it'll just enter. If it goes down to the next one, it'll enter, and as it comes up, you can knock out your higher positions automatically and leave your lower positions on. And you know, it can do all of that automated. It does a lot. The hedging alone, the smart hedge alone is a big deal. And it's just, you know, I'm not going to sit here and try to sell it. Whatever. We'll mess with it next week. People just don't understand is the thing. People have no idea what they have access to. Like, we'll play with it next week. You know, it's a cool thing, but you know, it's part of it. Pound Aussie. There we go. Come on, baby. Hold on. Should have taken a bigger position on that, man. That ended up going. But yeah, no, it's a very, very powerful trading bot. There's tons of strategies. And it's different things. They're meant to work together is what it is. I haven't seen anything better than that. People that charge a lot of money for stuff that's ridiculous compared to that. Pound dollar, Aussie dollar. I'm basically taking every strategy that is good and I'm putting it all in one master thing, and it can trade them all at the same time. It can trade the entire market at the same time. You're not restricted to just one asset. And actually trading a distributed risk model is a very good idea. You know, trade all 28 combinations of the 8 major currencies. All of them. Gold, S&P, Bitcoin, trade them all. Trade the whole market and let it figure it out. That is a legitimate way to do things. With smaller positions. Many small positions that all equal one normal size net position. But you're trading the entire market movement and not just one thing. And that there's a lot of power in doing that. You know, that's what we'll play with it next week. Just got a bunch of other crap going on. There's all the stuff, man. So we got all this right. I wish I would have taken a bigger position on that. Probably going to bounce here though. You know, we got a magic level here about to happen. Has nothing to do with candles. Just turn them off. It's not that. We got something about to happen here. This would be a very good place to take profit, actually. You got a very likely point of rejection here. Algorithmic rebalancing point. It's nothing to do with any candles or anything to the left or nothing like that. It's a formula. See what happens here. The hash, rebalancing hash. Maybe on Euro Yen. The yen stuff I'm just about done messing with for now. What do we do here? Yeah, see, like the S&P. This is where you would take profit on your short or close the short. There's a potential for this to reject pretty harsh right here, if not all the way. But sometimes you see some crazy stuff at this level, like just complete light low of the day. This is one of two levels that's one of the likely lows of the day. Algorithmically, it's algorithmically driven market. It is what it is. There's no arguing. Once you see this stuff every day, there's no arguing that. Like, it's obvious. You know, we're there right now on euro dollar. Same thing. You're going to see the whole market start to reverse here. That's why I wanted to close that Dow. We'll watch that on euro dollar. possible reversal here. It's right in this 8 a.m. hour too. Pound Swiss, nothing. Aussie, good game. Let's go. Yeah, curious here. Watch the S&P. Out for a minute. Give this a second. Hold on, give me 1 second. Be right back, and we'll continue on. Give me just a minute. Yeah, just give me just a few. I'll be right back. We run the dogs out and be right back. It's 8 a.m. Watch for volume and reversals. All right. We'll try that in a second. Come back in here for a minute. Where are we? A little bit of a bounce there. On back. So where are we? What do we have on our 8 a.m. open? Where are we? Interesting there on the dollar, where that rejected. It's not surprising. We got a range expansion happening here. So, could be, might be back down on the dollar actually. See what happens here. Got a broken low and a broken high. That is an issue. Aussie dollar. Whatever on that. It's not in a good place. You know, realistically, you know, you've got buyers in here. Shoot for the low end of that. You got buyers right here. It's probably not the best time to start selling it, honestly. So we'll probably skip that. Potential for it to go lower, I'm sure. Probably not the best time to do that. How often am I on personal platform? If you mean like the Zoom stuff on the other side, every single day, all day. If that's what you mean, yeah. Or if you mean like trading my account every day, trade every day. Yeah, we're always there. I've been on YouTube a little bit more the last couple days, and we're gonna try to find a balance on that. Normally it's just all day group stuff all day, from London Open until the market closes. And generally I'll try to work on like programming and stuff toward the end of the day. It depends on what's going on. It depends on the market too. But I put in a lot of hours, man. I'll tell you that. But you know, I'm always doing stuff. I'm also building stuff too, like programming and, you know, building tools for us and stuff. Trying to set us up for the future. The best possible chance we can have on continuing to beat this market. And the ultimate goal is to automate everything and, you know, basically that's the ultimate goal. And we're really, really getting there. We're close. Really close to not even having to do it anymore, honestly. To be honest, that's the ultimate goal. And still be able to take manual trades when we want, but just, you know, there's a point where software can be more efficient, honestly. And that's where we're trying to get to. You know, it's good now, but there are some things that working on that are really going to push it over the limit. You want to take that journey and have access to something extremely powerful for very, very little money. Basically just enough to have skin in the game. Ooh, CAD yen. Dadgummit, man. On here on CAD yen. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. Yeah, it's up to you. You know, want to check it out? Check it out. Most people, when they come and see, you know, on the other side, most people stay. Because of the amount, the value is what it is. You know, it's whatever. I'm not trying to sell it. It sells itself. You guys make your own decisions. CAD yen. Yeah, my goal first and foremost is to make it pay for itself. I just want to make sure that, you know, pays for itself. And then everything past that, you have to lose. Right? Something to consider. The CAD yen is really making a run here. Oh man, I wish this wasn't Friday. This is like crazy level. Crazy low down here. I want everything in me says it's time on that. Close. Getting there. Really, really getting there. We got a lot of confluence down here. Different types of things going on all in one place. It would be a very reasonable place, obviously. Looking back at it. Just good game. It made the run. It made the whole run down in 2 days. It's crazy. Yeah, that's pretty wild. The run that CAD yen made. It's nuts. $30. Friday. The question is it going to drop and just kind of accumulate on the low, or is it going to immediately retrace and go back up? There could be a violent retracement coming off of this. Some of these yen pairs that are still going down. I mean, violent retracement. CAD yen. There's consumer sentiment today. It's I don't know why it's a red folder. That's not something that's really normally a big deal. I think everybody knows consumers are pissed. The big secret there. Yeah, it's just, yeah, I don't know. No big secret there. I think technical levels are going to matter more than that particular data point. If there's a rate decision, or maybe something like non-farm payroll or inflation, something like CPI, obviously those are going to be your NFP, your CPI, and any kind of rates decision are going to be your big volume events. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see on that. I can't imagine that consumer sentiment's going to be that big of a deal, but maybe. And I just know that it's like I almost don't want to mess with it, but I also know that there's going to be, when it goes, it's going to be ridiculous. It's one of those things where you might get chewed up a little bit, take some stops, and when you hit it, it goes 300 pips. And, and that's the thing. You might get stopped out 2 or 3 times trying to catch it with something like that, trying to catch the bottom. There's really no trending move to take here. Euro yen, same thing. Just basically getting an opportunity to get something that's extremely low with a high probability of a pretty decent retracement on the open of the next weekly candle, which would be next week. Euro Kiwis, maybe. Yeah, honestly, I got stopped out a little more than normal yesterday, just trying to buy into it. Good game. It just went lower than you would think it would go, but good game. I thought it was going to pull up and retrace a little bit or something, get some kind of consolidation, really consolidate, and it just went straight through on the yen. But now that it's down on the bottom, that's kind of how that goes sometimes. It's like, man, when you try it once or twice, like crap, that missed, but then it gets to the point where it's back to it's back on the bottom. And that's what I mean. It's as crazy as it sounds, it's just about time to try it again. Right about where it's getting there. A little bit more. It's crazy. If this wasn't Friday, it would be target rich environment coming. Like over the next hour or so, there's probably going to be some really good entries for next week. If you can hold over the weekend, there's probably some very, very low risk. And it can be low risk, just small positions, a small position that runs 300 pips. You know, on Monday, Tuesday, you look at it and it's way back up. That's probably how the yen's going to be. Some of the Swiss too. All that crazy move on the Swiss franc, you know, that's probably going to come back a little bit. But that little bit by percentage could be a lot. A lot of pips. Try to manage the risk really at this point. Trying to keep the risk low. Nothing's really changed. Bad's happened today. Just, gosh. Rough yesterday. Yeah, next week will be a new week too. We're going to be starting next week in some really good positions, honestly. That's exactly what's going to happen. You know, everything is pushed out to these crazy extreme levels. You know, so the retracement, you know, if it wasn't going to come today, you know, on some like the yen and the Swiss and all that, and it may come a little bit, but next week is probably going to be a good trading week. This week felt like it was going to be good earlier in the week, and it was just ended up being really messy price action all week. It was really wasn't a lot of volatility on most things, and then everything's like in this choppy range, and then you look at something based on the yen and it's just like a lightning bolt straight in one direction. But it was only like two currencies that really did that kind of thing. It was the Swiss and the yen this week. Everything else is flat across the board. You can see it on the strength tool. If you look at the strength tool, look at the hourly on the strength tool. It's just like flat. The flat market. You know, for the
1 hour.
Sorry guys. Prophetess Prime is talking to us. You know, look at the strength, like go to like a 1 hour, look at the strength tool. It's just flat. The whole market was flat, and then you had the Swiss franc that went lower, and the yen that went Leroy Jenkins. Straight up Leroy Jenkins on the yen, just straight up. So everything against the yen came down. So it was just weird move this week. But overall, there was a lot of ranging. This move in equities is good here. End up lower. Not willing to sell it now. But maybe lower. I'm going to watch these. Wait for some kind of a pullback. It looks like it's going to, you know, the NAS looks like it's got room to the downside. You know, we know what targets we're watching, and the thing is whether or not it's a good idea to jump on the moving train. You know, that's kind of what we try to figure out. Is it a good idea? When is it no longer a good idea to jump on the train? And when it's not a good idea to jump on the train, we're looking for the reversal. But sometimes you gotta wait. There's this window sometimes where it's no longer a good risk to jump on the trend, but it's also not necessarily time to take a reversal yet. Sometimes that's kind of where we are on a lot of stuff. Break the low here. Wild. This is going to be it. Watch some of this stuff. Set some of these up. Pound yen looks like it might have more to go. Close to where you would start. You know, normally where you would start scaling in. A little bit lower. Wrecked. Wrecked. Yeah, it's just, you know, who would have expected it to do that though? Like it's for the amount of time that it happened in. It was just like less than 2 days. I mean, it was just straight down. Less than 2 days. Did 325 pips in less than 2 days on CAD yen. That is an astronomical move for that pair. And this move back up was big too. But it's the amount of time that it happened in. It's very short time span for that to happen in. Just, you would expect it to pull back and go into some kind of consolidation and pull back a little bit or something and just kept going. The heck, man. So, whatever. It is what it is. It's not great, that happened, but there's nothing you can do about it but wait for it to hit the floor and then try it again. You just try it at the next level. So that's literally all you can do. When something just completely blows it out like that, you just wait for the next level, the next decision point, and make a decision. Try to be patient and do the right thing. Crazy, it's almost don't want to mess with it, but at the same time, it's hard to pass up opportunities. The one time you say, man, you know what, I don't know, I'm not gonna, this is this is rough, I don't want to. This is a scary thing. I don't want to take it. And then you don't take it, and it, and 2 hours from now, it's up 100 pips. Just moon the other way because it's so far down already that it has a lot more room to retrace back up. You get this massive move off the low. That's always how it is. It's always scary trying to take a reversal. You have to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. We talk about this a lot. To catch reversals, at least. You got to be comfortable with being uncomfortable, because sometimes it gets scary and it doesn't feel good. It feels like, man, this is just going down. I don't want to buy this. Like, that kind of thing. But you have to lose. The deeper it is, the better tighter your stop can be too. A little bit more. Everything is kind of getting to a level all at the same time. This is why we trade the whole market and not just one thing. Everything kind of works together and gets to a point all at the same time. The S&P, where's gold? Gold's a mess. Dollar. I'd like to see the dollar move. Man. Sucks, man. Such a good shot on that. Would have been good to be short. Short on all this stuff against the yen earlier in the week. But who would have known that it would have gone that far? And like the Swiss, it went so far. Anyway, let's watch this for a second. We're getting close on a couple things. We're getting really close to a decision-making point, honestly, where it's time to, I'm curious to see what's going to happen. I'm getting really close to some decision-making points here. Give me just 1 second. Be right back. Just a minute, and we'll continue this on. I'll say how many times have I done that? Been muted. I guess the group could hear me. No, we're gonna be, we're gonna be here, Fabi. Still on the group side. I'm doing doing a finish out the week on YouTube, and we'll go back to mostly group stuff. But during certain times of the day, we'll come on YouTube. We're still watching all the same stuff, but no, it's definitely gonna be separate. Just kind of, doing a week of YouTube and see what happens, see how it goes. Yeah, I do that all the time. Funny. Make sure I'm still good. Yeah, I always forget that I have to unmute in 3 different places. It's ridiculous. So sometimes I forget. Yeah. Anyway, back to it. But yeah, no, we're gonna go back to. We're gonna have the private stream on YouTube, but it's an unlisted private stream, and then we'll have the public stream that gonna do at the same time, but 2 very different levels of content. That's how we're gonna do this moving forward. We're gonna try that starting next week. I'm just kind of. On YouTube this week. But we're going to find that balance. We're going to go back to, we're going to find a balance here. So enjoy it while you've got it this week, YouTube, because it's, we'll go back to, we still got to do the, go back to doing the group stuff. And we go over like strategy stuff. And, I know there's newer people coming in and stuff. We're going to spend a couple days going through that stuff next week. Kiwi Swiss, setting in the bot. In the there's a decent setting in there. Yeah. Look in the bot group, the bot channel in Discord, and there's a setting in there that I posted like a couple days ago. That's it's pretty decent. A good way to start. It's a combination range expansion to hold positive equity, and then it scalps out smaller time frames in between. So the goal is one strategy is meant to hold positive equity and kind of gain that positive equity, and the other strategy is kind of scalps out in between, in the middle. It's just one way. Even the default strategy is reasonable, honestly. That's the open reversion, mean reversion strategy. But yeah, I was just thinking about that a second ago. We're gonna focus more on the bot starting next week. It's kind of doing this, other stuff this week. But next week we'll focus more on getting the bot where it needs to be. I'll take a look at it all over the weekend, and there's some stuff that needs to be cleaned up. There's a whole nother strategy I need to add. So euro dollar took profit, I guess. But yeah, there's a weird how they do that. But yeah, we're going to start focusing a little more on that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start running it on a separate account next week. So maybe we'll stream that on YouTube. Maybe we'll just do that. Check the bot out a little bit. Just low and slow. No reason to take any stupid risks. God Lord, this yen. Holy cow. This yen is wild right now. God. I'm in a rough one this week. Having to get some of this equity back next week. Got stopped out quite a bit yesterday. And it's still in some of that stuff. Man, come on, man. This Euro Swiss, it finally came back a little bit, but it's not enough. But yeah, no, we're going to go back to, for sure, go back to focusing on the group side of things. But there's going to be there's this separate stream for that. Just spending a couple hours on YouTube here. Kind of demoing a run and gun strategy here. Yeah, so that didn't work out, obviously, on Euro Yen. I'm just leaving the yen alone. The question is, what do you do right now other than, take risks on things that have made extreme moves? What do you do right now is the thing. other than try every level on the way down. You know, waiting, you know, the next place to make a decision here would be down here somewhere. You know, what do you do other than that? You know, but wait. You know, we're kind of waiting for the cream of the crop trades, really, and then taking little things in between. Not really a lot to do other than that. Yeah. I don't know. What's it going to make a difference? Another $20. Monk had yen. A little bit more on some of the stuff. I'm just assuming that here. You know, what do you do? Some of these things have already moved so far. And we caught some of it. Caught the dollar stuff at least. The dollars, it's on the way up. Just a weird, we got a weird move happening here. Best to probably leave the yen alone. Oh, come on, Aussie Swiss, it's so close. And I'm about to make a business decision on that. Probably going to bounce right there. I'm going to make a decision on this and just reduce the exposure. I'm going to close these out. Oh, wait, those weren't taken with the trade manager. Never mind. Those were taken manually, so those have to come off manually, which is fine. I don't want those on anymore. There's no reason for that to. It's Friday. It's probably going to bounce anyway. On Aussie Swiss. Watching, assuming we're going to go lower on pound yen, but just not much more lower. It's not a short. Aussie yen. Some of these yen pairs are just in full free fall. They're in free fall. And, you know, not going to try to mess with any of this anymore on the yen. If it's not going to hold those levels and whatever, I'll wait. I'll wait for it's going to have to go lower to make a decision. So, it's unfortunate, man. So many good opportunities on the yen. Do. Anyway, that's already set, I think. The question is, what do we do now? Just a continuation of the yen was not a good risk. It was already blown out every range. It's not a good risk to jump on the train. Maybe some people got lucky and caught it. I'll look at it next week. I'm going to let this fall. Let it hit wherever it's going to hit. And we'll see what happens later. I'm not going to start jumping on that. I'll look for something else. The dollar's gaining. The dollar's very likely going to go higher. So that's a thing. Pound Aussie's looking really good. That was a good run. That's very low too in structure. That's going to have a long way to go on Pound Aussie on into next week. Again, I got to close out by the end of the day for this account, but on the experienced accounts, you can hold over the weekend. You can hold over the weekend, trade through news, all of it. That's a much better scenario. And yeah. Yeah. This yen is, I don't know what it's doing. She's angry, boy. Leroy Jenkins to the yen is just crazy strong. It's just very, very strong. Dollar CAD ended up being good, but that makes sense, you know, for the dollar to just looking for a little pullback there. The dollar is stronger, but that makes sense. Like, if you look at where the dollar is, it's so crazy low. What's going on down there? Dogs are going crazy. Guess the yen's just not gonna play ball. Maybe next week. Silver actually looks like that might be a long. Spread on silver. Spread on silver is terrible. That's another thing. Those spreads on like the currency spreads, it's a raw feed. So, it's a raw spread. So you get like very like 0.2 pip spread on like euro dollar and pound dollar, all the liquid things. It's like crazy low spreads. So it's good for scalping. I'm not big on that kind of thing, but it's good for that. So that, that's a benefit. For That'd be a good close for silver. It looks like it's going to bounce. Gold's doing the thing. Lawn service. It's weird. They normally come on Wednesday. Heard them yesterday too. I hear the weed whacker out there. Gold is doing the thing. For gold bouncing, might even go high today. Yen's getting there. Assuming that's going to go a little bit lower. Yeah, it's kind of flipping through here. Wait. Something like Kiwi Swiss, that looks good. Again, normally if it wasn't Friday, I would be taking a shot at buying this for a retracement after that big crazy run all the way down. Just looking for some kind of a retracement there. That would make sense. I'm not going to add any risk to that. I'm only looking for the highest probability things right now because I've got to get this flat. I think, man, I'm telling you, the yen, just wait, watch what happens next week. The yen is going to turn out to be some really crazy entries. And it's all happening like right now. Can't mess with it anymore today. Good game. Good game, yen. But I'm definitely not. I'm not selling it. I've been saying that, but just not willing to sell it down there like that. That's too dangerous for me. I don't know. I'd rather watch it. I'll watch and see what it does. Aussie Swiss. That was a good decision to close that. CAD is doing nothing. Gosh, man. So weird. Like we're just not getting the setups. The things that look like reversals are just blowing all the way through. Not all of it. I've gotten some good reversals this week, but it's been a weird week. Either get nothing and you're just bouncing in between these little ranges, little low volatility ranges, or just absolute brutality in a trend that just doesn't stop. It just doesn't pull back. I think we're looking lower probably in the equities market today. That looks like that's going to go lower. Yeah, so lower stocks. Back up. Dollar's still good. Some of it's coming back. Kiwi Swiss, like that looks good. Good for a long, How much lower is that going to go today after that crazy move? Or it bounces back up? Yeah, what do you have to lose? Good close on that last candle. Already exceeded its range for the day. Putting in a hammer. The yen is really pushing it. Yeah, it's just a weird day here. Yeah, God, Euro Swiss. And a 1-to-1. My God. Yeah, that's a weird move that happened on the Swiss franc. The weird thing is it took a couple days. They say it's because the Swiss franc took its largest loss in 115 years. The Swiss franc, or the Swiss central bank, which is the Swiss franc basically. The Swiss central bank took its largest loss in 115 years. And then like 4 or 5 days later, the move started and it was brutal. Like it's like the whole world sold the Swiss, but it took 4 or 5 days, which was weird. Like nothing happened when the news came out. And then all of a sudden, just brutal. Come on, euro dollar. Best trade today. Euro dollar's still on. Looking lower somewhere down into there. Close a little bit more. Close some partials. A partial to close. Actually, back to the minimum position size. Could close partial if you wanted to. You could just say, I want to close 10% of my position. Done. As you start to go down, you roll it over and say, I want to close 25%. Done. Close a little more. I want to close out, whatever, 50%. And close the remainder. You could close all. Done. Yeah. It's going to be wreckage today, man. Going to be trying to get flat and like a moped. Going to be trying to get flat and then we'll continue on. Try to find some trades, man. CAD yen. This thing ain't going to go, man. Perfect. For a minute, the dogs are going to bark. Anyway, whatever there. We'll wait for the stuff. Still possible on some of it. Euro dollar's running pretty good. Close that. It's getting close, actually. Getting close to a point where I would be looking to close it. Yeah. Maybe it's going to go more. The dollar is getting to a point where that may be slowing down. Try to time this with the dollar. It's getting close now. I think the dollar is going to run up a little more, but right here is probably going to be a bounce. Charts. Put that down. See what we got. Just no mercy on the yen. I'm just not even bothering with it anymore. Normally I would love this kind of stuff. This is where you get good entries, because we don't know what the right side of this chart's going to look like yet. And I guarantee you the right side of this chart is going to look like this. So, Monday, Tuesday. Can you survive it is the question. Try it at level. I honestly can't believe that yen went down that far. Good game. Good game. Just holy cow, man. The trend is your friend on that one. But where it is, it's not something I'm willing to sell anymore. I was even yesterday. I'm not after that kind of a move. Just big runs here. We're there. Getting there. And we're back into buyers. This is where you close your shorts. You take more profit on your short or just close it. Honestly, after that, if you caught all of that on a Friday, you'd be closing. What's going to happen when everybody closes that? So yeah, weird day. Good week overall, but between yesterday and got some things today. I just haven't taken a lot today because You got to manage risk today. Put on a different account. Should be trading a different account really. Yeah, stuff is just crazy. What do you do about that? These are the kind of moves that only happen this kind of stuff just doesn't happen very often. Like this. Whatever happened was whatever. The Swiss central bank is wrecked. Biggest loss in 116-year history. They said 115 yesterday. Record, yeah. Swiss National Bank posts a record $143 billion loss in 2022, and they start selling it now. Crazy. Look at gold. Yeah, I saw it was doing the thing. Yeah, so this is what's going on with the Swiss, but it took days for it to start, which is weird. Largest loss in history for the Swiss National Bank. Yeah, let's take a look at gold. Yeah, it's doing the thing. Yep. It's doing the thing. That's went out, broke the high, right to the hash, then pulled back to that, and then here we go, going to break the high. Doing the thing. Yeah, interesting there. Yeah, how'd you take it? Good. Yeah, good deal. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Doing the thing. Gold does this really weird thing, and it does it a lot. It's enough. It does it enough that it's tradable and consistent. It does a very odd thing, and there's a very controlled thing that happens on gold. It's really interesting. And it's something that I've never heard anybody talk about. It's what it is. Very interesting situation there. Yeah, watching that, there's a high probability that gold's going to go break the high, the current high of the day. So we'll watch that. Yep. Thing. So, yeah, we were just talking about this yesterday. Yeah, so yeah, let's watch that. It's tempting to take it on a pullback, knowing what it's doing, knowing that there's a very good chance that happens. It's tempting to buy red candles for the rest of the day until it breaks the current high of the day. Yeah, and that's the thing. It made the move. It made the move already. A lot of times it will go and break the high afterwards. After it does that, that's what's so weird. Yeah, it's funny to watch it. Right here. Dogs are gonna bark and lawn people outside. And dogs are gonna go nuts. Yeah, gold's interesting. We probably need to watch gold anyway. We're coming into the Equities Open, so let's see what happens here on the Equities Open. Let me mute for a second. Hold on. yeah, that was yeah, I was muted for a second on YouTube. We were talking about something. So yeah, anyway, back to YouTube stuff. Maybe we'll run the bot next week. I'll set it up and we'll run it on an account next week, just to play with it. See, we'll try some different strategies. Kind of in that phase, we're testing strategies. Really, there's so much capability, and now it's like you gotta test different strategies, see how they work with each other. You know, that kind of thing. May not want to miss that next week. Well, we're gonna do some of that next week. Brutality. It was pound yen trying. Crazy. Cannot believe this yen, man. It's unfortunate. Queued up. There's just nothing else happening. Like, there's no. What do you do? But watch the brutality. Like, you're not gonna sell this now. Like, this is not gonna sell the bottom. Good game. It did it all in one run. 0 pullbacks. You know, so what do you do about that? Pound yen's already trying again. Watch this stuff, man. Pay attention to it. You know, this is the next place you make a decision. You know, do you try it is the question. You know, is it worth it? Hard thing to make a decision on. You know, do you chase it? Yeah, I'm gonna set up a trending strategy, mean reversion strategy, and a range strategy, and we'll try it. I'm gonna try something different, and we'll do it live. Why not? Do it live like Bill O'Reilly. Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things. Yeah, the yen is just so crazy where it is. Like, if you're willing to hold that, like, it's a low risk opportunity. It has been since yesterday, and it's just, this is the next place that you try it. You try it every decision point, and when you get it, it does 10 times what you got stopped out. You know, that's the idea. With something like this, you know, with where you're trying to figure out where the low is going to be, something like that. You know, there's really no trending move to take, and it's already moved too much to jump on the train. So, you know, at that, there's a point where you switch your bias from, you know, this is a trend to where's the end of the trend. You know, where's the bottom. You know, that's kind of where we're at with the yen. You know, obviously it's Friday. You know, when is it done is the question. Gosh, when is it over? And equities here. We got the stock market about to open too. I'll watch that. You know, again, generally runs counter to the equities market too as part of it. This bounces, might be okay. We're going to watch this here too. We're going to watch the stock market open here in about 12 minutes. It's going to be something to pay attention to. Gold's doing the thing, maybe on a pullback. Gold might be along on a pullback. May not be the best entry right now. Some of this stuff looks like it's going lower. Aussie dollar just looks like that's not done yet. Euro pound, euro yen, pound yen. It's all like ridiculous levels. Like, and then you try it, take the stop. If it does not hit, and then it goes lower, you try it again, you take the stop. Then you catch the one that runs 350 pips. You know, Monday afternoon, you're closing a 300 pip run back up. That's what we're looking at right now. Are you brave enough to try it? Can you survive it is the thing. A hard decision. Stock market open here. So, good game, dollar CAD. Gosh. Had it. Early this morning. Gone. Game dollar. Oh my gosh. Dollar might not be done either. Remember how low the dollar is. I think it's going to be interesting next week. The dollar is going to be super. You need to pay attention to the dollar next week for sure. Yen, come on, man. Last chance for a high or a low. I mean, if it's going to make a higher low, I mean, it's about as low as it's going to go. Aussie was good. That was a good run too on pound Aussie. That was 50, 60 pips. Still in it. Yeah. Or yen. Dollar CAD, this is the kind of thing where you try it. Where it is, look at dollar CAD. What happens there. But just where it is, I'm sure it's going to go higher later, but where it is right now, difficult to not attempt it. And if it takes a stop, then you take the stop. Had a market about to open here in 9 minutes too. Watch it. How much of a reversal is there going to be there? Maybe. I know it's super bullish on higher time frames, but where it is right now, that was the run. Question is, what kind of pullback do you get? We're in the money. Tough call. Yeah. Low risk. Why not? It's Friday. Got no job. Nothing to do. Friday. Got no job. Oh man. This kind of thing. And it is bullish on higher time frames. But, this kind of thing don't have a whole lot to lose really. Like,
The yen stuff is what I'm the most. This yen, it's going to be like this. It's going to be so bad and to the point where you don't even want to look at it anymore. And then all of a sudden, I'm telling you, we'll look at this Monday and we'll talk. We're going to talk about this Monday. I guarantee you. Monday, Tuesday, we'll be looking at this. Like, remember how crazy this was? Remember how painful this was? Happens all the time. It's the same thing. We always talk about the same thing. It's always so painful trying to figure it out. And then, we'll look at it Monday, Tuesday, and it'll be up like this. And we'll be talking about this. Remember how crazy this was down there? That was the bottom. That was the bottom. We were right. Always like that, every time. Euro Swiss is going to be the same thing. How painful that was. A whole nother story. That Swiss franc, man. Yeah, it says record $142 billion loss in 2022. And it took a couple days for the market to digest that, I guess. And somebody fat fingered the Swiss and just dumped it. Wrecked. So waiting for the market to open now. There's nothing to do. Careful on the market open. You can go both ways. Want to be careful trying to take a direction. If it looks like it's going in a direction, you might want to be careful with that. We're about to get some volatility. Finally. Which way we go here. See a scenario both ways. Lower and higher. Yes, we'll know here in just a minute. Not really much to say. You can say the same things over and over. Sometimes we're just really waiting for the next candle to open and see how it closed. See how the candle closes and be like, all right, is it time to make a decision? Are we at a level? We keep flipping through and say, are we here yet? Are we at the next decision point? Cat, there's yen. Nuts. This is absolutely crazy. Honestly, this is like getting to the point where it's actually like turning into a comedy show. I don't even know what this is. Like how fast it's happened. It's not about being down a lot. It's about how quickly it happened. The amount of money coming out of the market and going from one place to the other is really crazy, honestly. Complete repricing on the yen, like it's just gone. Gone. It is not coming back. That's 3 minutes. 3 minutes market open. We'll see what happens. Watch the Dow, NASDAQ, or the S&P, something. We'll watch the S&P. See what happens. We're in an interesting area. Price action's not good, but it can be weird on the open. Give me just a second. We'll watch this open. Nothing really to do but watch it. So here we go. Market open. See what we get. Go. And away we go. I think I closed that Dow short. The equities market's going to go up. Going to be eventually there's going to be a massive shift bar on the yen, just a big huge green candle off the bottom out of nowhere, faster than everybody can get out of their shorts. It's good. Eventually that's what's probably going to happen. How painful is it going to be? Where's that pain point? Ew, the S&P gone right off the hash. We're done. Closed there on purpose. There we go. All right, so there we go. Probably coming back up in equities. You don't want to buy into this though. Be careful with this kind of stuff. Everybody will buy into it and it'll reject right here at the trap, and probably might not end up good. You don't want to buy into this now, because what if it did stall here and comes back down and does this and then breaks the low? And everybody's going to buy into it right on the open. Not a good idea. Just because the candle's green doesn't mean you buy it. Rejecting right there. Wrecked. Dollar's coming back down. Not surprising. We're watching right here to see what we get. This is where you watch and you're like, okay, what is actually happening here? You know, what is it doing? Crazy. Dude, this price action. And is doing this. Like, it's just not turning around. I don't even expect it to at this point. I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm just going to watch and see what it does, you know, see how we close today. Holy cow, just waiting for that big green shift to come off the low. That maximum pain point. There goes gold. Gold's doing the thing. Probably going to go break the high. Yeah, watching this right here. So right as the market opens, you're going to get some volatility. Gold is such an easy trade on gold. Should have just taken it. Should have taken the short and then the bounce. Could have got this both ways. But be ready for it. Week we're going to go back to more planning and waiting. Kind of all over the place this week. Did really well until yesterday when the yen just kept going. Man, look at gold. Gone. This kind of stuff is crazy. On CAD yen, look at CAD yen. Now now we broke the low. We broke the macro low. So it was already down. This is nuts. This is actually crazy. Fascinating to watch this big of a move in that time period. And it's hard relative to the amount of time that it's happened. It's actually crazy, honestly. This is just not something you're just seeing something that doesn't happen very often. Not like this. You know, like once every year or two, you know, you get something like this in that amount of time. That is not normal. Normally takes much longer to make that kind of a distance move. It's the time period that it's happened in. You know, we're not talking about over 6 days. You're talking about over 1 day, 2 days. You know, which is a huge amount. You know, you're talking about 3 or 4 times faster to make this kind of a distance move than normal, than even the largest move. Already huge. And it's on top of that, it's happened 3 or 4 times faster than normal. It's just a weird thing. Anyway, equities. What's going on with equities? Gold. There you go. Going to break the high on gold. Wish I would have taken it. Silver. Wish I would have taken it. It was an easy call off the man. Just saying, it should go long silver. It's right off the low of the range. Makes sense. Hey, what's going on? DL guy, what's up, man? Yeah, speaking of silver, there you go. How's it going, man? Yeah, I can hear you. Chilling. Yeah, still doing it. Trade every day, every single day. Just back on YouTube. I haven't been on YouTube, but yep. Gold's gone. It's gonna go break the high. Did the thing. Where am I? Yeah, rough today. Waiting. Not doing anything right now. I wish I didn't have to be flat on Friday. I will be positioning on some of this stuff. The next level down, waiting on Euro Yen to get down. Try it again and try it again and try it again and try it again till it happens. There's not much to do other than those kinds of things, trying to catch some of those reversals, unfortunately. Objectively, let's take a look at this objectively. Where the dollar, what do you do with this kind of price action? There's not much to do with this. The dollar's not going anywhere. So that pretty much excludes the dollar. The yen won't stop going in the direction that it's going, but it's so far gone already that I'm not willing to sell it, or to buy into the yen in whatever form that is, like Euro Yen. I'm not willing to sell this anymore. So there's nothing to do there. There's no decision to make other than to try to catch the reversal at every time it gets to a level. And what do you do? Just weird price action all over the place on the dollar. Euro dollar is no good. Euro pound's in a range. The yen is doing whatever the yen's doing. I'm not even touching that anymore. I'm going to look at it on Monday. It's just, I'm tired of getting stopped out on it, trying to catch the bottom. It's, they're just blowing the ranges out. And it's hard to explain how rare this is for this kind of a move to happen. Like happened on the Swiss and happened on the yen. A lot of these yen pairs and Swiss pairs this week. For them to go that far outside of their statistical range is just not normal. It's just not normal. So what do? It's almost like you got to step back and leave it alone. You try it, because eventually one of these is going to be the low. And here's the logic. It might not have been there. It might not have been there. Maybe it's not here, but one of these is going to be the low. One of them will be. And if you're too scared to try it, you're not going to catch it. And that's the mindset thing. It's hard. It's a hard thing to say, look, man, I just got stopped out twice trying to catch this. But that third time might be the one that goes 300 pips. You know, and it depends on your risk tolerance. You know, you could say, oh, yeah, well, I knew it was going to go down here. Okay, well, did you know it was going to do 2 weeks worth of movement in 2 days? No, you didn't know that. You know, and that's the thing. That's not normal. That happens like never, really. You know, there's something different. This is a different kind of thing that's going on with the yen and the Swiss franc too. You know, so you would expect it to take, you know, a week to get down there, not 24 hours. You know, but I, you know the level I'm watching. But man, how fast it got there is a whole different story. It goes, God, man, gold is over and over and over the same thing. Did it again. Did it again. Did it again. Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm watching. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah. Crypto has been crazy, man. I haven't even been messing with it lately. There's just so much other stuff going on in other markets that are, crypto is just not the place to be right now. Yeah, but you know, obviously you can make good gains. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that run up was pretty crazy. And there'll be another, I'm sure there'll be another one. Once we get closer to the halving, miners will start, you know, holding again. There's a lot of selling going on. There has been. Gosh, man. I don't know what to even do at this point. And how much more even bothering with this yen anymore. Yeah, I'll say that, and then it'll get to a level, and then I'm gonna have to watch it go up for the next week, knowing that I had the bottom. Look at this. It's crazy. Pound Aussie, pound Kiwi. You know, what do you do here? These first couple candles in equities can be rough. You gotta be careful on the open. There's a whole bunch of people going to take positions, take profit from overnight, you know, that kind of stuff. We gap way down from the open. We opened way lower than, you know, we closed yesterday. So, and then we ran down all night pre-market, tried to take some of that back. There were some shorts closing, looks like, and now we're just right back where we were. These first couple candles can be weird. Man, that's a great question on that. You know, I it's hard to bet against Bitcoin going to new highs. I don't know how many more cycles it's got in it. I think it's probably got at least one more cycle in it, but I think it's, I don't know how many more it's got in it. You know, I think we got one more in it. Man, I'm glad I closed that Dow. Closed that short. That was a great short, actually. Really good trade. You know, ran this short from up here yesterday to right there and closed it because I was worried about that, exactly that happening. Man, gold just went and did the thing. It's about to break the high. Probably got more. Not buying into it, but it's got more. I wish it would pull back. It just didn't. Yeah, look at gold, man. It did it. It went right to it. Stalled out and gonna go break the high. Good game. It was a decent trade there, honestly, on gold. That thing we were talking about yesterday. Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, so Kind of doing a little both. Kind of doing YouTube and group stuff at the same time. I'm gonna find a balance next week. It's not gonna be permanent like this, but we'll probably pick some times during the day where I'll come on and, you know, maybe like Equities open. We'll probably trade from London into, you know, we'll come on when the stock market opens or something. Maybe, I don't know. Or just flip back and forth. Maybe leave the stream on, but flip back and forth. May not be this active in it. Yeah, we're going to find some balance there. So, you know, what do you do? Going to wait and let these first couple candles work themselves out. You know, just looking across the market. There's not, other than drilling down into like a 1 minute or a 5 minute chart, there's not a lot really. Gold, good game. It's crazy. It's gone. The gold's gonna run. It's just not buying the high. Missed the entry. Missed the short this morning and then the entry too. It was two good setups there. I was just sitting here messing around with YouTube instead of taking the trades. Yeah, euro dollar. Still interested in the yen. I'm even more interested in the yen now that it's down this low. It's like fascinating to me to look at this and knowing what kind of opportunity this is. Just every single time this breaks the low and hits a level, like gets down to the next decision point, it's that much better of an opportunity every single time. And it's going to be brutal like this. It'll look like this. And then all of a sudden, it's going to do this. And everybody's going to be like, well, that was it. Missed it. And, you know, that's exactly the problem. Button. Oh, yeah. I don't know. The microphone, is it loud? So, yeah, we'll find a balance here next week. We're just kind of doing a little bit different this week. Coming back, messing with it a little bit. Hopefully the market will be a little better next week. This was a tough market this week, honestly. The intraday price action was really rough. And, you know, this kind of stuff over the last couple of days, like the yen has just been, this is weird for this to move this big, but good game. You know, good game. You know, kind of wait for this to hit the floor. It's already way beyond the floor. It's already past it. This has gone through the floor and through the core of the earth. Be crazy. But yeah, we'll figure it out. We're going to find some balance. Do some YouTube. Probably come at a certain time is what it's going to be. You know, we'll be doing like group stuff over here and then flip back over and talk about price action stuff that has nothing to do with really strategy or anything. Because I do, like, you know, we do also strategy stuff on the other side, like actual, like the actual strategy stuff. And the, you know, the management is also a big part of it. Dow, look at that move on the Dow. Wonder what that is. Boeing must be having a good day. Lol. Maybe we'll run the bot on the YouTube stream. Should have been running the bot this week on everything except the yen. Running on the yen is just probably, I don't even want to think about it. This has probably been really rough on the yen. And the Swiss especially, actually, because it did so far outside of its range. do like a whole standard deviation above its range on a weekly chart. That is wild. You're talking about like once every couple years kind of move here, and it's hard to explain. Like that kind of big move, like Euro Swiss, and you know that one especially. That kind of thing might have never happened before. This move that this made this week, as fast as it did it, that might have never. It might be the biggest move ever in that period of time. Talking about a 2% move. A 2% move. Like that is astronomical. In less than 2 days. That is not something that happens. It's just not something that happens. It's because of the Swiss National Bank. Yeah, basically the Swiss Central Bank. Largest loss in history. $142 billion gone. You know, that is just not, it's just not normal. We just caught it at a weird week. You know, honestly just caught it at a weird week. This was a weird week to come back. Hoping for a nice and smooth week. We did really well this week, actually. Overall, it started out really, really well till yesterday, getting stopped out on the yen. Just continuing now. That though, crazy. Whatever, good game. Nothing to do. You know, what do you were either in this or not, and this is the thing. You know, normally every single day we'll take that exact trade right there on this level. We'll take that. You try it, and then burp, you'd be in it and it'd be gone. It's going up here. You know, so we would already be in this long. Just didn't take it. In gold, we would have been in that too. Would have taken it short the first time. Would have taken this short here, and you know, probably would have closed at the top of the range. But especially once it started to bounce like that, would have had to stop to break even, and might have even taken it long there. But it did, went and broke the high. So it did it. The move is complete. Now that it's broken the high, you know, you're expecting it to go probably a little higher, but this is where you would get out. But it did, you know, it's the same thing. Leave the range, stop there, pull back, bounce off to equilibrium, and then go break the high. We were talking about, like, you know, 3 times a week. You know, that it's crazy. It's like clockwork. Crazy what it does. So we'll focus a little. The bot already trades that. Already has that, you know, it already has that in the center rejection. It's already there. You know, so maybe we'll run that on gold. Run the bot on gold for a center rejection for next week. Try it. Try a couple things next week. Some abstract trading strategy. Pound yen, same thing. Looking good. So it's again looking where normally I would look at this and be like, it is time to go for it. The next time to try it. It sucks, man, because it just hasn't quit yet. That yen is just, I don't even know what to say about this. That stuff is not normal. Game. Good game. A little bit more. Next decision point. Ridiculous. Not touching that. Yes, let's give it a minute. Good run though. Dollar's coming back down. Just crazy against dollar. No continuation anywhere. It's just terrible whipsaw price action all over the place. And then the yen is all by itself doing this crazy trend. very difficult to stay in. You know, imagine if you took this long or short, very hard to stay in. This has honestly been a rough week. Hopefully next week's price action will be better. This is a tough week to come back, man. It's like, man, wish this could have been better price action. Could have been so much different. Like, could have been so much of a different week. We'd have just gotten a market that behaves, just act normal. But sometimes it doesn't. You got to manage the risk during these weird market moves like this. You got to have the risk managed, and then when the market does behave and acts normal, you're killing it. You know, that's kind of what it is. Yeah, let's watch this for a minute. Watch the S&P. It's the thing to watch right now. The dollar's already coming back down. Game gold. Nothing to do but watch that. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me a few minutes and I'll come back and we'll take another look. I'm gonna wait to this 10 a.m. candle. This next Wall Street 10 a.m. is one of the biggest volume hours of the day. So we'll take another look here. Give me just a few minutes.
All right, YouTube. Sorry. Talking about a couple things. So what do we do now? Besides watch. What do we do now? We were just talking about gold. It's one of the things we were talking about. What do I think about gold? I think it's going to go higher. I think it's going to go a little bit higher, but holy cow, this thing is extremely high. I'm not buying it, but good Lord have mercy, this thing is high. Type of levels that are happening on this right now are not to be underestimated. Hard to explain how crazy this is right now. Tell you what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to buy that. This is like, you could be looking at like multi-month swing trade levels here. So I don't know. That's what I think about it, is I'm not willing to buy it. But I think we're probably going to go a little bit higher today. Definitely not. It's just me personally. Like I'm not buying this. I'm not buying the highest high since April. At the top of the daily candle after breaking a swing high, that close to what would statistically be your high of the week. Nope. I mean, I'm not going to buy it, but I do think it's probably going to go a little bit higher. But when it gets there, holy cow. Like, we're going to close the week at some absolutely ridiculous levels on a whole bunch of things, a whole bunch of stuff. He's back on. Man, so we're look weird with and without these glasses now. Yeah, I don't know, man. Let's see what else. What are we? Canyon. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with it. And, you know, it's extremely aggressive to try to buy that. Like, I know where my algorithmically where your high of the day projected would be. What I'm not going to do is buy into it now. Should have bought it earlier down here. It was an easy call. Gold was actually one of the easier things to trade today, as crazy it is, and I just missed it twice. Missed the short, that was an easy short, and then the long, it was an easy long based on, you know, part of our strategy. You know, it just missed it. And should have taken it short for sure. The short was just obvious. But that's all right. Here we go. Euro yen, got a possible shift here. Euro yen. I mean, yeah. Come on back, please. At least close this day, not so bad. Yeah, did you take it again, Isman? Yeah. Gosh, man. As I say, that was a good one from gold. I was to say it was the, you know, did the thing. I was like, man, why didn't I just do it? Like, but yeah, good game. It did it. Yeah, it's a, you know, there's 100% something there with that. I mean, it's been doing the same thing for years. Like, just that I've seen it, you know, that we've seen it for years. We've been talking, you know, this is not a new thing. I just should have taken it. Honestly, it was worth a chance. It was worth a shot. Interesting. And the move generally will go break the high. Whatever the high was, that's what you're looking for. As soon as it breaks that high, you know, then you're watching wherever up there. It's probably going to go a little more. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what to do about this yen stuff. It's such a great opportunity, and that it's hard to even explain like how crazy this is. Like the opportunity that you're getting on the yen right now for next week is so good. Like this is a really, really nutty opportunity here. But yeah, we're talking about gold. The gold is really, it's interesting where it is. It is super nutty how high gold is just on the macro. We were just talking about that. Just where everything is. Like we're just kind of talking about, the entire market is at this like major inflection point. Major. What was that? Don't go off. Hmm. You could do something real quick. So the dog's throwing up. Uh-oh. Don't know what that's about. Yeah, it's just got some really, really crazy levels happening right now. Like where there's a lot of levels in the market that are just like higher time frame, like macro levels, big time. Gold, the dollar. Just take a second to zoom out and look at the dollar, where it is. The dollar index. Like this is way, way down. Coming back into a major, all of this whole run up really, and all that inflation and all that stuff, it's all come back. Like we're all back. All the inflation scare. We're back to a previous low here. We're getting back to a major thing. Gold, same thing, back to a major level. We're coming back into this dense high up here. It's just back. Like it's, you gotta be really careful buying into this now. Like every time you're buying gold, you're taking an extreme, you're swimming against the current, really. You're swimming upstream right now if you're trying to buy gold, but it, from this point at least, up here on the high like that. If it's pulled back, that's a different story. Like even yesterday, it pulled back into, made sense. This right here made sense. It pulled back, blink, then took off again. Now it's gone. But up here on the high, though, it's a different story. On the high, crazy where it is. What do you do now? Time to start watching it the other way. We're there. Go way back. I'm talking about way back, like the last year, but we're in it. We're in it and back to the low of that previous consolidation. We got a little bit more today within our range. So something to watch, for next week, at least for next week. What decision or what bias are we going to have on this? Mr. Slithery the Snake. Up the mountain, down the mountain, up the mountain, down the mountain, up the mountain. Mr. Slithery the Snake might be about to fall off the face of the earth. This is like next level right here. Holy shnikes. This is different level, up on the high like that. So we got some good trading coming. Might be a good time to start an account and have a bias one way on the daily chart. Be a good time to try it. If you only traded one thing, just sell the high of the day every day. Hedge it down when you get down, or take profit. Either hedge it or take profit, but by hedging you hold that open exposure and you give yourself a chance. You give yourself room for for your daily drawdown. But think about what might be happening coming up here. Be a good time to start a funded account. Be a great time because the whole market is at this big reversal point. I'm actually probably going to do that. I'll probably start one for the bot, and run that on YouTube. Started a different one. Just what's the likelihood that you get something like this over the next couple of weeks after that big of a parabolic, just complete blowout on gold? How much farther is it going to go? And that's how much farther is it going to go back into that density right there? Right here, really. We're in it now. Be nuts if it did make it up there. We're going to be watching these levels every single time. Every time it gets to the next one, we're going to change our bias. Right now it's hard to have a long bias. Yeah. It's in the description. It's Funded Trading Plus. 100% legit. Again, we don't have to have a commercial for them every day, but if you're interested in that kind of thing, just do it. Save 10%. It's free. It's free 10%. They want good traders, and they're willing to give you a chance with no time limit. It's a very different situation to not have a time limit. It takes the pressure off of you, and you can still do it quickly. You can get your payment in as fast as 3 days. If you pass it today, and I actually have seen someone do that, passed it in 1 day. They took an extreme amount of risk, and I don't recommend that, but I watched somebody do it on the NASDAQ. I think it was either NASDAQ or the Dow. Took like some ridiculous lot sizes, passed it in 1 day. Boom, 10 grand on a 100K account. And that was it. So yeah, it's something, and also distribute your risk. If you're already into funded accounts and stuff like that, try it. It's a better profit split too. You do 10%, you can get a 90-10 split with a single phase challenge. You can do it very quickly. If you're already good at it, it's an 80-20 split by default, and it's a 90-10 split when you hit 10%. So once you hit 10% profit, you just send them a message and they'll switch you to a 90-10 profit split. It's a single phase challenge with no time limit. So yeah, it's the best risk parameters in the business. It is. We've looked, and we have 6 months of experience with these guys, and they're good. They're running a good business, and it's a legit company. Like this, they're not even small anymore. Like a year ago maybe, but oh no, yeah, they're completely legit. It's a single phase challenge. The prices are better. There's a 2-phase challenge if you want the 10% loss limit, but if you trade lower risk, or if you manage your risk, that extra couple percent is not a big deal. But yeah, you can just check it out. Do your own research. But there's a promo code. Use the promo code. We have our own promo code. I know the guys. I've talked to them frequently. They might even be here right now on the stream. I know there are traders from that firm that are here right now. I know for sure there are. They'll tell you it's legit. There's no time limit. Depends on your strategy, and do you really need the extra 2% drawdown limit? The daily drawdown limit. Do you need an extra 2%, or can you manage your risk with no time limit? Sorry about that. I need to put the name of it in there. I just got the link of it in there. Oh yeah, it's in there. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, Funded Trading Plus. Check them out. Do your own research. Save 10%. definitely recommend the experienced trader program, the single phase experienced trader program. It's awesome. You can trade news, you can hold over the weekend. Single phase challenge, no time limit. Think about it. It makes everything else look stupid. Honestly, if you're going to do that and you're undercapitalized, go for it. 1000% recommended. Not financial advice, but recommended. They're a good company. We'll put it that way. It's not financial advice. I'm not, everybody makes their own decisions. But if you're into that kind of thing, it may be something to consider. If you feel like, you have enough discipline to manage your risk and trade low risk, and you're willing to, to put in the time to do it. If you're not in a super hurry to get Lambos today, there's no time. I mean, you can, if you want, you can take all the risk you want, but I mean, you can get $100,000 account, single phase challenge with no time limit, with an 80-20 split for like $430 or something, $450. Like, bro, what are you doing? And people just don't know about it, is the thing. People don't know that it exists, but it's coming up. Trust me, it's a legit firm. It's a private wealth firm. They have investor capital, and they're looking for good traders to trade that capital. They're friendly with bots. The reason I'm there is because it's cool with bots. They're cool with they're cool with bot trading. They're totally fine with it. And there's no time limit, which is perfect for the bot. You run it low risk, and it's just passive income. You just let it make what it, run it low risk and let it make some money. Just suggest keeping the risk low for something like that, but it's perfect for a trading bot because there's no pressure. There's no pressure to pass. You just, whatever it makes, it makes. You don't have to risk blowing it up if you don't want to. If you want to run it higher risk, you can. Depends on the market conditions, really. The market conditions are the biggest factor in something like, like algorithmic trading. The market conditions are really the only factor. And it's different, from day to day. But as far as, especially if you're already into that kind of thing, like if you've already got experience, I'm telling you, you're going to switch. I did. All of it. A lot of us did. And there's still people who trade both, do both. And that's what I'm saying. You can distribute your risk also. There's nothing says that you have to only have one prop firm account. That's the crazy thing about it. Like, dude, you can scale an account to $2.4 million with those guys. They will give you $2.4 million if you can prove that you can consistently make money. And the scaling plan is next to none. Like, I'm not going to go, there's just nothing like it. Their scaling plan, you can roll your profits into your next scale. So you only have to make 5% to double your account. So say you have a 50K account and you whatever, you pass it and you have your 50K account. You make 10%, they scale you to a 100K account. Then you only have to make 5% to go to a 200 count. Then 5% after that, as long as you roll it in, then after you make your first scale, you only have to make 5% to double your account, all the way to $2.4 million. You don't have to do 10% every time. You don't have to have some X amount of trading days per month. There's no time limit. There's none of that BS. None of it. They want good traders, and they're willing to, they're more than fair. They're more than fair. Yeah. If you don't withdraw and you roll your profits in, you only have to make 5% to double your account. So the game becomes, how do I, can you scale your account up? And you scale it up a couple times, and then you start taking withdrawals. That you can, or you can withdraw whenever you want. You can withdraw at any time. I can withdraw right now. I'm more interested in scaling the account, that kind of thing. But yeah, you can have multiples, but you can go up to $2.4 million. It's just the best firm. We've looked, is the thing. I've looked at a lot of different things, and, we've got a good relationship with those guys, and I would tell you, if it wasn't legit, believe me, if something happened, if for some reason it ever becomes not legit, I'll be the first one to tell you, but it is. It's 100%. And do your own research. Like a Trustpilot. Like 900 or 1,000 positive reviews. I think there's like 3 where people are complaining, and it's probably because they did something stupid. The broker is good. The spreads are good. It's raw spreads. Got like a 0.2 pip spread on euro dollar. It's a raw spread. It's just I can't say enough good things about them because I've used them for so long. A lot of us have. It's not just me. Like, there's a lot of traders that trade with them. There's traders here right now that trade with them, you know, and there are other firms too. There are other ones, but why mess with it if you have no time limit? It just depends on your strategy. Do you need the extra 2 or 3% on your daily drawdown limit? That's the question. And if you can manage your risk, if you're willing to trade 2% on your daily drawdown limit or no time limit, that's the thing. Yeah. Yeah, oils going. Wish CAD would come up. Yeah, this oil's breaking the high. Anyway, enough about that. But yeah, it's such a great opportunity. Like, it's a game-changing opportunity for a lot of people. It's a game-changing opportunity. You can manage your risk. They will give you all the money that you need, up to $2.4 million. But it's not like it's not like just a freebie. It's not a lottery ticket. But if you're willing to manage the risk, you have the best chance. You have the best chance that way, is what it is. That's what it is. It's the best chance that you have to beat it. You're not going to find a better opportunity than that. Not going to find better risk parameters, is what it is. The no time limit thing, it changes everything. CAD. Stuff's on the high. Miss some trades today, honestly. I have to get back in the game and focus on this stuff, man. Next week. Just so many things that weren't really good entries. Like today and this whole week, there were so many things that just weren't great entries, but that ended up going. It ended up going more than you thought it was going to go, or ended up going from a weird place, or ended up, whatever. There were so many things like that that just weren't really good entries. You go back and look at it later and it's like, oh yeah, this dropped 70 pips, but was it really a good trade at the time? And that's the thing. There's a lot of that this week. It just wasn't a very smooth week. Unless you took the yen long, basically. If you took anything short against the yen and stayed in it, good game. Good game. That was the winner this week. Everything else, like, look at this. Look at pound Swiss. This is what you got this week. Just nothing. Crap. Just crap. CAD yen, please put in some green candles here for the end of the day. Man, send it up. This went from a absolute murder session to crap in one day. Just gonna get back to it next week. It's another week next week. It is what it is. It ended up actually taking a very small loss this week. And when I was up quite a bit. Was up every day and then until yesterday. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get out of this and find another $40 before the market closes. Backwards is funny because I just made a big gain back on this account and then ended up over the last 2 days really on the yen, just trying to buy into the yen. It just kept going and kept going and kept going. Just kept getting stopped out and stopped out and stopped out and stopped out and just chewed up and stops. The yen and the Swiss got me. Everything else, a lot of other stuff was good. So that's all right. Get back to it. It's part of it. Actually had a good trading week other than that until yesterday. At least it wasn't, it was nothing big. Nothing bad happened. It just wasn't great. I got to find $150 somewhere out of the market. What it's going to be. Look like a $50 stop 3 times basically. We're not dead. Never out of the game until it's over. Sports. Yeah, I mean, good luck with that. I don't know. Not for me. I already know that I'm not taking it short personally. Yeah. Everybody sees something different. Yeah, everybody sees something different. Maybe. It depends on your time limit too. Or your time frame. No way. For me, for my strategy, yeah. I'll wait. I'll just wait and watch it on Monday on that. Ooh. And here's the thing, why? And this would be the question I would ask. Why would you short this? I'm actually curious. I'm not, saying any, I'm curious actually. What strategy would you use to sell this now after a lightning bolt straight down? That's probably one of the largest moves in close to it in that amount of time period that it's ever made. 3.82% drop straight down with no pullbacks on the low, on an equal low. And I'm just curious, looking at this, why sell it now? Or unless you're looking at like a 1 minute chart or something. That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. I'm curious, honestly, just genuinely curious. Maybe like a lower time frame, I could see that. And some people are looking like they'll say, short this, and as soon as it breaks the low and goes 4.5 pips, they close it. I get, that's what I'm asking is, what the strategy, what time frame are you looking at? I could see that being a short, for 4 pips or so. And that's kind of what I'm asking. What makes it a short now? It obviously was all week, but now what makes it a short is, I'm just genuinely curious what people think there. Gold is, man, gold. I don't know what to say. Look at it now. That's crazy. We're back to like April levels on gold on a wicked peak high. Absolutely bonkers. Wish I could hold this over the weekend. Like, I'm very seriously considering like starting a new account right now. As gold gets to the high of the day. Crazy. There's so many crazy things happening right now. On a Friday. Yeah. If for some, whatever on this yen. I'm going to look at this Monday morning on the yen. I'm quitting on it today. Nothing's going to change here really for me. My bias isn't going to change on anything on the yen right now. I'm going to wait and see what happens here over the next couple hours. But I'm not adding anything. I'm definitely not selling all that stuff. Just personally, I'll wait. You know, and again, it depends on your time frame that you're looking for. Could it break the low? Sure. Depends. And that's the thing, putting it in strategy into perspective too. Some people may look at a 1 minute chart and see a downtrend and, might go a little bit. Are you looking for 5 pips or are you looking for 50 pips? And that it changes, your strategy. And, and that's why I ask what are you looking for? Because I'm honestly curious. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong either. Obviously, the yen hasn't quit yet, so nutso. Gold is just this level on gold is honestly like hard to ignore. There we go. There we go. Or no words for that. I'm very seriously considering just starting a whole new account just to trade gold, just because of where it is. Whoa. Oh man. Like, who's buying this right now? Be honest. And that's the thing, or your time frame matters, obviously. Who's buying this right now? Crazy, like, to think about that. And why? Sometimes the most logical thing isn't, always what everybody is doing. But it's crazy to think about it, where it is right now in the macro of things and this grand scheme of the cycle, where we are with a lot of things right now in the market. This is a really crazy weekly close market wide, where a lot of things are actually really interesting. There's so many things that just you would expect it to happen like weeks from now, and it did it this week. So what does that mean? Watch that. Well, give me a second. Give me just a minute and we'll continue on. 10:48, still got time. Watching for highs and lows of the day right now. Nothing to do but finish it out. Finish the day out. Let's see where I'm at. Yeah. Basically trying to see how much of this drawdown I can get rid of before the daily close. See what the damage is going to be at the end of the week, and then figure out what I got to do for next week. Had a really good week until yesterday, and took that CPI got me. I took some stops during CPI that messed things up. The positions that I had that were holding the rest of my equity got stopped out and then went back the right way. And now the yen stuff that chewed me down mattered more. I had gold long. I was frustrating, man. I was long gold from here. Right there is where I was long from yesterday, and I was trying to hold it. And it ran, then spiked me out, and then took off, and now look at it. And I would be closing here for sure. I would be closing my all gold longs, exit all gold markets. That's me personally. Very curious what's going to happen here. Steve, check out the Syrian sausage. Is that might be sniper? Is that you, sniper? Check out the Zoom. We moved away from Zoom. I posted in Discord. I put a thing out on Patreon and posted on Discord. We're changing the way that the Zoom streams are going. We got a private YouTube stream now, and everybody's in there. Look in the group updates in Discord and also the trading room. But the group updates, I posted the link for it. It's in there, and we got two things going on right now. Got a private YouTube stream for the group, and then the public YouTube stream. Okay, yeah, and I know that there's people that haven't, that I know there's going to be this grace period where people are trying to figure it out. But yeah, I think there was some confusion yesterday, and someone was mad about it. But like I just quit doing the Zoom. But no. It's there's a private YouTube stream that we're going to move to, and we're moving away from Zoom to do the stream, and we're going to do it on a private YouTube stream instead. It's much better quality, and it doesn't shut off randomly. Zoom, we can talk. Yes, go in the voice chat. There's the trading voice chat channel in Discord. It's all piped through. So yeah, Diogo was on there last night. We were talking. So yeah, just instead of Zoom, that was the only thing that's changed. Yeah. So if you can still do voice, come on. It's in Discord. There's the trading voice chat that we just really don't use because we use Zoom. It's there now, and I'm in there and it's on. So if you want to come on voice, just go into there. That's the only thing that changes, really. Other than that, it's a much better quality. Over YouTube is a much better quality. There's no lag. There's really no benefit to having Zoom anymore over YouTube, a private YouTube stream. So I've just got two running. I've got two instances of streaming software. I'm doing the group stuff on one side, and the public stuff are going to be coming on incrementally, like throughout the day. Yeah, so that's what it is. This week we've been doing like a lot of YouTube time, but it's probably not going to stay that way. So, and we'll still be here, but not for 10 hours a day straight. That's what we normally do on group stuff. And we're not doing all the group stuff that we normally do on YouTube. I'm trying to be careful what we go through here, but still, showing some things, but not all of it, not specific strategy stuff and I know there's some newer people coming in, so we're going to have to do that. Yeah. So it's just for now, we're just going to do, instead of Zoom, it's just a private YouTube stream. Check the Discord. It's in there. And that's all it is. The only thing that changes is it's YouTube instead of Zoom. And I know, it's, some people haven't gotten that yet, but it's, that's why I at everyone in Discord to let everybody know, but some people aren't getting the notifications. So I know that's a thing. I tried to message everybody on every way I could to let them know. Anyway, let's watch this on gold real quick. Mega opportunity on gold. That's all I'm going to say. If you're a swing trader, you want to probably pay very close attention to those daily candles right now. Give me just a minute. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right. What do we have here? Rejection on gold, right on cue. Got the cheat codes. The risk. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I see Fabi in there. What's up, Fabi? Oh, you got some feedback coming through, I guess, from the speakers. So yeah, this should work fine with the trading chat on Discord. It all gets piped through. But yeah, it works fine. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're all here on the other side. It'll take a couple days for everybody to figure it out. It'll be a little bit of a transition, different away from Zoom, but same thing. Really is. What's the name of the indicator? So it's a measurement tool. It's more of a range tool. There really is no name for it. It's a dynamic range tool is what I call it. It's a custom thing. With different levels that I watch. It's hard to explain without getting too much into the strategy. But that's, what the group people do. So I got to be fair to them too. But yeah, it's not something that's public. It's not public. It's something that I developed over a couple years. But I've been trading this way for years. For probably 4 years now at least. Trading the same strategy. There's no reason to switch because of what it is. Thinking like liquidity provision algorithm, thinking like a trading bot. And the bot automates a lot of this stuff. Just know some things about the market that aren't necessarily public knowledge and turn it into a trading strategy. Be completely honest, it's the truth. So, this is the range tool that we use. There's also a MetaTrader version, and this is the TradingView version, and you get the code for it. It's posted up in Discord. Yeah. Waiting. Should have taken this short this morning and then this long this morning. God, it was right there. Should have done that. And then I would have closed my long right there. That's what I was saying. I actually took it short here. Took gold short right there. Still in it, and there's 0% chance that I'm letting that short go. I'm in that one. And if I didn't have to be flat at the end of the day, I would hold that one until the cows came home. Gosh. Yeah. That would have been one that you would take the shot at this. Every retest you get on gold can be taking that chance. That one's already up. 1915.39. 1915.39 is the entry. The fill. We're at filled, but the actual entry is, that's where we take it. This would be an example trade that we would take. You're not going to see this stuff every day on Zoom. I don't even see that at all, but every once in a while I need to look at it. I need to flip over and look and see what I'm looking at. Just watching this play out. And again, these levels are set ahead of time. It's not repainting. And yeah, so that was a good one on gold. I wish I would have taken a bigger position, but that is the one. That's where, if you zoom out on this, that's where you would take that. You've got some confluence there in that daily level right at the top of the day, top of the week. This sets up a statistical range of your daily and weekly candles. It's a custom range projection tool is what it is. And there are very important levels that you watch throughout the day as price moves throughout levels. There are very important things that happen. We're making decisions where market moving trading algorithms make decisions. The idea is to only make decisions at very important places. And if you reduce the amount of decisions that you make throughout the day, you're much more likely to make a good decision. And you'd be shocked sometimes at how accurate this can be. Most of the time. And every once in a while you get something like the Swiss that just blows through. Just blows through every level. But we know what we're looking for at least. At minimum, it gets you close, if not at it. Like this. This level was set at London Open. This level was there. It's going to be, we know that there's a very high probability algorithmically that our low of the day is going to be in this range somewhere. So we try it here first. Watch any other levels down below. Look for confluence with something else. And we know we're only interested in longs here. As weird as this is, the yen is just completely blown out, but I know that I'm only interested in longs because I know statistically where my low of the day was. Well, low of the week, I mean. We're so far blown out on the yen that it's actually crazy. That's why I closed my short here on the Dow this morning. I was actually short up here from yesterday, and I closed my Dow short right here on this level because of what it is. And it was a likely point of market rebalancing. And it's just one of those weird things people don't know about. Anyone who sees this stuff every day will vouch for it. It's impossible to deny it. So, and again, these levels are set every day at 3 a.m. Wall Street time. This is a reverse engineered market algorithm is what it is. It's basically a trading plan. It standardizes your trading plan every day. We know what levels we're watching. We know why. And sometimes things change. We know what levels we're making a decision at. And that's really what it's about. It's about making consistently good decisions at very important inflection points in the market. Honestly, there is some secret sauce. Like anybody will tell you, like, it's crazy. It's actually kind of crazy. There's some weird stuff. There's some weird stuff that happens in the market that, it is what it is. There really is some secret sauce. It's actually pretty crazy. It's great. It's awesome. Doesn't matter what the asset is. It just proves that this market is algorithmically driven. I mean, it proves it beyond the shadow of a doubt. And you got to think about what's actually happening, how a globally distributed market in multiple countries with different amounts of customers at each broker, how do they all move the same way at the same time? Think about it. How do they all have the same price down to 5 decimal places? It's because that price is being delivered from somewhere else, from a higher order. Now, how does that work? We look at the market from the perspective of a software developer, and technically, how do we, what's actually happening? Where should we make these decisions? And that, and there's layers to it. But some things, especially the hash mark, is just an unexplained thing that happens. And there's very clear evidence that there is something going on with that hash mark because of what it is. It's just a calculation, but it's so accurate that it's very clear. It basically proves that this market is algorithmically driven. and we're trying to reverse engineer those decision making points is what it is. That's the honest truth. Anyone will tell you that. Again, look at this. These levels were set at 3 a.m. today. We already knew when the market opened, London opened here, we already knew where our projected low and high was for the day. We already knew that. Now think about how powerful that is. Sometimes it'll blow through it a little bit and depends on what's going on. We watch, see what's going on. Previous day's equilibrium in confluence with the current projected high. We know that we're not going long past this. Matter of fact, we're going the other way. We would try it short there, and if it runs through a little bit, we'd try it again up here, and then maybe eventually, that kind of thing. You're going to be right many more times than you're wrong, and sometimes it blows through, like the yen. Some weird thing going on with the yen. It just blew right through, the range, but that just means it's going to be an even bigger retracement. Every once in a while, that's the reality. Like the yen, the Swiss, weird stuff going on with that. Euro dollar just stopped dead like a brick wall. At dead. We'll get into what everything is, but watching gold right now. It's about where you make decisions. Anybody who tells you that there are no secrets in the market doesn't know. They're not aware. And anyone on the other side will tell you that. It's impossible to deny it. Impossible. To anybody who tells you that there's no secrets in the market doesn't know what they're talking about. I can say that with 100% confidence. And that's not a sales pitch. I don't care either way. I'm telling you the truth. Doesn't matter to me. I'm going to do what I'm going to do anyway. Euro Kiwi. I can show you. It's like Morpheus in the Matrix. I can pull you out of the Matrix. I can do. Pound Aussie. It's about making good decisions is what it's about. It's about when to make good decisions and when to not make a decision. That's really what it is. It's just about it's about making consistently good decisions. And when you realize that, holy crap, like there is something happening here that is, it's a big deal. It's like an aha moment. You're like, okay, like this entire thing is controlled by software. Whole thing. It's the one thing ICT is right about, but he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand why and what. Because he's using Fibonacci. That's how I know he doesn't understand it. True story. But yeah, interesting. Some interesting things that happen in the market. It's about, again, making good decisions. You're not going to be right every time, but you're going to be right a lot more than you're wrong. And if you manage your risk, you're going to be light years ahead of these other guys. I've been light years ahead for years, man. Honestly. I just sit back and laugh sometimes. People come in here acting stupid. Sit back and laugh. So, but you still got to manage your risk. That is the thing. But there are absolutely things that happen in this market that the general population is just not aware of. And it's some things that's hard to explain, honestly. It just is. It just is, and there's no way to explain it. The only explanation is that the markets are controlled algorithmically. And no amount of you pushing the buy and sell button changes anything in the market. All just a ledger that gets squared up on the back end. And none of this price movement has anything to do with you pushing buttons. It's a hard thing to understand and accept. But once you accept that, you can progress. You transcend the barrier. And then it's like, oh, okay. Then trading starts. Then it really starts. It's a true story. But what do we do now is the question. Sometimes you're just waiting for the right thing to happen. You're waiting for the high probability thing to happen, is really what it is. And you're being conservative with your decision making and trying to only make decisions at the right places. And which decision you make is the thing, that's where the risk management comes in, and probability, which is the higher probability of the move. Which thing is most likely to happen? Is it more likely to continue lower, or is it more likely to reverse? That kind of thing. And you make decisions at decision points, and every once in a while you get some weird market like this crazy yen move and Swiss move, and you got to try it a couple times. It's a weird week, but get back to it. Anybody who tells you that, I don't know, I'm not going to get into it. Show it. Just prove it. Don't need to say it. Just prove it. Here. CAD. $1 CAD. I don't know what's up with the CAD either. Oh yeah, yeah. I see. Yeah, apparently, okay. So here's what was told to me by another very large streamer. Apparently, ICT is suing people who use the term order block and monetize their videos on YouTube. He trademarked the term order block that's been in trading books for like 100 years. He trademarked the term order block, somehow successfully did that, and he's suing YouTubers who are monetizing their videos. So yeah, that's what's happening. Not really public knowledge, but I was warned. I was warned to be careful. Because people are being sued by some trader something. I forget the name of it. And it's ICT. Trade college thing or something. It's called something weird like that. But people are actually being sued for using the term order blocks, which is kind of crazy. So, whatever, man. Kind of like, patenting soybean seed, and then suing farmers for growing soybeans. Lol. Come on, Euro yen. Yeah, the range tool, it's kind of the same thing. Sorry, Steve, I just saw the message over there. It's kind of the same thing. I've got like a testing version that I'm messing around with. The name is just kind of whatever for now. I've got a testing version that goes back and looks at multiple days, so you can go back and say, okay, what happened, a couple days ago? How did this play out? And you can start to see the same things. It's interesting. It's interesting to look at going back in time, and seeing what happened yesterday, and you start to see the same things over and over. What was it yesterday? What levels? What was it the day before? What was it the day before? And you start to see the prevalence of the equilibrium level, and especially the hash mark. The amount of times that's a low or a high of the day is shocking. So it's super interesting to go back and look at previous days. It's really just for testing. It's a lot of crap on the screen. This puts a lot of stuff on the screen. A lot of, it really makes it muddy, but at the same time, it's interesting to go back and look. It's really just for testing. It's the same thing. There's no difference in the levels. It just looks back at different days. And it's like a different calculation of kind of supply and demand-ish level. Buyers, where the buyers and sellers are. Where's the money? That's what the other one is. Where's your money? What am I looking for? That kind of thing. What am I looking for statistically within a weekly and daily range? And then where's the money? And where's the confluence there? Name of the game. Got the tools to do that. You don't need to see order flow. That's the crazy thing, is you can, there's things like Bookmap, and you can buy order flow. But the crazy thing is you don't need to see where that is, because you already know where it's going to be. Because of the way that market psychology works, you already know where it is. It's interesting. It's interesting to look at, for sure. If anybody's ever looked at Bookmap, it's another secret that people don't know about. An open secret. You can have access to order flow. It just costs money. You want to know exactly where the buyers and sellers are, you can buy it. But you don't need to, is the thing. You don't really need to see that. But it's useful. It's absolutely useful information.
Testing. You can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, Bobby? Anyway. Yep. How it's the calculation. There's the formula to figure that out. It's not really super complicated, but yeah, the MetaTrader tool does it too. I coded it by hand in MetaTrader, and it's a little bit of both for the trading view. But yeah, there's because anything that's based on a set of rules can be coded, really. So it's there, where are your buyers and sellers, basically? Where's the money? And we'll watch those levels, and how that interacts with your weekly and daily ranges. Making the best decisions. The logic being, if something is statistically exceeded its weekly high, you don't want to buy something that's already higher than its average high of the week. And it's how that's measured is the important thing. Where it's measured from and those levels. How do you figure that out? That is the thing. Euro Kiwi, that's already too much information. We'll talk about all that stuff in the group. Dollar CAD, Once we get done with the trading day, we'll go through all that stuff if you want. A lot of the same stuff we've gone through in the past. But yeah, it's all there. And there's a trading view version and the MetaTrader version. Gold, good game there. Really don't know what to watch here, to be honest. We've kind of already moved out. It's Friday toward the end of the day. Kind of watching equities at this point. Just talking through price action, really. We're in a range. We just pumped all the way off the low, and then now we're just back into sellers in equities, in the indices, which are equities. Not really much to do. But wait and see if we're going to get any kind of lift at all on these euro yen, CAD yen, pound yen. Who knows, man? I don't know how much farther this stuff's going to go. It's like it doesn't want to go much farther down. It's just also not going back up. So it's not going to be today, maybe toward the end of the day. It'd be nice if we could get a big brutal pump in stock market, put the yen down a little bit. Gold, I mean, a super interesting level on gold. This is the thing that's like really interesting here. Every time this pokes higher into here, it's just going to be another shot at it. Let me actually make sure my stops are break even here on gold. Let me do that. Yeah. Wheat. Yeah, but yeah, as weird as that is, but that's yeah, that's what apparently is going on. Is there are lawsuits being filed for using the trademarked term order blocks? Go figure. Dollar. It is what it is. Dollar, pound, yen. And that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. It's that kind of stuff. I think people would have more respect for that person, Mr. MH, if he didn't do stuff like that and spend an hour-long video crying about whatever. I think, and then, but then after, it's just like, I don't know, man. Sometimes it's one of those things where sometimes you just don't want to meet your heroes, you don't want to meet your heroes. You find out they're like some clown, really, it's just like, oh my God, this guy, like, he's a clown. It's that kind of thing. CAD yen and whatever. I cannot wait for him to come on and trade live. That would be awesome. Vegas odds says that's not going to happen. Euro, dollar, pound, euro, yen. God, this euro yen is just so juicy. It's crazy where this is. It's like, no, normally I would just take a position on this and just I'll look at it Monday, Tuesday. I would take one nibble on it, and if it went back and broke the whole low, I would take another one. Just take a shot, even take the stop. Might tempting, man. There's so many good levels. There's so many good things happening in the market right now. It's actually really, really, really difficult to not get in it. It's just been a rough week, man. And not all of it. It wasn't all bad, obviously. It had some. Actually, had 3 really good days. And then, yesterday was a pain in the butt, and that's carrying over into today. Just straight up murder Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and last week too. Some stops though in the end, no doubt. But that's trading is part of it. Also, the story hasn't been written yet either. Also not over. What I'm afraid of, honestly, is having to close out on Friday and then Sunday markets gap up like this, and starts this kind of stuff, and then it runs up and does this by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're back up here. By Wednesday afternoon, it's like I'm going to be cursing that, had all this down here, and had to close it. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Close enough, relative to what might happen later, say, look, I tried it here, even if it breaks the low, whatever, even if it does do that, it's the kind of stuff that happens, if it runs down here and then you get some things like this, and then, by Wednesday, Thursday, and next week, you're way up here and you realize how close you were to the bottom. That's the thing. I'm going to be like, man, happens all the time. Trust me. Happens a lot, especially on Fridays too, because if you think about the mechanics of what's going on, a lot of times you're pushing into the close on a Friday, and sometimes pushing into the close is the reversal point. Pushing into a low that reverses when the next weekly candle opens. It's just very common. Some of the best entries, I'm telling you, some of the best entries you are ever going to get are going to come at the end of the day on a Friday. And then you hold over the weekend, and then Monday and Tuesday, you're closing 200-300 pip trades. Happens all the time. Matter of fact, if there's like a killer Monday or Tuesday, it's probably coming off of Friday's entries. Probably. It's like that. And the thing is, everybody says don't trade Friday. Nobody trades Fridays. You're missing the good stuff. The low risk stuff, I guess I should say. And there's nothing wrong with closing out on Friday. That's not what I mean. I'm not encouraging to take a bunch of risk on a Friday and hold over the weekend. It's actually the opposite. Actually encouraging taking low risk. Low risk. Different mindset. Less risk, more distance. Let the knife do the cutting. Let the distance do the work. I'll have to bludgeon it to death with a baseball bat. Let the scalpel do the work. Dollar still whack price action here. Exactly. That's the whole thing. If you have enough free margin, you can always get yourself out of trouble as long as you're not. Again, it's about taking how much risk are you taking relative to your account balance. And that's really what the key is. As far as the risk management thing, it's why it's hard to answer a risk management question, because it depends on what your goals are. How fast do you need to get to your goal? Put a dollar amount on it. Say, look, I want to make, $100. You can make $100 very quickly with a lot of risk. You can make $100 very easily with low risk. You're trading risk for, time, really. How long are you willing to take to get to your goal? That's the name of the game. How long are you willing to wait? You can either take a lot of risk and get to your goal very quickly, or you can take more time and take less risk. You can take less risk and get to your goal in more time later. Still get to the same goal. The question is, how quickly do you need to get there? And it's different for everyone. And this is why risk management is a hard thing to answer, because it's not binary. It's not black and white. Everyone has different goals. Everyone has a different account balance. Everyone has a different risk appetite. Everybody's risk appetite is different. How much risk can you accept? do you have to make a 0.5% today in order to pay your bills? Or, are you just trying to grow some extra capital? Do you understand what I mean though? Like how it's different? Like it depends. Really depends. So, what your risk appetite is matters a lot. That determines what your strategy in risk management will be. How do you need Lambos today, or do you want Lambos in 5 years? Do you want a 20% chance of getting Lambos next year, or do you want a 90% chance of getting Lambos in 5 years? Everyone has to make that decision for themselves. And that's kind of what it comes down to with trading. And it's a spectrum. Like it's a broad range. Like it's not black and white and binary. It's not like you can say, oh, risk 2% per trade and this and that. That doesn't always make sense. There are many factors there. That's why I just disagree with that in general, with saying, yes, you should risk 2% of your account per trade and take only 2 trades per day. There are a lot of reasons why that just doesn't make sense. I'm not going to get into it. Depends on the market, depends on many factors, really. Depends on your account size, your level of experience, your risk appetite. Now, what are your goals? What are your trading goals? There's so many factors there, and you got to, it's kind of a sliding scale. You got to figure it out for yourself, or figure it out using some kind of logical process. Ooh, oil. There we go. Correct. To say risk 2% of your account on every trade and only take 2 trades per day. That's, I don't know. You got to progress past that kind of thinking. It depends, how big's your account. You have $100 account, it's going to be very different than, you have $1 million account. You're going to risk 2% of $1 million. But you know what I mean? Think about that. It might be different depending on the way you think about that. It might be different depending on how large your account is. You're going to risk 2% of a $10 million account. Just put that stop right there on the books for everybody to steal. That sounds like a good idea. That's not what professionals do. I guess it depends on. I guess it depends. Can you make money doing that? Sure. But is it a good idea for a newer trader? Probably not. I could switch things up and take larger lot sizes and take fewer trades and things like that. But kind of the whole point of what I'm doing is like showing that you can take less risk and still be fine. And when you hit the good ones, it makes up for it. You're trading risk for distance. Ooh, come on, you're again. Oh man, this thing's about to run. Gosh. Anyway, it depends on your the way you look at it, right? It also depends on, what are your risk parameters? Risk 2% per trade. You have 5 bad trades and you're done with a prop firm. That's it. Take 5 losses in a row and you're wrecked. That's an astronomical amount of risk. Crazy. But, that's personal opinion. Thinking about the math of it, and markets are hard, and markets are difficult for everybody. No matter how long you've been doing it, it's difficult. It's hard to consistently make good decisions, and it's really you can't control the whipsaw, the noise. The noise is hard to control, and that's why we try to
do things a little differently. Well, I take reversals a lot because it's high probability. Taking the high probability move and not trying to jump in the middle of a messy consolidation and trying to catch some trend that may or may not happen. You get stopped out 5 times before it goes. That's, it depends on how you look at it. But markets are noisy, and anyway, price action discussion. Risk management is a difficult thing to nail down because what your trading goals are matter. That it matters a lot, actually. What are your goals? What are you looking for? What kind of account are you working with? And going back to goals, how badly do you need that money? What's your risk appetite? Do you need to make $100 this week or you're not going to make your rent? Or, do you need to make $500 trading this week or you're not going to make your car payment or something? Like, that's a different kind of risk appetite, versus someone who's maybe trading their retirement account and they're just trying to outrun, the S&P 500. You know what I mean? Two very different situations. Also think, depending on what your account size is, as your account size grows, you actually reduce your risk. You take less risk, not more. But, I understand the structure of trying to do the same thing every time. But that can be, markets are harsh. Sometimes it's a little bit too much risk. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't work, because you can absolutely get it. Saying for newer traders, it's probably not a good idea. Or if you're trying to learn a strategy or whatever, trying to trade something that you're not used to trading, it can be really hard to trade that way. It doesn't take much to die is the problem. It doesn't take much to blow it up. You're going to risk 2% on every trade. You get in one bad run and then the problem is people don't understand that you have to make twice as much to get it back, if not more sometimes, by percentage. When you take a 10% loss, now you got to make a lot more than that to get it back. You got to make twice that amount. So careful with that, just, try it. Take what you would normally take and divide it by 10, literally. Even though it sounds stupid, divide it by 10. And instead of taking one big trade per day, take 10 smaller trades per day on 10 different instruments distributed across the entire market, and watch the magic happen. Watch how your risk management changes. Come on, S&P. Rejection. Come on, gold. It's going to be a better week next week, though. Going to nail this on Monday morning. Maybe even Sunday. Sunday at market open, going to be there with bells on, ready. And we still got time today. It might be lunchtime here. We still got plenty of time. See what happens toward the end of the day. Yeah, just watch it for a minute. Trying to figure out what to watch. Like, what's the I think gold is one of the more interesting things happening right now, honestly. Or what dollar's doing. Definitely need to watch the equities market here. The equities market drives a lot of the rest of the currency market. Just a big part of it. Watch this for a minute. Anyway, just give it a second. Watch this and see what's going on. Give me just a few minutes.
Gonna make some food, and then we'll come back and continue the day. Alrighty. Try again. What do we have? Come on. Come on, Euro Yen. To the moon. Better price action. Better. Finally getting the rejections on the low end. That's what we want. Hold on one second. God, sorry. You get some kind of like, you have a keyboard shortcut to mute this thing. You don't have that loud click. There's a hardware switch on here. It's like a loud click. It's annoying. It's annoying to me too. What do we have? Take a look. Oh man. Dollar CAD's looking good. Dollar CAD short. Perfect. Running nicely. Yeah. Let's take a spin through and see where we are. We actually have here. Bobby there. Oh, okay. All right, so the chat is going to turn off the labels. Yeah, that's going to be there. I'm going to put them all in, and then I'll have a switch to turn everything on and off. I haven't got all the labels in. Had some people request that I put them in, so haven't gotten to that. I've got some of them in, but don't have it done. Sorry, I just saw the chat. But yeah, there'll be an option to turn it off. Eventually, kind of making some changes to it right in the middle of it. And there's some other things that are going to get added. I'm testing a couple things, and there's actually something else that I want to test I haven't gotten to this week. I'm just working on so many different things at once. Got to get some stuff knocked off the old plate there. God. Too much. But yeah. Man, just back into a mess. Anything like actually going. I think we got a half a day's move. And the indices had like a half day move in indices, and that was about it. Waiting to see how we're going to close. Are we going to break the high to close, or what's going to happen here? It's already up. Weird price. Just honestly weird price action this week. There's it's hard to explain. There's a big difference in the action. Intraday action has just been all over the place, but within these small ranges. There's really not a lot happening, and you just had this absolute blowout trend in the yen and the Swiss the other way. And the rest of the market has been pretty crazy flat. Look at the strength tool on like the 1 hour chart on MetaTrader, and it shows you what's going on. It's crazy. It's been super flat. And then there's the Swiss went down and the yen went up, and the rest of the market was flat. There's no gain or loss over the entire week, basically. On most of the six of the eight major currencies basically did nothing, and then the yen and the Swiss moved, and that's legit what happened this week. This range bound. Back in the range here. Yes, let's take a look. Take a look at above us and below us and see what happened on the 1 hour. What are we looking for here for the rest of the day? Really need to gonna go try to make a cup of coffee. My girl's on a call though, so I can't do that. So what do we have above us? What do we have below us? What hasn't been hit? You may have something there. You know, what hasn't been hit today is kind of the question. You know, something like that. Our effective trading range, we're kind of right in the middle. Moving on. Pound dollar. You know, what do you do here? We're right in the middle of a range contraction. Lower highs, higher low currently. Not any big decision to make here. If I had a choice, I would be short. Skip it and go to the dollar. What do we have on the dollar? Clearly going to be watching that on the way up, on the way down. You know, we've got our range low. You know, what's below the low. You got to go back so far anyway that it's not even worth looking at. You know, this is our effective trading range right now. Just call it that for now. You got to go back too many months to even really call it. And whatever lower, you know, we'll see. Where are we within our range? You know, there's potential to go lower, but it's way, way back. You know, right now, this is where we are. More room to the upside than to the downside, but not much of a change. Skip it. So maybe no action on the dollar, which is going to be kind of the same thing for Aussie dollar. Where are we? You know, just very simply, where are our highs and lows? There are multiple ways you can look at this, but you know, we'll just call it that for now. You know, our effective trading range, where are we? And then below us. Yeah, wouldn't really expect a whole lot out of this. If I had a choice, I would be probably long based on the dollar and based on this price action. I would let this candle close and let it pull back, and then it would be aggressive to try to take the open of the next hourly candle for a pullback. But super aggressive. May not be the best thing to do at the end of the day on a Friday. All right, right here, you got a mess here. There's more going on here. Right here is going to be the thing you probably want to watch, although it would extend up into there. Let's say it starts there. Set up our ranges. Got exactly what we're looking at. You know, whatever. Something like that. It's our effective trading range. And we're going to wait for one of these two things to happen. Next. Everything against the dollar is going to be weird. Euro pound. Hold on. Voice wrecked. Riggedy. So, got a pretty decent bottom put in right here. You know, I mean, it would make sense that we'd end up higher. This would mean the euro would need to be stronger than the pound. Does that make sense based on strength? We can take a look and see.
15-minute.
Whoops. God, that's loud. Sorry. The euro is slightly weaker than the pound. So, yeah, I don't know. You would leave the possibility open of a potential push lower. Something like that would make sense. Yeah, I mean, other than that, I mean, you're way higher. So here's your range. You can see what direction we're going. We're heading up. So as this is pulled back, it's not a terrible idea. Try that. Maybe the euro will stay stronger than the pound. Maybe it's time for that flip. So interesting there. Potential strength coming in the euro. I don't even know what to say about this. Euro yen, there's nothing to do. I mean, we're already down. This is getting to the point where it's just comedy at this point. Any push lower, I would be looking for something like that, potentially even lower. We'll start there. We would start with that. We're going to go lower, be a spike low down there. Just assume the worst is going to happen. You always assume that the worst is going to happen. If it's right there and it looks like it might go, it's probably going to. On the way up, watching the top end of that thing that we can't say on TV. Watching this one. And other than that, you're looking for a break at the low before you would consider getting long. And here's the thing, you get last chance for a higher low right here. This is it. It's the last chance for this to make a higher low. Other than that, you're watching anything below that swing low in liquidity. And who knows? Hopefully that doesn't happen today. Ridiculous honestly on the yen. No recovery, just none. It didn't do it. Everybody got baited in on that candle, and then it quit. It's unfortunate. EuroCAD, we'll watch it on Monday. All that yen stuff, we'll take another look at it on Monday morning. Maybe on Sunday when the market opens. Going to be looking for it again, and you'll have the entire week to run. Hold on a second. God, man, my voice is gone. Need to rest that over the weekend. EuroCAD. Nothing. Doing. Yeah, I mean it's high. Nothing. No decision to make on that. I'm looking at it like, what do you do here? It's at the top of a range. On the macro, we probably got some situation like this that's happening, and we're probably much closer to the top of it than you think. To the sellers, and are we sellers or buyers here is a question. Who knows? Nothing. I wouldn't make a decision here. This kind of price action is weird. It's already high, but it's showing maybe this is gonna. You might get a green candle here over the next hour. You would be looking at a scalp only on that. You're trying to figure out where we are, what's likely to happen. Is there anything that's tradable here? Is there any high probability, low risk decision? That's the way I look at it. Is there a high probability, low risk decision to make? Right in the middle of our range right there. Would wait. See what happens there. On the low. God, man. I'm going to start muting this a different way. Euro Aussie range, very well defined range. We're just back toward the low end of it. What to do there? I know what we're watching on the upside. Back to the low of the range. I could see us just being bouncing back around in there. No trade really. Pound dollar. Yeah, we already talked about that. Where we are at whatever. Nothing. There's no really good risk reward here. Like we're not on a high or a low, and there's nothing happening really. There's not something that's taking place. Hold on. Man, this is getting like voice is completely gone. Pound yen, unfortunately, looking for a break of the low. It's not a short. I'm not going to sell it. I'll wait. You can sell it and have a tight stop. Not for me. I'll wait. It's not going to matter at this point. Whether it, whatever, goes up or down a couple more pips. I would be looking below the low. We'll see what happens there. Maybe Monday. It just doesn't look like it's doing anything right now. Now that can change in an instant. This price action is not necessarily bad here. This is the kind of stuff that it looks crazy, and all of a sudden can slam really hard on you, slam all the way back up, and it'd happen so fast it's confusing because of how low this is already. I'm just not willing to sell it down here, but I'm not going to take a long either. I'll wait for Monday. Okay, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot yesterday at the low of the day and today at the low of the day, and it just didn't retrace. It didn't. So what do you do? Pound CAD's too messy. We're back previous highs. Nothing. There's no trade there. Pound Swiss. This is interesting because of how crazy the Swiss went. I could see this pulling down lower. I would only want to be looking short, but probably on pullbacks. As this pulled back, I would into probably these highs. I would probably look at that. And then MERP. We'll see if for some reason it were to do that, I would try it there. Because this is already up so much, I wouldn't want to sell it somewhere near the top. I can see a pullback happening. Nothing. Pound Aussie. Higher probably next week. I like this higher back to the top of the range. Also very aware that I hope that doesn't happen. That we make it all the way back down there. Surprised this isn't holding, but something lower. What would be down here is a higher time frame level, probably a 4-hour level that this could probably be refined a little bit, something like that. So here's our range, either higher or low. I would want to be long on this. Want to be long, but if it needs to be from lower, then fine. The logic being, we're probably much closer to whatever the low of this range is. We're in a big range here. Probably closer to the low than to the high. So if you imagine something like this, every time it comes in there, we're in burp, burp. We haven't burped yet. Haven't made it back up there yet. So at some point, we're basically watching the low of the day. We're going to be buying the low of the day every day. Not the lowest candle, but projected low. Trying to buy into the low of the day every day until this runs back up. Because when it runs back up, it's going to be brutal. This wasn't today. So maybe we do get that Monday, Tuesday. Monday, maybe. What if it did? Come down here. You'd be looking to try it again. From lower. Not buying it now with that kind of price action. But if for some reason this would go lower, then I'd try it. It's going to be a trade there. On Kiwi, yeah, we're going to check everything. We're going to run through the whole market here. Gold, yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, we're going to check gold. We're almost there. Pound Kiwi. Gold is, it was a short. It actually still is a short. A crazy opportunity to sell it, honestly. And we'll talk about that in a minute. Put that into perspective for you. Depends on your time frame. Where that is right here. Almost there. Pound Kiwi is meh. Too messy. I could see this going up with Pound Aussie on Monday. We'll skip that. S&P. Weird price action here. Nothing to say here. They just kind of whack. Nothing to say. You'll see how we close the week. You know, this kind of stuff likes to pump into the close of the week. So I wouldn't buy it there just because of where it is. It's a little bit dangerous to buy that, but I could see a potential scenario where that runs up. Gold is just back. We'll get to that. NASDAQ and S&P. NASDAQ, Dow, S&P all going to be the same. CAD, Yen. Maybe now that we broke the low. I don't want to be short down there. I know that. I know we're in liquidity. Everybody who is long in the last week is getting stopped out right now. I could see some kind of accumulation in here, and then next on Monday. Going to be watching all of these yen pairs next week. If today wasn't the retracement and yesterday wasn't a retracement. So basically, if yesterday wasn't a higher low and today didn't retrace, going to be watching it Monday. Eventually it will. We'll just try it again. Make good decisions starting next week. Lower risk. We're going to go back to lower risk moves. Slinging stuff all over the place, which was great for the first 3 days, but then got caught in the yen, which was honestly understandable. You know, it wasn't even bad decisions. It was just, holy cow, on the market. What the heck? Hey, welcome. Yeah, I'm going to start doing this a little more. Used to stream every day for years. And took like a year off to build cool things, building software. WTI, very clearly at a level that you don't want to be long. And if you don't want to be long, it's either no trade or a short. It's the end of the day. Probably going to be a good entry, to be honest. That's the thing. Watch that, actually. If you can hold over the weekend, we're really getting there on the 1 hour. A little bit more. One little poke higher, and I could see that being a thing. Actually, interesting level on oil. For sure. Gold. 10 times out of 10, I would take this short. We'll get there. Silver, whatever, good game. Should have taken that long this morning. From down there. Said, oh man, silver looks like a long, and then didn't take it, and then there it goes, gone. Stupid. Gold did the thing today. Had two opportunities there. So here's gold. Talk about gold real quick. Do you want to be long in this? And this is the question you got to ask yourself. Do you want to be long inside of this right here? After Jack and the Beanstalk, 18.63%. You have a just short of 19% move. Straight up. Straight up. But no pullback, nothing. And we're on the highest high of a 19% move inside of this right here. Back into density. You know, we're right back into this right here, this density. All that settlement that's going to happen there. Maybe not. We're talking about going back like almost a year, like 9 months. Highest high in 9 months on the highest high of the daily candle, on the highest high of the weekly candle, are you going to buy it now? And that's for everyone to draw their own conclusion. What do you think's happening right here in this level? Everyone who's been long for the last 6 months is probably taking profit. Big round numbers all over the place. It's a thing. Just looking at the daily candle. I can refine this down a little bit. 4-hour chart. Something like that, maybe. This is your 4-hour inflection point here. Last place where your sellers were correct and had not been stopped out yet. If you look at it that way, think about it that way. It's crazy to look at where we are on gold. This is like the chart of the day right here. It's crazy to think about that. Where we are. It's crazy. And this is the question is, obviously it's Friday at the end of the day. You don't probably want to mess with that, but just in general, is it time to change your bias on gold? No matter whatever's in the news, whatever they're saying in the news about gold or whatever, just technically looking at the chart, is it time to change your bias? And that's the thing. Or is it time for, something like this at minimum?
Yeah, look, BB, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Finally.
Yeah. No, I could hear you before when you came in. Yeah.
Yeah, but I couldn't hear you, so I need
Okay,
to
okay.
go find my Bluetooth speakers, a
Okay,
headset,
gotcha,
and
yeah.
everything. So, looks like the yen got the low of the day. I'm looking on JPY currency index, so it's on a high. Let's see.
Hopefully all those are like euro yen and pound yen and CAD yen. There's so many crazy
Yeah.
many
Well, I
crazy
have a big.
potential there.
I put a big position on Swiss franc yen
5
and
minutes.
also CAD
Sorry.
yen
Yeah,
because the
the yen's
oil
rolling
was
over.
pumping. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that yen is rolling over. Yeah, I'm still in from earlier. And I think euro yen, CAD yen, and Swiss yen just positioned. I was hoping it was going to push back up. Some of them are close. So yeah, we'll see on that. With gold, it's pretty wild where that is. But yeah, we'll take a look at some of the yen stuff. Watching it. I'm again waiting, hoping that these come up off the low before the daily close, just a little bit. Give me some of it back. I'm trying to get it back to break even. It'll start again next week. Basically, it did really well. Killed it first 3 days of the week, then nothing yesterday. Got stopped out, and then today just waiting still on some pullbacks that aren't coming. So whatever, we'll start again next week. But 10 times out of 10, we'll watch this, what happens for the rest of the day. But risk wise, it's Friday is the problem. If it wasn't Friday, you'd be, like, this is the kind of entry that I would be looking at, licking my chops, like, holy cow, like, here we go. This is one that you go for on gold. Maybe we'll watch this. I think I'm already in it, same level. Let me look and see. It stopped out at break even. Take another one. Same trade. Yeah, so there we go. Why not? Thing to lose for the rest of the day. But that's the kind of thing to try it. That kind of thing. Depends on what, but it is Friday, and it is closer toward the end of the day on Friday. But try that 1 or 2 times, and you might come up with something monster, absolutely massive, because of where it is. So you're watching that, we'll watch that. Just in theory, we'll see what happens there. But yeah, man, these things are looking much, much, much better. Yeah, I know it's a little bit of a change, Fabi, to use the Discord, but it should work just as fine. It should actually be better quality. Overall, the overall experience should be better quality, just different with Zoom. Oof, man, Euro Yen. Odd.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the yen is ready to dump a little bit for
I hope so, man.
give a little weak on a weak candle.
Yeah, I hope so, man. It looked like it was starting to pull down a little bit. Short term, like 5-minute data points, on the strength tool, it looked like it was coming down a little bit. Hopefully I wish it wasn't Friday, man. 'Cause I'm like, man, I'll take it on the other one. Take some small positions. Because the positioning here on some of these things, like Euro Yen, Pound Yen, Kiwi Yen, is just bonkers. The positioning, very, very good positions. If this kind of thing was in the middle of the week, it would be so much better. But yeah, crazy, crazy low. It's just it's the next place you try it. Some of the other places were good positions too, and it just every time it gets better and better and better. The potential for a pullback gets larger and larger and larger and larger. The pullback itself in distance and the probability that it happens both go up every time this thing hits another lower low like that. That's crazy. Might be getting a reversal, type of move. But stuff like this is not. It's hard to argue that it's at least a good potential chance. At something big on gold right there. But it's Friday, and that's the catch, is it's Friday.
Yeah, the yen. Remember, I told you to check the news for, I think it was Thursday night or Wednesday night.
Mm-hmm.
It went from negative, like $0.6 trillion of export to almost $2 trillion of export last month, right? So they need to move money, right?
Yeah,
and that's why it's pumping the yen a lot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
I mean, it
what
went from $0.6 trillion on the red to almost $2 trillion on the green.
Yeah, I saw.
That's a
I saw
lot.
that. Yeah, it was a huge. It was a massive change. I remember I saw that on Forex Factor. I was like, wait, what? Like, yeah, that I remember seeing that. I think yesterday. Yeah, it was just such a huge beat that it was like ridiculous. Yeah, and it that stuff makes you wonder too. But yeah, and what does that mean? Yeah, right here. Yeah, what is what happens? Hopefully we can go the other way.
Yeah, well, remember the yen is being very, very weak. Like
for a
since
very
last
long
year.
time. Yeah, right. Exactly.
For a very long time. So like the dollar yen hit 150, 150. Now it's back. I remember September I put a bunch of shorts, like long on the yen shorts against the yen, and 3 months that was overseas.
Right.
I did great because I didn't even touch it, just let it ride.
Right.
And so the yen is getting back to levels, probably for the levels of 2021. So, and Bank of Japan is doing a bunch of things also to, they still with very low interest, So I don't know. I don't know what's happened, but they're moving money, a lot of money.
Yeah, something's going on. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on with that actually. But yeah, so also what happens. Yeah. Happens with equities. So, man, I'm trying to figure out what to do next week. What do we position for I don't
Yeah,
want
I'm
to
not,
miss it. Like I don't want to miss it and it gaps up and then it's gone and you miss the entry, you know.
yeah. Well, I gonna, write a little retracement on the yen today, but I for sure not gonna leave nothing open against the yen because I don't know how it's gonna be the
Yeah,
weekend.
it's just been so dangerous. Like how many,
Yes.
sometimes they'll give you that one last little burp, that one little dip, and then it'll be gone and it won't come back for weeks. That's the kind of thing that could potentially happen here because of where it is. Like it's so, like the yen has been so strong. And so everything against the yen is just like pushed down like almost abnormally low. So what does that mean, going into next week? Yeah, so yeah, I don't know. I know there's some good
Uh,
opportunity now that it's here, now that it's down there. It's a different story.
yeah, like for scalp is one thing, but to be honest, on a long position, I don't, like I don't believe in that. Follow the trend, like it's your best friend. That's bullshit. That should
Right.
keep, retailers losing
Yeah.
money.
Yeah. Right.
But like the yen is not, Japan is doing something. So I don't know what's going on. They're getting really strong. So I don't know if they're moving things from China to Japan to export, because China's been closed. I don't know what's going on. Honestly, I don't. But
Yeah. Something happening. Yeah.
since September to now, Japan, the yen's getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And from December 20, like it moved ridiculous, like 700 points and one day.
Right. Yeah. I remember
And
the
we have
Bank of Japan said something. Yeah. And everybody
yeah,
jumped on
we
it.
have
Like,
we have a little retracement to get like almost to the even, and now we drop everything again, making a new low on everything. So yeah, I can scalp today. I have a position on everything, like going up a little bit. Gonna take like, few pips out of the market. But yeah, I'm closing. I'm not keeping
yeah.
those
Yeah.
positions
Not over the
open
weekend.
today.
Yeah. It's too dangerous. Yeah. No, I totally get that. And that's the thing. I want to wait until, Monday and see what's going on. I want to see where it is. I know that there's a very high probability of a retracement given where we are, but the weekly candle is going to have to close too. Is it going to close down? And what's going to happen? And it may pull back up a little bit next week and then reject and go back down. Like it can pull halfway back up through that weekly candle and then reject too. So,
Yeah, I mean, doing something that we mentioned on the room a few times is just trying to, cash a little bit on a week, like on a weekend candle. You need, like right now it's flat on the bottom, right? If you look at it. So you
yeah,
need to make a little wick there, like for the
yeah,
close of the day. And that's what I'm trying to do it.
yeah.
That's
Just
pretty
trying to
much
catch the
it.
wick on the bottom. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. You know.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And then again, it's about timing. Once everything pushes down to the low, sometimes it'll
Yeah.
pull back up. On the daily and the weekly. And that'd be the idea on the weekly. Take a look at the weekly candle real quick. That's just a really crazy weekly candle.
No kidding.
And some are worse than others. And the idea would be just to pull back up. It didn't wick back up. Looking for maybe a wick back up and it didn't do it. So the likelihood, if it closes down like this, it's still likely to pull back up a little bit. And that was all I was looking for, just that little pull back up.
Because you see,
Because
it's on a range. You see the range that you mark on the left there.
yeah,
We're on the top of that range, right?
right,
So it's a top range now, like stepping up.
right,
So
exactly.
now it's on the
This is
low
the
of that
thing,
range.
right? And that's the whole thing is it's time to pay attention to it. Now the question is, there's still room for noise inside of that, but the main structure could still be solid. So what is this going to do? I was hoping this was going to wick back up, but no go there. Even if this closes down here, it's likely to pull back up to some degree at some point, maybe Monday, Tuesday, and others may look different, but man, it just wasn't the close you wanted. Like it had a chance to do something here. It just wasn't the close you wanted to see. I was hoping we were going to pull back up and still may a little bit. That's what I'm saying. I'll watch it on Monday. And, it's just, there is room for lower on the weekly chart. But again, that's the weekly. You know, talking about lower time frames, you're going to see something different. Yeah, that just wasn't the close we wanted to see. Had a chance to pull all the way back up, but you know, it's not over yet either. You know, we'll watch it, and that's kind of what I'm saying. Watch it Monday. Try to catch whatever the pullback's going to be. It may even go, you know, something like pound yen may go a little bit lower. Depends on the pound too. We'll see what's up with the pound. You know, like euro yen, like this kind of stuff is not. You know, you don't want to sell it down here. Is the thing. It's not a short. It's not a short now. It was, but not now. You know, and all of a sudden just took off, which is crazy. The last 2 days, it just boom, done. Just not a good place to start selling it now is the thing. You know, we're trying to catch that retracement that at the daily low or whatever that never came. Like this pulled back into here and didn't bounce. Had a chance to wick up and make a hammer and just didn't. It closed down. So now what? You know, it's doesn't look great, honestly. I wanted to see this pull back up before this because it would have changed things if it would have wicked back up. You know, on all the daily candles. I think gold is probably the most interesting thing in the market right now where it is. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those. Oil is another one. I think we're going to see some higher prices on oil. You know, this is really just starting to hold on oil, but it's at the top of its range right now, so it may not be a good entry, but you know, it looks like it's gonna be good. That kind of thing. You know, maybe a little more and then reject, but I think eventually we're going to have some higher prices in oil. You can already starting to see this scoop out a little bit. You know, is this going to do something where it, you know, does something like this and, you know, like that? They're going to come make a higher low eventually and then start to go. And where might that happen? You know, are we going to retest something like that and bounce? Maybe. That's a possibility. But yeah, right now, it's on the way up. It's not a good entry long right now. There's so much of that. I mean, like potential reversals and like potential areas of rejection. Gold is just really, really crazy right there. This is like the most interesting thing. You know, where is this going to end today? You know, is this just going to push up into here and just stop by the time the day ends or what? And then what happens on Monday? You know.
And the fun thing is that gold is moving with Bitcoin.
Right. Yeah. Bitcoin's moving with gold. Yeah. It's definitely. It's good that Bitcoin's up. Crypto is like back at 19. Good game. Yeah, we're heading. Yeah, we're on the way. 20. Yeah, we'll see 20,000 soon.
We take 1 0 off is the same price.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Actually, that's interesting. Pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that, you know, that may be. Yeah. I can see that. I can see Bitcoin definitely running higher. It's just not a good entry. You know, you're buying the highest high in a very long time. You know, buying it right now. All right. Welcome.
One question: people can hear me or just you?
Yeah, yeah. I think it's going through you too. You can mute if you want. Hold on 1 second.
No. Just like.
Yeah.
I don't want to mess up your.
Oh no! You don't mess anything up. No, it's all good, and that's what it's for. I've got it piped through for now. Yeah, okay. It's going through, but I can mute it anytime. You can talk about any of the other stuff. But yeah. Just doing just sharing for now for a week, and then see what's going on. And we'll probably do like certain times of the day.
Yeah, well, we're going to, adaptation for something new. We was used to one thing, and we have
Yeah,
to change and just adapt. Like that's right there the lesson of the market. No,
yeah.
that's
Right.
life lesson. That you
Yeah,
know.
sure, sure. Yeah, Euro Pound ended up being good. Again, sold the higher high.
Now I did the same.
Where it was, this morning, that ended up being one of the better trades. It was just kind of quiet. It's on the way now. The entry's great, but not going to get to hold it. We'll be looking to hold that probably on into next week. Gold, yeah, gold's going to be a short. Where it is, it's a very easy call watching it. Take a look. Close. We're going to see what happens. See if it stays within the range. Next place I would be interested in looking at it is here, and that would be the last place for the day. But who knows, man? This may end up being really crazy, actually. Next week. Do you want to buy the highest high in 9 months, or do you want to sell the highest high in 9 months? It's exceeded the statistical range for the day, exceeded statistical range for the week almost. It's meeting it there. It's close. The highest high in 6 months, broken every range high. And that's the thing. And it depends on your risk tolerance. And if you're doing that kind of stuff, low risk, you got really not much to worry about. So this is the kind of thing where I'd be positioning on this, and then I'll look and see what it looks like on Monday. Am I in a gold trade? Yes. A couple things. I'm gonna just kind of waiting right now, waiting for some things to happen. We'll take a spin through and look. Let's see. Let's bust out the old PlayStation controller. Do a little PlayStation trading. Yeah, no, everything you see is a trade. Yeah, waiting on it, waiting to see. Yeah, whatever. Skip through. Start from the beginning. Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen here. Go back to the man. I don't want my drink. Go back to the beginning of the list. Get that data. Aussie CAD. All right. So, where are we? Zoom in a little bit. Man, see, there's so many things that are at these crazy levels. Again, if it wasn't Friday, probably be looking at that at the top of the range too. I'd just immediately be like, yeah, take a risk on it short and then wait and see what happens. Yeah. Be a little more selective next week. Just kind of run and gun, playing with the risk manager this week. Testing, got some good testing done. It all works great. See this kind of thing. Also, Aussie Kiwi. What it just did, pulled back in the opening range. That's a short. But it's Friday at the end of the day. So I want to be careful with that kind of stuff, obviously. Aussie dollar, nothing really. It's got some stuff still on from yesterday, really. Waiting to figure out what to do with it. Swiss yen. I mean, it's stupid low. Just was looking for some kind of retracement that never happened. CAD yen, same thing. No retracement. Whatever. Take the L. Try it again next week. What else? Ended up could have been better. I'll tell you that. This was yesterday. Could have done without trying to buy into the yen, but sell into it. Gold is looking really interesting right there. Hold on a second. I'm gonna watch this. Curious to see what this is gonna do here as we get there. That price action is just it looks weak in where it is. Anyway, let's go back. pound, nothing. Euro, yens, whatever. Nothing there. See, normally I would look at something like euro dollar. Looks like it's a rejection off the low of the range. I'm short. I'll just leave it open and see if it dumps toward the end of the day. It's either that or it gets stopped out at break even. I got two positions higher that are both at break even. Close a partial. Just make sure my stops are break even, whatever there. Pound Aussie, nothing. I think Pound Aussie is going to be a really good long next week, but wouldn't buy it now from the low of the range. But it's gold's about to put in a big red candle. Euro dollar. About that. Pound CAD. No trade really. Pound CAD, weird price action. I could see it going a little bit higher, but not buying it now. It's too late. Pound Swiss. At this point of the day, you're like looking for positions that, you know, you may be able to hold over the weekend that aren't high risk, you know, something that's low risk, because you don't want to get caught in some big position over the weekend. I would not do that. Honestly, I don't take any big positions and hold over the weekend. I'll take small positions and hold over the weekend almost every time, all the time. But I'm not going to take some big risk on something and risk, you know, some stupid news event happening. You know, some tsunami hits Japan and then all of a sudden the yen goes 500 pips in the wrong direction. Whatever. Just as an example, you know, Joe Biden says something and whatever. Now the market's wrecked.
Yeah, also, Monday is bank holiday now in the United States.
True.
That doesn't affect much us, you know, because it's going to be big moves.
Right.
But issue.
But still, yeah. It is a bank holiday on Monday. I forgot about that. Martin Luther King Day. So currency will still be running, but and see, I look at this pound yen and I want it so bad. Like I want to, you know, if it was a day trade, I would be like, man, it's time to at least take a position on it and see if it breaks the low. Yeah, gold ended up going, Diogo. Same. Yeah, man, I got stopped out of it yesterday, but it did. It bounced and did the thing. Went right up, all the way up, which is nuts. Watching it right now. Yeah. But you know, it's time to go the other way with it. Now that it's pressed up to the high, I would look at this and just be so happy that I'm getting this opportunity. If it was like any other day other than Friday on gold, Kiwi dollar, nothing in there. Dollar Swiss, nothing. Tempting, but no. Gold. There, yeah. So basically, you know, whatever, a little bit higher. I'll try it again. If it gets stopped out, I'll try it again. That'll even, you know, whatever. Maybe not because it's Friday, but you know, I'm not risking a lot on this. It's just a little small trade, just because I've got to be flat anyway. Just in case it pulls back down. But for a position trade, like this is a really good position. I'm going to be upset about losing this position actually. Come probably Monday. I'm waiting for it to go a little bit higher. On gold, I mean,
yeah, 1900. 1900 is the new orange.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe so. Maybe as it pulls back, maybe it'll hold it. Who knows? I know it's pretty crazy high, but it could go. I mean, of course, it could go higher. You know, the question is it going to do it now or not? You know.
Well, you know, everybody's mentioning about the recession, right? So,
yeah.
What is the best way to save your money to put in gold?
Yeah. You know? Well. Yeah. True.
We know that the first, you know, January and the first couple weeks of February, the stock markets, you know, normally has a big retracement, and people are mentioning a lot of gold lately. So, you know, just because it's 1900, people want to buy now because am I gonna go to 2000? So let's buy at 1900. You know
Maybe.
how it goes.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. And that, I know that, obviously investor sentiment goes that way sometimes. Some people don't think about it. They're just like, whatever. They'll look at it every couple of weeks. They'll just buy some and then look at it later. That is a thing. Not everybody is a day trader,
Exactly.
Some
For us,
people,
it's a different story. We
right.
want to get there, buy high and sell low, on the day. So that's why we look for extremes all the time.
Some people be like, oh
And
yeah, gold.
thanks to
Yeah.
your tool, we have like a map exactly where it's not just a black like screen with some
Right.
candles on it.
Right.
So and remember, people was buying Bitcoin at $60,000, think that was going to go to 100. That's out there. That's the way the people think.
Yeah.
They don't buy when it's cheap. They buy
Right.
when it's high.
Right.
So
And that's that's a good argument, for, maybe it is going to go higher, because people say, oh man, inflation, and, maybe gold is a good place to put it. They see it on the news or whatever, and maybe buy some. They'll go to their Fidelity account and buy some gold or whatever, or whatever, go to whatever bullion.com and buy a little gold. But yeah, that is a thing. Buy high, sell higher. Pretty
not for
pretty
us.
high there right now, man. There's not much meat on that bone right now. That's the problem, is there's not much left on it. As far as you're really
For day trade.
yeah,
For day
right.
trade. It's not for us. I mean,
Yeah, there's just not much on it. You would. It's much closer to a pullback, but that doesn't mean that in 6 months it won't be higher. That's
exactly. And I prefer lose opportunity and save my money that buy a 19,
right.
17 and sell for 1950, lose the opportunity, then sell at 1950
And
and
have to
and
buy
get
it.
for
Yeah.
1800.
Yeah, having go all the way back on you. Yeah, and and
Yeah.
again, different perspective. Between traders and non-traders, and gold's one of those things that people buy. I get that. Yeah, so we'll see what happens probably next week. I'm super interested in what's going to happen on that next week. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of messing around for the rest of the day, waiting, flipping through, looking. There's really nothing that's moving. There's no big retracements. It's like everything is just pushing out to its level and staying there. And there's like, we didn't get a move in a retracement. Like, God, man, there's very little of that this week. You got brutal trends that stayed there. The dollar was flat.
The dollar was flat.
Yeah, all week until today.
Pretty much.
Yeah, until CPI yesterday, and then not
moved both directions.
Right. But all week it was like crazy flat. Come on, Swiss yen. There you go.
And the same thing, like always, the dollar in the end move in the same direction. And the last few weeks, they just split apart.
They've been split, correlation split. Yep, exactly. It's 100%. Yeah, that's been weird. I've noticed the Aussie and the Kiwi have done the same thing. That correlation's kind of split too. The normal, very strong positive correlations have split the last couple weeks. It's been interesting, actually, to see that. Like the market is in a weird spot right now. There's some other things happening that don't make sense.
Yeah. By the amount that the gold moved today, the dollar was supposed to be like 105, 101.5, something like that, and it's flat.
It's nothing. Yep.
So I think who is taking some of the gold purchase also is the Swiss franc. Remember they have a lot of money sitting there that now is costing them 1% because they raised the interest. They went from negative to positive.
Yep. Yeah, man. Yeah, so gold's one of those things. What do you do with it? Maybe it'll be higher. Question is, how far does it pull back and when? Do you want to buy it now is the question for a trade. Whatever. If you're buying bullion or something, or a gold chain or something, maybe. maybe we'll stay in the 1900s. Not going to bet on it personally, but maybe. I'm waiting for this to hit that weekly high. Just the next point. Take a second one. If it wasn't Friday, I know exactly what I'd be doing right now, given where it is. But yeah, weird day today. But yesterday and today, just kind of bonkers. Really, yesterday stuff's just still got these extreme moves that aren't pulling back. That's a good place to try it though.
There's a lot, like big whales that, they still in vacation for the holidays, like for the end of the year. They didn't get back on the office yet.
Right.
They're going to get back by the 15th, the 20th of January. That's when the actions start moving.
Yep.
It's a normal cycle.
I mean, above the high, what are you going to do above the high here? Yeah. Yeah, so, we're just kind of getting back to it, really. But yeah, no, boy, there was some moves this week, though, in the yen. That was kind of crazy. In the Swiss, too. The yen and the Swiss, everything was flat. But the yen and the Swiss.
Yep. Opposite directions, huh?
Yeah, crazy. But yeah, interesting. Interesting week, but I don't know. We'll see. We got some potential opportunity next week. We'll see how this goes.
And if you can take money from the Swiss, there you should be, negative interest and transfer everything to the yen, and then get a loan at, negative interest to trade.
Yeah, it's free money.
Free money.
Yeah,
right?
And that's the thing. So, yep.
Like you said, 1% of $10 million is a lot of money.
Yep, exactly. And that's the carry trade, right? That makes sense. That's why I would try to pay attention to that as much as we can, because it's a thing. And it's changed a little with the Swiss, now that they're not negative anymore, but they're still low. And that's the same with the Bank of Japan, the way that they do things, which is different but still applies to the carry trade. It's when is that going to get cut back down? Or are they going to go negative again? It's interesting, but I don't know how this is going to go over the next couple days. Where you try it again right here. If that's going to hold. Waited for that the first time, but we'll see. Even better now. This is just, we're in the zone here. Like, this is crazy to push this high, and of course where it is right at the end of the day. And maybe not, but this is where you try it. Watch this. I'm curious. Watch it. Give me a second.
Yeah, another crazy thing that's happened is how weak the pound has been the last month or so, with everything that's going on over there.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Leo? Yeah, we're good. Good to go. Hanging out, man. Everything's being good. It was a pretty good start to the week. Did pretty well this week. Yesterday got stopped out some, but it's fine. Trying to catch the yen. But now that I see how it's closing the week, it's a different story. This crazy stuff going on. Some really wild moves. They did really well. The beginning of the first 3 days of the week was just a murder show. Just killed it. And then yesterday, trying to catch that yen, got chewed it back down. But it's all right. It was worth a shot. Yeah, doing fine though. Nothing terrible has happened. Kind of waiting right now. It's closing out the week. Flipping through charts. Nothing really to do. Roller died. Put that back in.
One can get out of drawdown, it's you, BB.
All right.
I remember when you had like the no losing trades challenge and you were just managing everything.
Killing it. Yeah. Well, yeah. When you got plenty of room to do that, yeah, you can do it. When you don't have a very tight drawdown limit, yeah, you can just keep taking positions. You can if you can take like a 10-20% drawdown, you can do anything. Yeah. You can, as long as you're managing it, yeah, can really get yourself out of trouble. And that's a different kind of trading. Actually, need to go back to some of that. Just managing the positions. Kind of the same entries though, using the same entries, but managing the positions and leaving them open. Just leaving positions open and pushing them, overweighting them one way or the other until they get where they need to be, and then closing out. Basically, just managing positions is a whole different way of doing things. That's something that most people haven't been exposed to. That's actually a really good way to do things. If you're not worried about a drawdown limit, really, if you've got more room, or you can take smaller positions and do it. And that's kind of what I've been doing this week. That's what I was doing earlier in the week, is taking smaller positions and just managing the net and just manipulating the net account into profit. If I had more time in the week, I would, just be continuing on. There's so many things that I would want to do here. Just run out of time, which is fine. I'm going to be right back to it on Monday.
And that's make much easier when you can hedge, something that,
Yep.
My accounts here in the United States don't allow me to hedge. So
yeah, man, that's
you just need to have, a lot of knowledge to let a position go against you, for 300, 500 pips, and
wait to the next entry.
Yes, and just jump in, because one thing the market will do for sure, it move like how you call the AKG is up and down.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's funny how most things mean reversions. They almost always come back. Yeah, especially currency markets, on especially higher time frames. Like currency markets are mean reverting markets. The stock market's a little different. The stock market likes to run these crazy trends and kind of stay there, and even that to some degree. But currency markets, most of the time, they are definitely mean reverting markets. They come off of macro highs and macro lows and back and forth. Yeah, man. See, like this silver, like be looking. I almost took that long this morning when it came back into, man, that would have been crazy. Almost took that long right there at the bottom of the range this morning. I wish I would have done it. It would have changed the entire day if I would have just taken it. I remember saying, spread sucks on the silver. I'll just wait. It's back in the range. I was like, I should take this long. And I didn't. And there again, it's gone. Yeah, you'd be looking to sell that now on the higher high. It's just Friday. So many things that are interesting. It's just Friday. Going to be probably a lot going on beginning of next week, trade wise. Just let this stuff play out. There's a lot of things that they would have already started reversing by now. So it is what it is. Stuff would have already started by now. If it was going to come back, like the yen and all that, it would have probably wicked back up. But maybe on Monday we'll get some reversal on the weekly open. On gold will come back down right off of it. That right on that. So yeah. Was up early in the week and then took some stops. I think ended up like negative $100 total. Sucks, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't anything devastating. It just should have been different. Crazy how that went. which is fine. We'll just get right back into it next week. Next week could be a whole different story. 3 really good days in a row and then chewed it all back down. Trying to catch the yen that didn't retrace. So good game. It was worth a shot. Get gold. Maybe that was it. Trying to figure out where the high of the week's going to be on gold. Fun to do this. So much easier. It's crazy, actually. Got a lot to work on this weekend on this. The risk analysis panel will be done this weekend. It's almost done now. Looks at your account, tells you what your total risk is, an open exposure. You know, how many dollars total am I risking on all of my positions if everything got stopped out. You know, it's something MetaTrader doesn't do. It's great. That's going to be very useful for multiple positions to just check your risk analysis. It'll say, you know, your total risk of loss is X amount of dollars or X amount of percent. You know, on these 11 trades that you have open, you're risking, you know, $62.37 with all of your stops. You know, so that's a very important thing to know, how much exposure you have on. So that's going to be super cool. And auto hedge is first on the list. You know, a button to just hedge all of your positions in place. I need it. You know, some other people need it. The bot already does that. I've already got the function written to calculate how much you have to look at all of your open exposure, how many total lots in for that chart, how many total lots do you have open, and then take the opposite position in the opposite direction and just lock it in place. It's got to count up how many open lots you have and then take the opposite position, and it'll just be like a button combination, you know, just like whatever, and just auto hedge, bloop, one button, you know, just done. You know, dink, instantly I had you in place. So that'll be cool. Come on, back up. Again. Silver on gold. So yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't know. I got a bunch of craziness on. Euro Swiss actually came back down, which is interesting. See where that is. Euro dollar I'll leave on just in case it rolls down. Euro Swiss, you know, I'm about to just close that. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. You know, I'll just close all on this chart. Just bring up my close all menu and just blink, done, just like that. But whatever. Time to get out of that. CAD yen I'll leave. Let's see what's in profit. Dollar CAD. Short. My stops are break even on that. Yeah. Dollar is good. I'll leave that on. $0. Let me go look at that. I think those are all hit. Yeah, stops break even there. So yeah, whatever. Again, we'll take another look at it next week, but you know, we'll still watch the markets close. See what we get. Got weird price action here. There can be some volume here toward the end of the day in the indices. There can be volume. Now, right now, we don't have a lot going on. it's not really much to take other than scalps, and we'll try to stay on top of it. Just talk through the markets. Next week we'll be here on YouTube, but I'm gonna focus on the group stuff. I know there's some newer people coming in. We're gonna have to, go over some strategy stuff and all the private side of things, but we'll still be here. We'll take some time. We'll try to figure out the right times to do it. Once we get everything set on the group side, and then we'll come and get back on YouTube. Stuff's just been priority lately. It's cool to get back on YouTube though. See a lot of the same people. All the same people have been around for years. It's like there's still even people in the group still that have been here since like 2017. Crazy, and I definitely appreciate that. A lot of friends in the group. We sit here and talk to each other and trade every day. We all know each other pretty well at this point. It's been years.
I think I've entered pretty earlier, like first month or something. Yeah, but exactly. Fabio was like one of the first ones, like of the first to log in with you.
Yep, there's a bunch of people. Yeah, so there's a couple people.
I haven't been that much last year and stuff, but yeah, trying to do it more now.
Yep. Yeah.
You're gonna see me a lot more now. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, we'll we've been doing well though, actually. Been doing pretty good. Lots changed actually. The markets are better too. The markets have been so much
and
better.
I've been following. I've been following and reacting and stuff. Yeah. But I just couldn't.
No, I see you. Yeah, I see you on Instagram stuff. Oh yeah, no man. No, that's good. No. Yeah, no, you've been working and stuff. No, yeah, of course, man.
Hey Fabi, are you here?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see if I'm sure Fabi's here somewhere. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm here, Diego.
Hey, great, man. Man, I have to say sorry to you, Fabi, for real.
Don't.
Because of your.
How I used to call you, Diego? No, I used to call you Diogo.
Yeah, and that's about it that I want to talk to you. Because. Nickname for Fabio, and because of YouTube now I see
I almost changed my name to Bob just to make it easy.
That's a big difference.
Shit.
Bob.
Yeah, like this. Because here in the United States, I need to introduce myself as a Fabian. I need to take the O out of Fabiano. Because when I say Fabiano, people freak out. Like, what? Like, they cannot pronounce it Fabiano. I don't know why. So
yeah, no, I get it a lot. Diogo is hard for non-Portuguese people or Portuguese-speaking countries.
Yeah. And I used to call you Diego all the time. So
because Diego is like Diogo, but from Brazil. But I was like so certain of it. I was like, no, yeah, it's Fabio. Okay, that's it. He's Fabio, and I've been calling you Fabio for like years and years now, and you never said nothing. And I was like, when I figured it out, like yesterday or something, I was like, oh my god, I've been calling you wrong.
Yeah, it's all good, man. I'm easy, like call me anything, just call me. I don't care.
I say, man, if that's the biggest mistake, that's the biggest mistake you've made lately, I think you're doing pretty good in life, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, there are pretty worse mistakes to make. Yeah.
So, but. Yeah, right now, man, I'm sweating because it's a mess. I have so much money sitting on Gemini right now, and everything is frozen. So SAC just fined them. So it's a big mess. I have like 80% of my retirement money, sitting there, and that's kind of driving me crazy lately, man. I've been having a really hard time to just keep, the cool, but have a lot of money sitting there and it's just frozen for like 2 months already.
You said Gemini. I look it up. Is it a cryptocurrency exchange?
Yeah, well, it's Gemini, that I
Mm-hmm.
have kind of earning, uh, like money sitting there was giving me like 8% a year, so it was
Yeah, yeah,
awesome,
yeah.
And then they loaned the money to Gemini to Genesis, and Genesis frozen the accounts on uh, this November 16th, and I was in Brazil. I tried to cash out before, and it didn't work because I was in Brazil. But anyways, it's just a lot of money sitting there that it kind of, I'm having a hard time. But out of that, keeping doing my Forex little by little here, 1-2% a week, and just start building up again. But
I'm sorry to
for
hear that, man. Hope you get
yeah,
it back for real.
well, cross my fingers and just keep moving. Cannot stop. Cannot take little pitfalls that make you move backwards. You always need to move forward. So,
Exactly.
you know, the only thing is I'm not working no more. I'm just doing Forex pretty much after I moved, to take care of my mom. So I'm not doing the massage that used to be my second source of income. And, but just keep moving. It's been kind of tough. 2023 start with the left foot, not the right foot.
No, man, everything will work out at the end. Everything will be
Yeah,
fine. You'll see.
always does. And if I need time, just keep putting hours on a computer like I do, and little by little start building my accounts again, and just keep moving
Yeah.
forward. The only thing is, I used to take money out of the market to put as an investment. Now I need to take the money out of the market to pay my bills. So,
Yeah.
it changed the way you trade. Emotional is, emotions taking part of it. You cannot do mistakes, and when you do mistakes, it's hurt and it costs you money, and it's just, so it's been kind of tough lately. But out of that, just got back from a cruise, spent New Year's in Bahamas, so life is good. You know, and pretty soon I'm gonna probably, I have plans to go to Portugal. You know, I was going to Portugal in June, but now
Mm-hmm.
with the money, frozen, I don't know if I'm gonna go there. You live in
Hey,
Lisboa?
man, if you come, say something, yeah?
Where you live?
Yeah, I live in the middle of Portugal, but I work at Lisbon, the capital. I
Uh,
go there like 2 times per, like 2 years in the month. I'm in Lisbon, and
okay.
so if you go there, like say something, man.
Yeah,
I would love to meet you, man, for real.
yeah. I have plans to go to Ovar. Like in
Ovar? Yeah.
Ovar, Porto, all that. Like south area over there. But yeah, for sure, we
Yeah,
can come down
Porto
there.
is at the north, but yeah, Ovar is at the south. Yeah.
South, yeah, yeah. But I have friends that live in both place, and also what is the
No,
name
I
of the
mean Ovar
island?
is at north as well. Sorry, Ovar is near Porto. Yeah.
Yeah, and what is the name of the? Try to remember the island.
Madeira.
Madeira. Yes, I have friends also in Madeira. So
Madeira is
well,
beautiful, man. I've been wanting to go there like for a time now, and maybe next year I'm going to Madeira as well.
yeah. Well, we maybe hook up and go together, man. Let's see how things go. Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. Come on,
Yeah,
Cathy Ann. You need to move up a little more.
I really should have stayed in gold, man. Oh my god, it's hurting me to look at this, but I took profit, so I cannot complain. But oh my god,
Yeah. Yeah. Well, don't complain about what is not making. be happy with if you make $10 or €10. That's it. It's better make €10 and be safe than try to shoot for a
Then to
hundred
lose.
euros
Exactly.
and lose. You know,
Exactly.
um,
Yeah, that's something I'm starting to learn as
yeah,
well.
and he's always can jump back in. Now one thing that we learn in the group is we don't buy the high, so make no sense
Oh,
jump on the
exactly. Not
gold
now.
right
Yeah.
now. Just because it's still
Exactly.
moving like 10 pips or whatever up, why we're gonna take a chance? Wait the right time to do it.
Yeah.
That's the secret. We be keeping saying this all the time. Trading is 90% time and just waiting. You have to wait for the right time to do things. Yeah, BB, you with the lights off, you really look like a black box, buddy.
Yesterday with BB, like when he has the two cameras on, the front one it seems like it's daytime, and the back one seems like it's nighttime. All that light from the screens. The glasses you are wearing is like for the blue light, BB.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, they're like, oh man, I actually left them downstairs. Yeah, they're blue light blocking glasses. It's so weird. I don't normally wear glasses, but I'm so used to wearing them now. It helps. Actually, it helps a lot. I've definitely noticed a difference. Like even with eye strain, it's weird. So there's definitely something there. Yeah, you can tell the difference when you put them on and off. You can see the different shade of blue, but it's supposed to like. Apparently, that can mess with your circadian rhythm and your sleep and stuff.
And
Apparently,
sleeping,
there's
yeah.
really
Your
like some
sleep, yeah,
science
for
to
sure.
it. Staring at blue light all day,
Yeah, yeah.
especially at night or later in the day, like it can keep you awake. So
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a thing.
I was joking, like you didn't have your headset on it. Like when you turn the
Yeah,
lights off, it really for sure looks like the black box.
yeah, it's black, all right. Yeah, it's dark in here. I got to keep the blinds closed. I say I've got enough. I've got like the power of the sun in my face here. It's enough. Like I've got enough light in my face already. Oh man. But
Yeah, man. All that screens for sure.
yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's just one of those times of the day we're waiting. Generally, about a couple more minutes, maybe something will happen. Been
Yeah,
kind of
you need
quiet
you need
this
to
week
put
around this time. Sorry, go
yeah,
ahead.
you need
Oh,
to
here we go.
put like this screen on your right side there running because right now you look like redneck missing one teeth.
Yeah, I was missing one. Yeah, that one's going for the Linux box. I'm actually had to order a power strip on Amazon. It actually just got here. It's funny, we were just talking about that. She was saying the power strip's here. She got the notification. I've got to hook my other computer up. I moved it across to the other side of the room, just on a different wall, and I've got to hook the just so I have more room over here on this side of the room of the office, and yeah, I've got to hook my other computer up. So I meant to do that the other day. I just haven't gotten to it yet. So Monday. But yeah, that's going to be, I'm going to go back to testing over there. That's where I was running the Hugo's Way test and all that bot testing before. I'm going to get back into all that. Just got to hook that computer back up. Man, we're getting to move here. Actually, at the end of the day, here we go.
Yeah, it's going.
Gosh. Well,
Are you long on it or waiting for a
no,
reverse?
it's crazy because I was not now.
Okay.
Yeah. So watching this now, where we're gonna hit, interesting here. That's where it's NAS tech is running. Yeah, I'm curious there, and watch that measurement hit. See how close that is. A good chance to watch that level. We're testing some new formulas. Sorry, go ahead.
The left of that chart, how crazy the CPI was.
That was ridiculous. Yeah, that really pushed everything around. Yeah, that's a mess. What do you do with that? It just kind of took everybody out and then went right about its business. Just really weird, very difficult price action this week. Honestly, it's been that way all week. And the dollar, where the dollar was all week, it was just very hard. Like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, just nothing. Just very difficult to get in something. Instead, there was no trending move. And then all of a sudden, CPI happened, and now we're just right back to it. Repriced a little, and now we're right back where we were. This was honestly a hard trading week. Like scalping wise, I'm sure there was some stuff to do, but as far as just normal movement, like honestly, it was a tough week to stay in a trade. Doesn't matter what direction you're in, it's hard to stay in it. Euro pounds, perfect. That's got a long way to go. Not going to be able to hold it. I'm going to try to let it go. Actually, may close this just while it's there. It's at a good spot to close it, but still got a couple hours. Normally, I would let that go. I'm going to have to close it.
The 1400.
Yeah, we're getting it early, it looks like. It's, we're running now.
They end up making a series of on that, the 1400.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good time to watch. It's crazy thing is we still have a lot of room. Potentially. Like S&P, NASDAQ, like they've still got plenty of room. There wasn't like a lot of movement today. Like we're talking about like, a quarter of a daily candle here kind of movement. Like it was relatively low volatility until now. We just finally broke the high, but realistically putting it into perspective, like it looked like there was some big move, but there wasn't. Like, your potential daily candle was like this large. And then, this is all we had until a few minutes ago. We're talking about trading within like a third of a daily candle's range all day. We had this one little burp and then right back into nothing. So it's crazy to put it in perspective that way. There's really nothing. There's more room. There's more room to go.
One thing that I had on my charts this week, maybe because what's happened with the yen, I put the JPY currency index up to.
Yeah.
So I may have the dollar and the JPY, like running, and also the euro and the British pound, So with those four, three information, I pretty much can read the market.
Right.
And then I would,
what's going where, right?
Yeah, and then we go and look on the string meter and make things so much easier, buddy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You don't need to be changing windows all the time. You just go where the action is, and that's it.
Right. Right.
Using your tool, check where it is, wait for the confirmation, wait for the levels, and jump on it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I wish wish some of those other indexes had more more liquidity, more volume on them. That, you know, some of them are like JXY has got a little more. You know, as far as the chart itself.
Yeah, what it sucks is I'm using one from Australia. You know, the brokers on Australia.
Yeah.
So the two doesn't match. Yeah, the
Yeah.
two doesn't match with the time, right? But just go with the.
Yeah, you can change the timing. Yeah, and that's the thing. You'd have to look at something else and try to change the timing. But your range projections will work. But the opening range is the only thing that won't be right. But yeah, all your range projections will be the same because of how that's measured. Yeah. The only thing that is the opening range would need the correct server time.
Yeah, it's like 7 hours, you know, apart because it's Australia. So, but out of that, you know.
Yeah, but man, yeah, JXY, you know, you can see.
But yeah, you can fix that, Fabi. We fix it for crypto. I remember when I wanted to look at crypto, I changed the time.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I change on that, affect my other charts, you know.
Oh yeah, it will affect everything.
So I don't need it because I use just for, you know, like
solution there maybe.
Yeah, you know.
Might have an option where you can pick two or something. You can check which one. Maybe that's a good idea.
I mean, it's not big deal. It's, you know, I just want to say that
for crypto, that would be helpful for crypto too, because most of the server times are different. You know, I'm just so used to thinking in Wall Street time. It's it's the way to do it anyway. That's the one that matters. But yeah, man, it's actually interesting there with
the only one I found.
Man, this thing is crazy right now.
Yeah, and the only one I found is from Pepperstone. You know, on TradingView. That's the only one that I found for the JPY currency index.
The JXY. Yeah, so well, there's kind of server time. Might be right, actually.
Yeah, the only one I found is from Pepperstone. That's the only one that, you know, every other ones was too much gap, you know, like on a candle formation.
Right, not enough liquidity, right, to show it.
Yeah.
Actually, that's actually interesting. FXCM, are they on the same server time? Yeah, maybe. Interesting. Yeah, they are. Let's see. Yeah. Weird. Maybe. Yeah, weird, showing slightly different price action, but still. Yeah, that's weird. There's a difference in liquidity there.
Yep, a little bit.
Yeah, you can see that
the low is not as low.
Yeah, it's not exact, but it's weird because the timing's the same. Yeah, it's just a slightly different price action. It's the broker. Yeah, it's interesting there. Yeah. Yeah, just looking at it. Yeah, maybe that's a thing. I'm actually curious now. No FXCM had that. Pepperstone. I know what Pepperstone is. Actually, a pretty big broker. Yeah.
I have an account with them.
Yeah, I thought that's right. I thought you said that before.
Yeah, but this, you know, I mean, having a hard time to transfer money from Brazil because, you know, it's through Brazil, you know, information, and I cannot send more. I cannot send or receive more than 10,000 a year. No, $10,000 a year.
Right.
So, you know, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that can
be. You know.
Yeah, it doesn't help sometimes. Yeah.
No, it doesn't help. And I don't want to start building the account over there, and then, you know, I have to take 5 or 10 years to take the money out.
Yeah.
Well, that's why people like crypto. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. I start watching the yen index. You know, there's a couple of them. A couple of those. Some can be such a low liquidity though that it's not, you know, it's not really helpful. The range tool or the strength tool actually rebuilds that from the broker, so it's rebuilding that using the other prices of the other instruments.
15 minutes.
Oh, sorry, got this loud.
And the price also, the one I have from Pepperstone is totally different than the formation.
Right.
Right
sure.
now,
yeah, go ahead.
On Pepperstone, I don't have that low on that candle there. You know, I'm on the top of that channel on Pepperstone.
Where is that? I don't know what it's called. Is it called JXY?
Well, I just put JPY currency index, and the only one that come up was
Interesting.
type JPY currency index. Just JP.
Yeah, I was just curious.
JPY currency.
Oh, there
index.
it is, right there. Yeah, right there. All right.
You see?
Okay, yeah.
So click on it.
Yeah, it's not that much different. But yeah. Oh yes, yeah. See, that one's weird. The one at FXCM is well, yeah. The server time is much different. Yeah.
You see the channel, the difference. One's on the channel.
Yeah.
You know, and another one's already broke the channel.
Right. Trying to come back. 1 second.
I'm going to go eat something. If I don't come back, see you next week.
Hey, take it easy, man. We'll see you. Good
Yeah,
to hear
bye
from
bye.
you, Diogo.
Have a good weekend.
Take it easy, man.
Ciao.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Yeah, so interesting there. Yeah, I don't know. We'll take a look. Curious on that, actually. Maybe take another look at that. Yeah, this thing's just blown out. It's completely gone.
Yeah.
But interesting, though. Wait, hold on. Give me just a minute. Yeah, we'll finish out the rest of the day here. Give me a second.
For 5 minutes to 1400.
Yeah, Zay, we're coming here. I'm actually going to watch that. Looks like some of these yen pairs are coming back up off the low finally, right at the end of the day. I hope so, man. Holy cow, please come back. Actually got a good entry.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, watching it. Give me just a second. Let's see what we got. Yeah, gosh, these yen stuff's finally first green candles I've seen in a while on everything against the yen. Finally. Gosh. Let's take a look. Finally, man. Jesus. Took forever to actually see a green candle. Like it's much less one or two in a row. Yeah. You know, hopefully we can just put a wick on the bottom of that daily and weekly candle. Yeah. You know, that's a thing. Take a look at the dailies. 4 hour. Where are we here at the end of the day? 4 hour wise, we're on here. We're still watching equities here. Let's see if we end up making it any higher. Projected close to it. Heading up there now. Yeah, so what happened here over the last couple hours? And really there. We're an hour into our next 4 hour candle here. Got a couple hours left. Our 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. candle we're in now. 1 p.m. to market close. Aussie dollar, you know, probably going to close the week high, but not necessarily super strong. Euro dollar, same situation, just very little volatility this last candle, or this last little bit. Euro pound, good game. Short from the top. I wish I could hold that. Lower, you know, lower. We were talking about that range there. Lower time frames. Let's take a look at it now. Oh, right there. Yeah, so a little bit lower there on Euro pound. We got good move starting, possibly starting. Euro yen. Remember how low this is. There's a lot to retrace. There's a lot of potential retracement. Doesn't mean it has to happen, but it's about potential. Definitely going to be watching somewhere up there. Still pretty far away. You're talking about 100 pips away. Doesn't look like it, but it is. Euro CAD, nothing. See, finally, man, gosh. Yeah, this yen stuff has been a pain in the butt for the last 24 hours. It's just an abnormally large move. I mean, every once in a while it happens. Yeah, we got one. We got one this week. We got two. We got the yen and the Swiss. Both just abnormal, just ridiculous, non-stop freight train of a trend. Just a repricing. Like, it wasn't even really a trend. It was just a complete repricing. Just pushing it to another level. Euro Aussie. Nothing to say there. Pound dollar. Not much to say. Same as, looks like Aussie dollar and Euro dollar, just kind of pushing up on the high. Back to the 1 hour, just looking to see where we are. Does anything need attention? Finally got a move here. But imagine what this could, and this is the whole idea. Imagine what this could look like on Monday or Tuesday. You could easily, just did this in 24 hours, basically. 48 hours. Even less than that. Day and a half. Imagine what that could look like in the middle of next week. Just on a retracement. It doesn't mean it's going to die from here after that sharp of a move. You know, it's kind of had one of these two here, but it took a little longer, but it ended up moving way back up to retest the high. You know, what if? And it's a what if. You know, what if this did do something like that? Goes back and retest the high like that. Even if it made a lower high. What if it did? It made a higher low. Even break the high. So there's huge potential in something like that. It doesn't mean it has to happen, but it's something we need to pay attention to, especially now that we got this candle. We're going to watch pullbacks, and buying into pullbacks at very specific levels is the thing. And we're definitely going to be hitting this first thing on Monday. Going to be here ready to trade on Monday morning because there's so many crazy things going on. Going to be ready for that. Got some programming to do too. Hopefully I have some cool stuff to unveil here on Monday too. Definitely going to have an update for the risk manager for sure. There's at least 2 things going to be done, if not more. But yeah, we'll be ready for all this on Monday. Let's see where we're at. Ads, blah, blah, blah. Pound Swiss is a nothing. Pound Aussie. Much to say. You know, we'll still be on YouTube. Just probably during very specific times because we're going to be probably busy doing group stuff as well next week. But like get serious about this next week and catch up. Would end up taking a small loss. It doesn't happen very often. It does happen. But we all know how quickly that can be brought back. It can be one day, be back. The right trade, and especially with things where they are. You know, just because the week's over doesn't mean the series is over. Sometimes you go back, you take a step backwards and then 3 steps forward after it, because things are now at better levels to trade. It's pretty much how this is probably going to go here. Gonna quit. It looked like it was going to keep going. Please. He's just chilling. You know, right now, you know, there's not really much to do. It's not a good idea to buy into it. You know, just watching the equities market. What are you going to do here? It's not a great idea to buy this. God, finally though. Finally, let's pound yen. That was a weird one. That was honestly a pain in the butt. Trying to catch into this, and it wasn't bad where we, it was already good. It wasn't, bad decisions. It just, didn't go, which is fine. None of it was a bad decision. That's the crazy thing. It wasn't even really that risky given where they were. Just complete blowout. Hopefully we'll blow it out back the other way. Back next week. That would be cool. Get some kind of a range here and then rip it back the other way. That would be cool. Let's get that. Dollar CADs. Nah. Nothing. Actually, I have a great short on this. Just from a couple hours ago. Really good short. It's actually the position in the biggest profit right now is dollar CAD right on the high. It went from projected high. Yeah. I sold the projected high of the day. Level was set at 3 a.m. this morning, and London opened right when this gate opened. This level was set. And it has not changed. So that was your high of the day. So I sold that. I'm still in the short. Normally I would be holding that just in case that came down. I'm going to try to let this fall some more. And if we make it back down to equilibrium right here in the middle, I'm going to end up probably closing that out. Take the W there, get some of that equity back. Come back quite a bit. Yeah, it's definitely come back quite a bit. So it's going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight on Monday. Fight some of that back. Yeah, it wasn't good yesterday. Not great. Had 3 good days and then yikes on yesterday. Stop. Yeah. Man, that's a big loss for me. It'd take like a 0.5% loss. That's a huge loss for me. I normally take much lower risk. I mean, it's not, the big on it. That's kind of the point that I'm making is that is a 0.5% is just cost of doing business sometimes, but that's way more than I normally take. So I did, take an L. It did not finish in the green this week, but it's not over. Let's see what happens next week. So first order of business is going to be to get that back, and then everything will be fine. Got to do a couple sets of 0.25%, and I'll be right back in it. So I was up. I was actually up quite a bit. I think I did more than 0.5%. I think on Tuesday or Wednesday. I think it was Wednesday. So yeah, I was actually up and then took some risk because I was up and got chewed up in stops. So whatever. Actually ended up not that bad. But gotta get back to it. Back to it on Monday. See where I'm at. Yeah, so it's not the end of the world. Like, it's really not. Stupid. Maybe by the end of the day, some of this pound yen, and by the market close, we still got a couple hours. Still got like 2.5 hours till the market closes. There's still a good chance that some of this stuff comes all the way back and runs them even into profit quite a bit more. Like pound yen, I think euro yen is one. CAD yen, the one with a bigger position, and it'll pull back up just a little bit. It's a maybe. It also could reject and go down. I'm trying to watch it and see what to do with it. Day's not over yet. Could get some of that back. Gold's another one. We'll just eat dirt. It's close. There's a reasonable chance that really wish I could hold this. I want to be short there for Monday, just for the Monday pullback. Gold is a crazy opportunity. It's crazy high. Actually like it. I love that. I want to hold that position. Okay, we talked about that. Good game yen though. Freaking yen, dude. What the heck? See what happens next week. But yeah, trend run on the yen this week. It was just, again, that it's hard to call that a trend. It was just a complete repricing of the market. So yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, honestly did well this week. Other than that, overall trading was good. Given the market conditions, the market was garbage. This was actually pretty terrible this week. Price action wise, there was nothing that was clean. It was all really erratic, wild price action, just no rhyme or reason all over the place. Actually wasn't good price action wise. Just in general, it just wasn't a good week. Like, stuff is all over the place, man. It's crazy. And we actually did very well given that. But moving on to next week, we'll watch the market close. I'm not going anywhere. I've got some programming to do. Almost got something done. The risk analysis panel is almost done. Then that's going to be a huge help. Huge help to be able to see how much risk you have open. You know, if I'm in 6 different trades and my stops are in, exactly how much dollars am I going to lose? Exactly what percentage of that is. Going to be big. Auto hedge will be done. That won't take long. Auto hedge won't take too long at all. Euro pound, that was a great trade, man. God, should be closing that actually. Might have already hit target. Yeah. Close, man. Close to getting back. I'll just neutralize as much of this open exposure as I can. Just let it come on back. Bad. Whatever.
ABB.
Yeah.
On the bot, can you, on the open reverse for Oanda, I have 2 windows open. One just for shorts and one just for longs, because you cannot have both running the same, right?
Right. Yep.
And I'm doing just open reverse. How can I set up to, if I buy 0.1 lot, the next time you buy 0.2? Is there any ways to set up that? Because I get a bunch of FIFO.
Yeah, exactly. That is in there just for that FIFO violations. Let me load it up real quick. I'll do it on the.
Okay, let me change the screen here just a minute.
Yeah, put on the group one.
Group, yeah.
I'll show you how to do that. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, it's progressive lots. We'll do that. That's specifically to get around that. Eventually, I'm going to try to work something else out with that, with Oanda specifically, because they do allow you to take partial positions, and if you just offset it by one contract, it'll go through. Now the limitation is MetaTrader. The minimum contract size you can take is a micro lot, so you can't take those custom contracts except with their version of it. But that's just kind of like an EA on their side that does it. Hold on one second. So open reversion, like in your options for the strategy itself, you go down to.
Give me just a minute.
Okay, yeah.
Going there because I need to close something so I can go to the room. Because I'm watching the room on my phone and it's very small to see.
No, I got you. Yep. Definitely a way to do that. Progressive lots. It's not martingale. We don't do that. But you can progress it. There are 3 settings for that. Oh my gosh. Right. Man, choke on this drink.
So I have that, Euro USD running the stream, and that's where I take out the information, right? From the main chart.
Yes,
on the
like
Euro,
whatever right, whatever your whatever chart you're running it on. Yeah.
I'm running like yours, is on false for all the strategies, but all the information come from that main chart, right?
Right, but
taking the string.
So not on the main chart. This is the one that manages your money. Like this is just an instance to manage your money. Leave that one. Leave that one how it is. But on the one that you're actually on the other charts that you're actually running the strategy on, you know, like if you know, open reversion where it's true, the one that where you actually have the strategy enabled, like on the other pairs, on everyone, basically everyone except for the money management chart with the strength tool and all that. The ones that are actually running the charts, you know, where you actually have your strategy enabled, like under open reversion. If you go down to, there's just a lot of options to go through. Under your open reversion settings, you know, say that's your strategy that you're running. You go down to progressive lots and you would make that true. You turn that to true. And what that does is it progresses your lot size based on whatever your set lot size is here. Like I would probably leave it in micro because you're going to take multiple positions, depending on your account size. You scale that up by percentage based on your account size, but I would probably just leave it at 0.01. But yeah, you put on right here, progressive lots. If you turn that to true, every step that it takes, it'll be like a 0.01, you know, a 0.0, you know, like 1 micro, then 2 micros, 3 micros. It doesn't double it, but it increments it by whatever your set lot size is. And that will fix that. You won't get a first in, first out violation.
Yeah. So that's what my mistake, because I set up on the main chart, you know, like on this one.
Yeah.
So you need to do for every other chart.
Right. For everyone that's running the strategy, you need to set that to true. So what you can do is like pick, you know, so other than your main chart, other than your money management instance, on every one, what you can do is save a profile. You go to save right here. You get it set how you want. Just go to one of them, like whatever euro dollar or whatever, or pound dollar, whatever it is, and change it here. And then go to save, and you can save, you can save your configuration, and then you can just load it, and you don't have to go and scroll and do it on every one. You just open the next chart and hit load, and then just open the set file that you saved. You can save the configuration and load it like a file, so you don't have to go through and click it every time. It's much easier. It's much easier to use a configuration file. Trust me on that. Yeah, just go to your open reversion settings, hit progressive lots to true, and I would leave the max progression. That's fine. You can invert it if you want. There are only certain combinations of strategies that you'd want to do that. You know, like it would start with a mini lot, you know, a 0.1, and then it would go to a 0.09 and then a 0.08, and then it would count backwards down. And you can, there's a strategy when you're using something else in combination with that to do that, but you leave it at false. So there are really 3 options for the progression. Just leave it how it is. Just turn it on to true. And that's what you want.
Okay.
Yeah. Just set it to true. And if you hit save, you can save your configuration, save it as a file. And then when you're ready, you can just go to the next chart and hit load and just load the file. And you don't have to scroll down and find it every time. It'll just save whatever options you have saved here. So there's a whole bunch of ways to configure that. So that's what you would do. Right. You would, it's your progressive loss to true.
I did that too, but I did on a money management chart. I didn't know I had to go.
Yeah. It needs to be done, but it's done that way on purpose. So you have full flexibility, full control of each individual strategy on every chart that you have. Like you could be running multiple strategies on the same instrument. Like you could run the NASDAQ and run a trending strategy and also run a reversal strategy and run a range expansion strategy with different money management on each one. So I've got it segmented in a way where it's flexible. So, but yeah, you have to go change it on each one. But there's, there's options for this coming. All of this is going to be done through the app, and it's going to be much more flexible. It's going to be so much easier through the app because then it opens up a lot of options, combinations that you can do, and you can just hit a drop down menu and just click a button on the app and do it, and not have to go through all this mess with it. And it'll just automatically push the configuration to MetaTrader and change it live. You can change it on the fly without having to stop it. So. But yeah, that's coming. Cool. So yeah, that's what you do. And that'll get rid of those FIFO violations, first in, first out, because you can't, they changed with Dodd-Frank, they changed the rule and you can't take the same lot size more than once, which is stupid. but that's an American broker thing. Most of the time, that it is an issue. I've got a Noanda account too. That's a stupid thing that you have to do. You got to run one trade, one instance on longs and one instance on only longs and one on only shorts, and then put that progressive lots to true, and that should go away.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway,
okay. So that was a mistake. I run on the money management chart.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, but you need to do it on each one. So
save, open another one, save, and then just load on all the charts that's open. Awesome.
Right. Yeah. So just get it set on one of them, make sure it's there, and save your config, and then you can just open on each chart. On pound Swiss, you open it and just load it. You just load the configuration and just whatever, hit that and open. It's easier than going through and just changing it every time. Anyway, that's easier.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Homework for this weekend.
Yeah. I know it is a lot to configure, but once you get it, and that's another cool part about the configuration file option is we'll be able to share configuration files. The multiple strategy configuration files. We can test things and check it out and then share it. And be like, oh, this config, check this, test this config, or that config. You can save those things. And it's pretty deep. Like you can, there's a lot to it. But just for a basic setup, do that. And that'll get rid of those violations. You got to do it on each individual chart though. Smart grid. I need to get back to testing that. That's got a lot of potential. Yeah, supply and demand. I think I'm going to actually run supply and demand next week. I want to get to running this again. I think I'm going to run a combination, I think a 4 hour and a 1 hour. I think I'm going to do that next week. I had good results with that before on the Hugo's Way test, but I'm going to put an outside filter on it. So I'm only going to take supply and demand levels outside of the hash. Anyone that's above the hash, you could do something really crazy. It would get fewer trades, but much higher quality trades, and say outside of the daily range. Whenever any supply and demand level that's outside of your statistical range, then take the reversal there. That might be an interesting thing to test, but just on the entire market. Just run it on all 28 combinations. That'll increase the chances of actually getting a good trade, and it'll be a high probability setup. A 4 hour, 1 hour confluence supply and demand bounce outside of the daily range. That'll be pretty good. Probably. It was something I've never tried, but I know it has the ability to do that. I put in all these options and just haven't had a chance to test it yet. It's like I put in all the options and I know they work. I know it'll take to trade. So then I got to go back and actually run it. I need to run like this. This is the crazy part about this. I need to run like 50 different accounts. Like there's so many combinations of strategies. Like I haven't even gotten to it all yet. So, that's, need to test it, but that's something I may run that supply, supply and demand next week. Grid strategy is interesting too. Another one, the zone hedge. Zone hedge is another one that's pretty interesting. The momentum uses the strength tool, multi-time frame Heikin-Ashi, confluence between, multiple time frames on Heikin-Ashi to run a trend. That would be a good trending strategy. Need to try that.
For the end this week, it's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I was going to say for next week, man, for this week, it would have been, oh my God.
Yeah.
Jesus, dude. That would have murdered it on the yen and the Swiss this week. Running a Heikin-Ashi, God. The confluence between multiple time frames. It checks multiple time frames, if you ran it on like a 1 hour filtered out with like a 15 minute or something, or even a 4 hour, like an H4 filtered out with like a 15 minute, that would have been crazy. Probably this week. It would have caught that whole trend and stayed in it. So there, again, something that's in there that needs to be tested. That's another thing that I need to just test and see how it does. It works. should go. It just need to test it. The grid hedging, that's one of the craziest things. This is an incredibly powerful thing. This right here alone is people don't understand.
The last few months I've been running, as a test, just the open reversion.
Yeah.
I've been running on Hugo's Way, Pepperstone, and 2 unders, 1 buy and 1 sell only.
Yeah.
And the Hugo's Way is the one that making around like 3% more than Pepperstone.
Yeah.
And and I turn everything on the same time, so I config and then turn, but Hugo's Way is the one that paying the best compared to Pepperstone.
Interesting. And with a spread or just a slight difference in timing on the strategy.
Yeah, well, it's the timing and I think also the liquidation, right? Because like we just saw today, the FXCM yen index and the Pepperstone yen index is a difference between 0.60%, like the price of the movement of the day.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so, I guess that does matter. Those small things do matter over time for sure. Interesting. Yeah, that's actually interesting.
Yeah, but
I'm gonna run this next week.
Everything is, average a month is giving around 10%.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely doable. That's the thing, especially if you're willing to let it breathe a little bit. It can do. It will recover from those big trending moves, and when it comes back, it'll be even more. It'll goes through times where it'll go out and it'll have a day or two drawdown, but then when it comes back, it'll just knock out just over and over and over and over and over, because when the market does come back, it's hitting all those profit targets. So yeah, I mean that's the thing, is you got to let it run a little bit. People miss that sometimes. You got to actually let it go, and it'll figure it out. So it's you can get some really good results on it if you're willing to let it go beyond a 3% drawdown. If not, you can run it very low risk. You can run it absolutely low risk, but it's going to take a little longer. But that's fine too. It just may take a little longer to get there, but you can get some crazy, crazy numbers out of this. Like there's a couple of these strategies that can really, especially with the progressive lots. And I mean, you can get some like really nutty numbers out of it. If you're willing to let it go. Run out. I would leave the filter on open reversion. Yeah, there's a couple things that I'm going to try next week, because all these crazy, where these levels are, like as far as the yen is down and all that, like honestly starting it on like today with all these crazy levels where they are would actually probably be not a bad idea, because it would start taking reversals on everything. And then next week when everything reverses, it would kill it. Yeah, there's some interesting stuff I want to try still on this. Yeah, I'm going to run it next week. I'm going to get that set up over the weekend. And I should be running it anyway. I've just been so focused on the other stuff. It's kind of like, I got to get back. I spent a couple weeks doing this other thing, and now I got to get back to it. It's all being integrated anyway. I'm actually really looking forward to getting this integrated into the app and the risk manager, so you can just manage it all from one place. That is going to be really, really awesome. Going to be, man, that's going to be great. Have a management app for the EA.
One of the things that kind of is put it this way, I've been with TradingView for so many years that when I stopped playing with how you call the MetaTrader, it just drives me crazy. But now with all the tools and everything that you're building for, I'm going back and stop trying, using.
The MetaTrader is really more about the automation part of it. TradingView is a really good UI, like a good user interface. I'm actually fixing that problem too. What I'm making is going to make TradingView look stupid. Like it's people are going to see, I'm telling you, like, I'm not even going to get into it. What I'm building right now is going to make TradingView like, holy cow. like a 3D interface with like 3D candles and lasers and fire and explosions and animations and like it's crazy.
And then we go back on the price, right? We can get all these for $25 a month, and I'm paying like $400 a year just to have trading view, multiple windows, like alerts and everything. Yeah. So just on that, like being on the group, I already pay for for having a better charting and software and user friendly than being on trading
and that's
view.
The thing is trying to make it make the tools available, try to give everybody the tools available to get the job done, trying to make it easier, trying to make this whole thing easier. Trading is hard, and trying to make it easier for everybody. Even for me, I'm just doing what I'm doing for myself and giving it to everybody else. But interesting. I'm definitely going to get back to running this. This supply and demand has incredible potential because of what it is, a multi-time frame supply and demand. And it just doesn't really exist too well out there, especially not like this with this kind of money management algorithms. So there's a huge potential for this. I really need to start testing this more. There's some changes that I need to make, but I need to do some more testing. I might run that this next week. It's just one of those things where I put it in, I made it work, and then went to the next thing. I'm like in that phase of development where it's like I make it work and then I go to the next feature and start adding something else. I'm not done adding everything. And when I get done adding all the stuff in, I'll go back and perfect each individual strategy. But it's definitely coming along. Anyway, I need to get back to running this. Open reversion itself, just by default, is going to be decent. That's why I have that by default as the default strategy, because that's one that's like reliable. It's just, if you let it go, it's going to be reliable.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
Like I said, monthly for the last, I think since June, it's been giving me 10 to 15% on each one.
Right,
just let it run.
That's the thing.
Just let it run. I don't,
don't realize it. If you just let it go, if you're not trying to take too much on it, just let it go, and it'll get itself out, and it'll close out and then reposition. It'll go at it again, and it'll knock out profits, and it's going to get more efficient than that too. It's going to get more efficient as time goes on. It's like an F1 car that's sitting there. Just got to get it configured for the track the right way, and then it is like that's exactly what it's like.
I'm missing myself, those, like your setup over there. You have all the screen in front of you. That's the same thing that I have. Right now for me.
Yeah, I know. Bobby's got a crazy setup. Yeah, I've seen it before. Yeah, got a ton of monitors.
So I'm looking now that probably the next project is open the same setup, but on my back. So, on the front, I can be running trading view, turn around the chair, and then I'm going to be...
Just turn around the other way. Yeah. It's funny. Yeah. Yeah, Probably's got the crazy setup too. Yeah, it's fun. It's interesting to have access to all the information, I guess, but it's not 100% necessary, but it's still cool to have.
It's just the way, after learning, one way, and you used to do that. Like I told you, I went to Brazil, right? Then I have just my phone to check, and I was just checking, how much money, what was happening. I wasn't trading of it because I like to have double confirmations and check this and that, and that's the way I learned to trade, and that's the way I do it. It's not the only way to do it, but that's the way I do it. So I feel comfortable to press a button after I have confirmations here and there. And that's the reason I stay with TradingView, because I have multiple windows open.
It's just now, easier. TradingView is a really good interface. It's a very good trading interface. Yeah.
And now, I went to Costco yesterday or the day before, 65-inch, TLC TV for $399.
Yeah,
come
that's
on,
crazy, man.
You put 4 of those on the wall. You're like,
have those charts up there. Yeah, why not? Why not? It's pretty much close to having like a 1080p monitor, yeah, and a 4K TV, you know, just sitting there. Yeah, that's, you know, I did that for a while too. I had a 65 inch. I think it was a 65 inch too. Yeah, I had that on the desk. You know, I've got it. Got that one in the bedroom now. But yeah, it's nothing wrong with that at all. It's really good to have it up on the wall because you run one big chart up there and be able to watch like something that you watch all the time, or have your you know, account up there. Oh, come on, might be getting something.
And another thing that you mentioned also, you know, like get one of those $20 or $30, you know, Google Box and
Yeah, or
just
Android box. Those things are great,
Android
man.
box. Yeah,
You can use those
just
things for a lot of things. Like those things are actually really cool. But yeah, that's a good thing to have. I'm probably going to switch to that for my setup here with the risk manager. Once everything starts to get where it's going to be a thing. That's going to be a good way to run it. You know, have your mouse and keyboard or your controller or whatever you want connected to that, because there's other stuff that's coming too. You know, there's a whole
and that's what I'm
charting
thinking.
platform that's coming.
You know, I'm gonna wait. Everything's being set up. You know, like you finish the project, then I just buy one or two, you know, big screens, get a
Right.
stand, and then put on my right side. You know, like where I have
Sure.
because you know, I'm using the garage to trade. You know,
Right.
like I split the garage in four, compartments.
Right.
So I have kind of no wall, but I can put one or two big screens and just run out of the box, you
Right.
know, the Android box. Use the control, you know, to
Yeah.
do whatever I want to do it on that one, and start learning, you know, a new way to do things. Yeah. And time's on our side, baby.
Sure. Sure, man. Yeah, that's the thing is, yeah, markets aren't going anywhere. Got plenty of
I'm
time.
going anywhere. Yeah.
Yep. There's always another
Don't
trade.
rush.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
It's all coming together. Everything is starting to come together, and it's happening much quicker. It's starting to happen quickly. Looks like this market's
and, you
coming
know,
back too.
I
Finally.
I never get tired to say appreciate a lot everything that you do for us,
Oh
man.
man,
I mean,
yeah, no, man. I appreciate you guys being here more than that. Yeah, trust me. I appreciate you guys being here. You know, we're all gonna do it together. Same thing. Been doing it for years now. So it's like, yeah, it's just another day at this point. But yeah, no, I definitely appreciate you guys being here for sure. Probably don't say that enough to you too, but no, for sure. Try to make sure we all have what we need to make this a journey to finish strong here. Trying to make sure we have all the tools that we need, and I'm gonna make sure of that. Believe me. And you know, the ultimate goal is, you know, to be able to automate most of it into passive income, and then be able to take, you know, those manual trades whenever you want, but not feel like you have to. You know, that's the thing. If you want to go do something, or if you need to go do something today, you don't have to feel like you're a slave to the charts. You know, that's the idea.
well, to be honest, you know, like my main goal, just a minute, baby. Just a minute.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I need to get back running this. I'm going to run supply and demand. Okay. Something else. Trending strategy. I'm going to run supply and demand because it's more of a reversal strategy. I'm going to run signal reversion. Probably, might even just use moving average. Like, I might do that. I might just run bullish slope. It'll just run in momentum as a trending strategy. And then when it gets out to the supply and demand levels, take the reversals. I think I'm going to run that combo trending and supply and demand. Signal reversion, we'll get that done. Yeah, so that should be good. An 8 and a 20. Candle patterns are good too. Candle patterns really get some good entries. But I really, I want to run some kind of trending strategy. run a cross, I guess. Moving average cross. I mean, it's very basic. I wouldn't do that in manually, but algorithmically, not terrible. Actually, slope is better whenever they're running bullish. You have two moving averages in confluence, and when they're both bullish or both bearish, that's what I'm going to do. Reset all that. I'm going to start that on Monday. I'm going to get ready to do that over the weekend. Get back to testing. We were doing this every day for months. Just the last couple of weeks, and kind of flipped it back over to working on a different part of the project. But yeah, we need to get back to the bot. Yeah, definitely going to do that. I think I'm going to run supply and demand, and because there's some things I need to test with that. I'll take a look at it over the weekend. Stop loss. I've got some pretty wide stops on it right now. I think I'm going to do that. Run a trending strategy to catch the trends out to the edges, and then supply and demand at the edges for the reversals. See how that goes. My money management is right. Don't do anything crazy. Haven't accidentally closed some trades. Open exposure. Again, we're going to shoot for, we'll just say 0.1% for now. Okay. Turn the sounds back on too. Could have Prophetess Prime. People haven't even heard all that yet. Yelling at you, taking positions.
15 minutes.
Get that running on Monday. Go. Where are we? Almost back. Back to neutral. Maybe some of it will run into profit. Gosh. Whack day today. Arcad, where did that end up going? Good game. Just lower. Come on, baby. A little bit lower. Back to the bottom of the range. That was a great trade. Euro dollar was a good trade. Close that out. Yeah, I'll just close that. Close all trades. That chart. There we go. Whatever. I'm going to start removing the risk. It's the end of the day. Still got another couple hours, really. Yeah, I'm going to be working. I'm going to be working on it this weekend. Generally what I do on the weekends. A girl goes and does stuff with her friends sometimes, and I'll sit here and go on a programming binge and try to get some work done. That's probably how this is going to go this weekend. Kiwi Swiss. Yeah. Weird moves, man. Oh no. Here we go with this again. Extraordinary measures needed to keep U.S. from defaulting on debt. Probably Chinese debt. Yikes. Yeah, so. All right. Here we go. It stops to break even on this. What's up, buddy? Dog snorting under the door. Stops to break even on Kiwi Swiss. That's starting to go. I'll let that go into the close. Hopefully we get something out of that. Man, may just let this stuff run and see what happens. Might end up getting a couple bucks back. It's come back a lot. Did take some stops though. Trying to catch that yen earlier in the day, but since then not much has changed. But it's the drawdowns come all the way back. It's mostly all that yen stuff. Yeah, see, like that stuff's starting to go now finally. Gone. Euro yen not in it anymore. CAD yen. CAD yen was the one. Got a bigger position on it too. Euro Swiss, that closed out. I'm going to do a little bit different kind of run this next week. I'm going to trade the bot and also some manual. And see, here's the thing. Do I get rid of this or do I let it go? Tough call there. Break even stop there. Let it go. Tempting to just close that out. I'm like at break even now. Gold, yeah, I was in gold short. I don't think it really went anywhere. Not yet. That's one of those that probably next weekend or next week, that's going to look very different than it is right now. It's a great position. Yeah, it's just not hasn't gone anywhere really. It hasn't gotten stopped out yet, almost. But yeah, honestly, I would probably move my. I'll just let that go, man. What is that pending order? Oh yeah, that ain't gonna get hit. There. So yeah, I did take a gold short. It's one of those that, you know, could easily come down. You know, look at it Monday. If it's not going to reject from here, look at it Monday. I'm sure that'll be lower at some point, because I mean, I know it will because of where it is. I would be willing to bet just about anything that that's going to be lower at some point. All these yen pairs, man, coming all the way back now. Try to close some of them out. Dadgummit. Kiwi Swiss, that looks good now. Stuff's starting to play out now. Finally coming back up. Whatever. A good game on that. Let it go. I'm on back. Almost back in the green and open exposure, but might be able to get some of it back. Still got a couple hours. Let it go. It's the worst that could happen at this point. Not a terrible idea to just close out the exposure. I'm gonna look and see what I've got open. Dollar CAD. How much more could that go? Has more room. Yeah, do it a little differently next week. I'm gonna run the bot next week for sure. A little more. Ran it a little bit this week. I'm just not anywhere near full capacity because I was trading manually. I don't like to interfere with it for certain types of trades. I was just kind of testing something. I didn't want to really mess with it much. What is that dollar CAD? I'll just close this out, man. I'm going to test a close all. I'm going to close all and see what happens. Done. That was quick. All right, so it works pretty quickly, actually. The game. Next. God. Ugh. Did take some stops, but didn't get smashed. Nothing bad happened. Took some stops, though. So we got a hill to climb out, a pit to climb out of, actually. Got a hill, for sure. So we'll see what we can do next week for sure. We're gonna watch it. It's still gonna watch the markets. Maybe done taking positions for now, unless something crazy happens. If there's some scalp or something that makes sense. I'm not willing to mess with it. Got a big part of that drawdown back. I don't want to mess with it. I don't want it to lose that back again and end up with a, closing out a negative $40 when I could have just closed it at break even. Gold, come on, gold. I'm going to be looking at that first thing on Monday. Hopefully this thing doesn't rip back down immediately. I mean, I almost wanted to stay up so I get the entry on Monday. Actually, let me look at that real quick. I may actually let me start another account. A YouTube challenge. Why not? See what happens. Run the bot on it. Just run it. Stream it. See what happens. Run it low risk. Probably not much can happen. So anyway. Yeah, I got some programming to do for sure. Gonna work on the risk manager. Got to do the auto hedge. Got to do finish the risk analysis. It's almost done. The risk analysis is almost. It works. I've just got to format it to make it look a little better. And then the auto hedge for sure, because I'm going to need to test that next week. Get this bot ready. We'll run a little automated supply and demand on the bot next week. Give people something they've probably never seen before. That'll be fun. Try a different setup actually. Maybe run like on the NASDAQ, multiple strategies. Multiple combination strategies actually. On different time frames. You run like a 4 hours like reversal strategy, and you make it like different, or like a higher time frame Heiken Ashi or something. Some of these crazy trends, man. We might get some crazy trends back the other way. Might be a good idea to try it. Come on, yen. Good game. Finally coming back. Normally I'd be so happy about this, like to be like, oh man, that might be it. Like you might have found the bottom, running back all week next week. Scaling into the low like this. I'd be holding this for next week. I'd be in it. I'd be ready. Got some really, actually, I bet you when we look at this next week, it's going to be a different story. It's going to be a very different story. It's going to be heartbreaking to watch this thing run hundreds of pips all the way back up and know I had it. Just knew that it had the bottom, even though it got stopped out a couple times. The run would be 5 or 10 times that. It's always how it is. Just can't hold on Friday on this account. I'm actually considering running on another run. I could take it on the other account. That account's got some work to do. Anywho, I'm still here. We're going to watch the market close. Watch equities here, but good game yen. Come on. Yeah, actually, let's watch pound yen. Let's watch this. This is more interesting right now. Stock market's not doing jack squat right now. We're going to watch this right here. Market's still open. We'll watch that. I bet you we end up right there. I bet we hit that. Probably could have left some of that open. Anyway, give me just a minute. We'll finish out the day. I'll come back and we'll see what's up for the weekends. And I'll be here doing development anyway for the group side. I'll leave things open on the group, and we'll be doing some programming stuff. And we'll do some live programming over the weekend. But there's nothing wrong with taking a break, man. Over the weekend, get outside, take a look at the chart. Get away from the charts for a minute. Be ready to hit it again on Monday. Anyway, give me a few minutes, guys. Could grab a drink and a snack, and I'll come back and we'll see. I'm curious to see where the market's going to close. Always watch the market end anyway. Give me just a few.